One of my common daily routines that still gives me some sense of peace is sitting down with a warm meal and flipping through YouTube to try and find something to watch while I eat my food. And for as long as I can remember, some of my favorite genres have been true crime, mystery, and supernatural content. But as I've gotten older and this website has evolved, it's kind of started to become harder to find videos that fit my standards. Sometimes I put on a video and it's filled with complete AI slop and I can't stand looking at it. Other times I'll put something on, but the host will turn out to be kind of...
I believe Patsy Ramsey was in a religious trance. So to speak, possessed by the devil. She signs the ransom note, Victory SBTC, shall be the conqueror or saved by the cross.
Lost in some kind of extreme psychosis that I end up finding off-putting. So, every once in a while I'll give in and revisit one of the old reliables. And one of my absolute favorites is Buzzfeed Unsolved.
You're on your own.
All right. Hey there, demons. It's me, your boy.
Premiering in 2016 and running for another 5 years, Buzzfeed Unsolved became so beloved that even people who disliked the company it was named after still enjoyed watching. The show featured Ryan Bergara and Shane Madej, and would show them investigating unsolved cases, be it infamous crimes, folklore, or the supernatural. The show became well known for striking a unique balance of perspectives, appealing to two different audiences in a way that no one had really done before or since. And even as the show has been gone almost as long as it originally ran, there are still people who regularly rewatch it.
Oh, she's screaming. Better take a note about that.
Now, some of you who have actually seen the show might be asking if I am a Shaniac or a Bergaran, but the answer might surprise you. You see, I'm actually a Brentaholic! Woo! Brent!
Dwayne pulled her close and said, quote, I have a secret to tell you. I'm Dan Cooper.
Closet. I have a secret to tell you. I'm the Fender of the sky.
The series ended because Ryan and Shane chose to go independent, launching Watcher Entertainment right before the pandemic. But even as their network was named after an inside joke from their Buzzfeed days, there was an earnest attempt to make a distinct brand with unique shows. But once Watcher became their main channel, they slowly pivoted their content, and today they mostly create videos that appeal to the fanbase that they built up a decade ago.
I've triumphed over the REM pod. This shit sucks. Ghost hunting isn't real.
Most infamously, in 2024, the creators behind Watcher launched their own streaming site and initially said they were going to be quitting YouTube. This turned into a massive controversy and turned them into social media pariahs, where once they were famous for commenting on the failures and mistakes of others, today they are often the ones being spectated on. But while their 2024 launch was a mistake in execution, I think people generally don't understand what actually happened, and instead diagnose the issue as complete greed because it's an easier story to tell. The actual reality is more complex, but either way I find it fascinating that Buzzfeed Unsolved and Watcher have kind of become distinct entities that have fanbases that don't necessarily completely overlap. There are some people who liked Buzzfeed Unsolved that don't really go for Watcher, and there's some people who found Watcher first and don't find that spark in the original series. And then of course there are a lot of people who have enjoyed both projects from 2016 to today. And since I've been running low on good content to binge, I thought it would be fun to revisit Ryan and Shane's story from the very beginning. Welcome to Fallen Titan.
Hey Quinn, did you hear that Mitch McConnell died?
What?
Psych. Got you excited.
God damn.
Demons, apparitions, vampires, chiropractors. To many, these are figures of myth, who exist only in the imaginations of those who believe. But to others, the paranormal and exceptional may still exist. Among these controversial debates is the strange case of teleportation. The year is 1593, Mexico City. Gil Perez, a man dressed as a soldier, is found leaning against the Plaza Mayor. He claims that moments before, he was guarding the governor's palace in Manila, nearly 9,000 miles away. There he had witnessed the assassination of Governor Gomez Perez das Marinas, before collapsing and finding himself in another city. Officials consider him a deserter and imprison him, only for his claims to be validated when news of Governor Gomez's death reached the city months later. 1926, Brazil. Psychic and medium Carlos Mirabelli is traveling with friends in São Paulo when they suddenly witness him vanish into thin air. Minutes later, he contacts them via telephone, explaining that he was now in the town of San Vicente, 56 miles from where they had just seen him.
Carlos Mirabelli was a known charlatan. He claimed he could personally materialize objects and people, levitate things with his mind, and even communicate with the dead. Even 100 years later, there is no evidence of his claims.
It's real! I done seen it! Teleportation is real!
May 1968, Argentina. Dr. Geraldo Vidal and his wife are driving on a road in Chasmadus when they are suddenly surrounded by a thick fog. They never arrive at their intended destination and are reported missing. 48 hours later, they find themselves in Mexico City, unsure of how they had made this amazing journey.
These cases of the supernatural are absurd. You can't just go around convincing people to believe in things like teleportation, or levitation, or ghouls and goblins. It's just bad for society. I used to be a radio.
What?
It's true. It's a crazy world we live in.
As recently as 2025, a top FEMA official appointed by the current presidential administration claimed that he had experienced this phenomenon.
Teleporting is no fun. It's no fun because you don't really know what you're doing. You don't really understand it. And I end up at a Waffle House like 50 miles away from where I was. They said, "Where are you?" I said, "A Waffle House." They said, "Waffle House where?" And I said, "Waffle House in Rome, Georgia." They said, "That's not possible. You just left here like a moment ago."
Yes, men like this are in charge of FEMA. It's no wonder the World Cup is such a mess. Could all of this be true? Is teleportation real? Are people suddenly appearing at Waffle Houses? Or is there another explanation? Theory number 1. Teleportation is real. Theory number 2. All of these stories come from myths and insane people or compulsive liars trying to get on TV. And finally, there's theory number 3. This is all another case of misunderstood technology. It's entirely possible that these figures were actually early adopters of NordVPN.com/Quinton, the sponsor of this investigation. A VPN is a tool that builds an encrypted private network. Through this feature and more, NordVPN can keep you safe and entertained. Have you discovered that local laws are blocking content in your region? Do websites suddenly ask you to verify your age by handing over photos of your ID? With just a few clicks, NordVPN can connect you to a city like Chicago, where snow falls and freedom reigns. But don't think you're restricted to America, as NordVPN has connections available in cities across the planet. This allows you to access region-locked content that might not be available in your native land. With a system so seamless, it's easy to see how someone could mistake this for an act of teleportation.
They said, "Where are you?" I said, "A Waffle House in Rome, Georgia."
I may not believe in ghosts or goblins, but one supernatural being I do believe in is NordVPN, especially if you go to nordvpn.com/Quinton for a big discount and 4 months free. And technology is something that I know about because I used to be a radio.
NordVPN is also a next-gen antivirus, which intercepts malware and dangerous files attempting to access your devices. This also makes tracking your actions more difficult, helping deter annoying pop-ups and targeted ads. There's no need to choose between these new features and the virtual network tools. NordVPN is the all-in-one digital security app.
It's real! I done seen it! NordVPN is real!
Explore the world today, all from the comfort of your own home, using our tip line at nordvpn.com/Quinton. Using this link will get you a huge discount and 4 months free. Why are you still watching this instead of taking advantage of this risk-free opportunity? It truly is an unsolved mystery. In 2006, internet entrepreneur Josh Peretti was working at the Huffington Post, an online news aggregator and blog that he had personally co-founded. Despite the success that they were experiencing, Peretti apparently didn't think it was enough. It would be that very year that he would start a new project under the title Buzzfeed Laboratories. The site's AI would scrape the internet, hunting for viral stories to feed on. These would be repackaged under a new title, and instead of writing something new, each post would basically be a list of other articles you could read about the story. In the next few years, the website would evolve this format, instead repackaging different information and sources as listicles. The website would grow a steady following in the next few years, eventually becoming profitable to an unimaginable extent. In 2011, BuzzFeed began commissioning original articles, and in 2012, the BuzzFeed Video YouTube channel began releasing short-form content. Within a year, the company began a massive push into Southern California, where they opened a small office which would churn out hundreds of videos a year, if not more. The video branch of the company soon split into its own beast, and in 2015, they moved into a production office on Sunset Boulevard. This new location wasn't just a few rooms and a place to make lunch. It was a 52,000 square foot complex. Here, the company would continue to grow its reach, as there were even talks of feature films being produced by the company. Soon enough, this massive output was too much for just one channel. This led to the launch of BuzzFeed Pop, BuzzFeed Yellow, BuzzFeed Violet, and BuzzFeed Blue.
BuzzFeed used to do this thing where they would separate channels by names that kind of made, I don't say they made no sense, but they were definitely confusing even to us.
Yeah.
Blue was like the channel for what? For
learning,
science, and mysteries.
Mystery, history.
In just a decade, BuzzFeed had gone from a simple algorithm that compiled news stories to a multimedia empire, evaluated to be worth $1.5 billion. If they had any hope of keeping this momentum going, they needed talent. Luckily for them, Southern California was just the place to find captivating personalities filled with ambition and skill.
Yeah, we were working crazy hours trying to get the next cool hit video out, trying to make the next big thing, and that was the culture there. It was fun, but also intense.
In 2014, 4 men at the company had created a series titled Try Guys, which quickly became a massive brand by itself. Other shows, such as Tasty and Worth It, would soon repeat the phenomenon. Most of the creatives behind these projects initially joined BuzzFeed as interns, and they often left the company with worldwide recognition. Naturally, new talent coming in would face pressure to find their own creative voices and make something remarkable. It's here that we meet our protagonist.
My name is Ryan Steven Bergara, and I'm part of Advanced Video Production.
Ryan Bergara was born on November the 26th, 1990. As a child, he enjoyed making comics, visiting Disneyland with friends and family, and cowering in the dark while picturing what unimaginable horrors were lurking just out of view. In 2007, at the age of 16, Ryan made his first YouTube account, Reburge Films. Here he began posting skits and Disney vlogs, with the channel description reading, I am a young director with a passion for film. I make films to entertain, but I also wish to leave viewers with a message beyond just entertainment. While attending Arcadia High School, Ryan took part in his school media program, producing videos for class and hosting his school's news program.
Apache News in particular, I would say, if I didn't have Apache News, I don't think I would have been where I am now, because Apache News was the place where I kind of honed my craft, so to speak. I mean, we were put in a position where we could just make as much as we possibly could. And through that, I made a lot of mistakes. I made some good things, a lot of bad things. But more than anything, I got the reps in that I needed to make things that were actually eventually good.
Sadly, a few years ago, Ryan became self-conscious about these videos and deleted pretty much everything. So that's why I haven't had the best visuals for this segment. As he went through college, Ryan dreamed of entering the entertainment industry, but he hardly saw his name in stars. He had a level-headed, achievable ambition of becoming a cinematographer. Despite this, in 2012, Ryan would start his acting career when he was given the opportunity to make a blink and you'll miss it cameo in the TV series NCIS Los Angeles.
Really, Eric?
It has over 25 points of adjustment.
Not anymore.
Did you see him? He's this guy walking in the background. What? I said it was blink and you'll miss it.
So when I was in college, I wanted to be a cinematographer. I very much fancied myself an artiste. I did set work for about a year and a half. I was a grip. I was working my way towards Local 80, which is the gripping union. And gripping, for people who don't know, is it's part of the lighting team. It's one of the jobs under cinematographer that you do for about a decade until you eventually get to work as a cinematographer. You either start in the gripping department or you start in the electrician department or the camera department. There's 3 ways you could get up to being a DP. And I did that for a year and a half. And as I was on set, I realized I just wasn't having fun. I wasn't happy. I didn't feel creatively fulfilled at all. And I just, more than anything, I just wasn't passionate. I wasn't passionate about it anymore.
In August 2014, Ryan would have the opportunity to intern at Buzzfeed. He chose to put all of his energy into this, and 6 months later, he joined the Buzzfeed Video Fellowship before becoming a junior video producer.
Take that, Mom. I'll listen to Kanye all I want, as loud as I want.
In June of that year, Ryan began appearing in a series titled Test Friends, an unapologetic Try Guys knockoff which also featured Jen Ruggiero and Shane Madej, along other rotating members. This was published to the main Buzzfeed video channel, but soon enough, Ryan would settle into making content for Buzzfeed Blue. By this point, the channel had a reputation for cutting-edge journalism, with iconic videos like What Happens to Your Body During a Breakup, How to Win at Arm Wrestling, and 9 boner facts you never knew you needed. I also found this one, Why Women Multitask Better Than Men, which has aged like milk. You gotta give it to him, Ned Fulmer was, in fact, pretty bad at multitasking.
Well, guys, on the other hand, have more gray matter, which is the part of your brain that processes information. It means that guys are better able to focus on a single task at hand.
Oh, so you mean like tunnel vision?
I mean, if we have tunnel vision for our girlfriends.
Ryan continued to experiment with new ideas, testing his boundaries as an editor and presenter. In September 2015, for instance, he somehow found an excuse to film himself playing beer pong with his dad and turn that into a video.
All right. Yeah. Not bad for an old dude. Yeah, whatever.
What many people don't realize is that the Unsolved project has its roots in another friendship that wasn't nearly as well archived on video, that being Ryan's relationship with Brent Bennett.
It started because me and the other host who used to be on the show, Brent, we would carpool to work together. And then we had a long drive. We would have like a 40-minute commute to work, and we would argue all the time about true crime and supernatural. And eventually we were like, maybe we should record some of these conversations. Yeah.
And so the pair would do just that. On February the 4th, 2016, the Buzzfeed Blue YouTube channel uploaded a video titled The Creepiest Unsolved Murder of All Time.
Did you ever hear the story about the man on Somerton Beach?
No.
It's one of the most mysterious and creepy cold cases of all time, pretty much.
Okay.
The episode features him recounting the then unsolved case of the Somerton Man, who was found deceased on a beach in South Australia.
Pretty much the story is, guy found dead on the beach, and hold on, it gets fucking weird.
The details past this aren't really important to our conversation today. The only thing you need to know is that this video did quite well, gaining 1.4 million views in 2 months. Now, today, you won't find this video on the Buzzfeed Blue channel. In fact, Buzzfeed Blue doesn't exist, and this video doesn't exist. In many ways, this video does not fully resemble the iconic format that this show would become famous for, but it did establish one of the funniest gimmicks in the series. That being a podcast where one of the two hosts is actively antagonistic towards the very premise of what they're doing.
A murder that's so good that you don't even know if he was murdered or not is, to me, a perfect murder.
Then we're done. You know, we're done. We're done. Great for making me mad. You basically just told me a story with no ending.
Following this video's success, Ryan would be encouraged to make more content about mysteries, although these videos would still maintain a very off-the-cuff atmosphere.
I couldn't find like a super credible news source that covered this, but there are so many accounts of it online, it obviously happened.
So this is just fucking fan fiction someone just wrote.
There's pictures and then there's like records of it in Germany.
You work at BuzzFeed and you don't know that you can't doctor pictures?
You can tell that no one expected these videos would blow up because they were filmed without a camera and without any fancy editing. The only exception is the iconic typewriter captions, which would stick around through the end of the series. Episode 3 of Ryan's little project would completely rethink the presentation and format.
Alright, let's fix the camera.
This video covered the death of Elisa Lam, whose body had been found heavily decomposed, floating in a hotel water tank. Further research revealed security video of her acting strangely right before the moments that would lead to her death. True crime can be a difficult genre to study in detail because of how often it feels like the presenters are borderline taking advantage of some of these victims' stories, especially when the result is meant to be funny or calming. For the most part, Buzzfeed Unsolved swerves out of the way of these criticisms by knowing when to shift their comedy into poking fun at the format and not the victims. But I definitely think this is one of the least defendable episodes of the show.
No, don't drink that. Come on, man.
Cheers.
You're a savage. Tastes clean.
Watching this video a decade later, it really stood out to me that when they were making this video, this case was barely 3 years old. But they talk about this story in such a weird way where Elisa doesn't end up feeling like a real person. Her death and her life ends up feeling like something that happened to everyone else. There is an uncomfortable energy to their coverage, which only gets worse when we start to see some of the earliest hints of some of Ryan's interests beyond true crime.
Another popular theory, and you're not gonna like this, but I have to say it, is ghosts. If you look at the video, it appears as if Elisa is talking to someone right outside the elevator, which has led some on the internet to believe that she's talking to the ghost of serial killer Richard Ramirez, who was convicted of 13 murders and stayed in the Cecil Hotel from 1984 to 1985. It's also worth noting that Ramirez was a known Satanist.
Absolutely not.
So you're saying you don't think there's even a little bit of a possibility that this place is a little haunted and it could drive people to do some crazy shit?
Show me the scientific journal in which they've posted all these ghost studies.
There is footage of things moving on their own.
Footage is not science.
There's no one that's like, I'm gonna be a ghost scientist.
Why not?
Because that's
There's
a weird
footage.
Just think of that title on a business card. That's weird. I'm a ghost scientist.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the video, there is a kind of odd moment where it seems like Brent is about to say that for the family of this woman, it must be super weird to see all this strange stuff said about her. It must be so odd to see people try and say that everyone in the hotel was in on it, or she was being gang stalked, or she was talking to the ghost of a serial killer. But just when he's about to make that point, Ryan accidentally changes the subject to a similar but slightly different train of thought.
I'm just feeling bad for the family whose people are like...
And that's exactly what my next point was gonna be. Is like lost in all the madness is the family.
Yes.
Who also actually filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the hotel which was eventually dismissed.
What?
But like I said before, the real tragedy is to the family.
While this was one of the most uncomfortable episodes to revisit, it remains one of the most popular, as it obtained 10 million views in just 7 weeks. With this, it was solidified that Ryan's little project was going to stick around for a while, and for its 4th episode, it was even given a proper name.
So today we're driving to certain spots in Los Angeles as part of an ongoing series where I tell Mr. Brent here true crime stories, Buzzfeed Unsolved.
Said episode covered the case of Elizabeth Short, often nicknamed the Black Dahlia. Elizabeth's life has been sensationalized and rewritten to the point that these days, spectators usually end up discussing the murder of a woman who never existed. This is a fascinating complexity that I'm sure Ryan would have gotten to if he weren't distracted by the concept of Miss Short haunting people as a spooky ghost.
So if I step on a fly, does the fly's ghost stay around?
Well, I mean, this is assuming that a fly is capable of complex thought.
All right, what about a dog or a dolphin?
I don't think that's impossible that there could be a ghost dolphin or dog.
So you think somewhere along the line, evolutionarily, there was the first animal that was able to turn into a ghost and that somehow benefited them?
All right.
Alongside the pair's conversation is also sequences of them visiting various places in LA relevant to the case, which is probably the best part of the video. It grounds the case in a physical environment, reminding us that Elizabeth was a real person, yet the visible passage of time also contrasts against this in a haunting way. Because these videos were being uploaded to BuzzFeed Blue, which was also posting a myriad of other content, often hosted by the same people, there were probably other videos on the channel that Unsolved fans at the time considered bonus episodes. For instance, after the Elizabeth Short episode, Ryan put out a video testing the scientific theory of polyphasic sleeping, which seems like some kind of Liver King bullshit if I've ever heard it.
For the entirety of my existence, I have slept in what is referred to as a monophasic pattern. That means I do all my sleep at one time for 7 to 8 hours a night. However, armed with the power of the internet and my own fatal curiosity, I discovered the art of polyphasic sleeping, a sleep pattern where users receive their well-needed beauty rest in multiple phases throughout the day. By doing so, polyphasic sleepers are theoretically able to function with less sleep. Some users claim to also feel enhanced focus and creativity.
This video is how I found out that when I wake up after 5 hours, can't fall back asleep, and decide to go and do some work, then continuously pass out in the middle of the day, that's not a sleeping disorder. I'm just doing a special kind of sleep fasting that other people do on purpose.
Okay, so I'll probably do 4.5 and then 20/20 like you've been doing, and then see where that goes.
That's the one I'd recommend, yeah.
Also, have you talked to a doctor about this at all?
No.
Ryan does investigate this and challenges the theory pretty directly, by the way, just to be upfront. But while watching this one, I couldn't help but wonder what episodes of Unsolved Ryan potentially wrote while filming this video.
I'm kind of just being awake to be awake. People who do this use these extra hours to, work out or do some work or do some extra time. It's just, but I'm so brain dead right now. I'm incapable of doing anything. My headache is worse than it has been this entire week. And I have no motivation to do anything. I can't speak. What was I saying?
If you look at the video, it appears as if Elisa is talking to someone right outside the elevator, which has led some on the internet to believe that she's talking to the ghost dolphin or dog. But all I can say is this: listen to what your body is telling you. And I know one thing for sure: I definitely won't take sleep for granted again, and neither should you.
The following 2 episodes of Unsolved finally allowed Ryan to investigate the supernatural, as he discussed the Detlov Pass incident and the Men in Black theory, with much pushback from Brent.
There are certain things like ghosts, or aliens, or demons that
no, I'd say if those exist, then that becomes part of the science, and there's an explanation behind those things.
See, this is
and
where
it's logical.
This is where we'll always disagree, because not everything can be explained by science or logic, in my opinion. No. Even your precious science won't save you today.
Okay.
So.
After this, Ryan and Brent would investigate the Zodiac Killer, one of the most infamous unsolved cases of all time.
On December 20th, 1968, around 11 p.m. near Vallejo, California, 17-year-old David Faraday and 16-year-old Betty Lou Jensen were shot and killed while sitting in a parked car in a gravel parking area off of Lake Herman Road, in the exact spot we are sitting right now.
It's just the wind.
Yes, right here.
It's the wind!
You're not freaked out a little bit right now?
No!
What the fuck, dude?
It's the wind!
This is definitely one of the best episodes so far in terms of presentation, as the footage of Ryan and Brent visiting Zodiac murder sites is compelling, but still silly, as their organic banter is perfect for this kind of show.
I mean, it's eerie because it's nighttime, but if I was here during the day, it wouldn't feel weird at all. Right behind you is the freaking kiosk that says parking fees are free today.
But it would be right after this episode that the most drastic change to BuzzFeed Unsolved would be made.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we're covering the Illuminati. Is it a real thing? What the hell is it?
It's not a thing.
Who the fuck is this guy? To answer my own question, this is Shane Madej, Ryan's former co-host on Test Friends. In the time leading up to his involvement with Unsolved, Shane had been producing other videos on his own, including It's Personal and Street Tested. Starting with this episode discussing the Illuminati, Shane would take over as Ryan's co-host. Despite wide protests and controversy, Brent would never again host an episode of BuzzFeed Unsolved.
And you could have it all, my empire of events.
For a long time, I was really curious about why this change happened. It wasn't until I was making this video that I was able to track down a handful of pretty recent interviews where Ryan explained why Brent decided to quit the series.
Brent just couldn't be bothered to be there. You look at his face. That's the funniest thing about these early episodes of Unsolved, is that Brent only agreed to do it because we were friends and he was just trying to make me happy.
Yeah, he didn't want to do it.
He did not. I've never met a person who did not want to be on camera more than Brent.
And then who worked at BuzzFeed the longest.
The perfect human knows how to exit a boring conversation gracefully. Let's take a look at the style and technique behind the perfect conversation exit.
One day he brought me off to the rooftop of at BuzzFeed, and he was like looking out. I just remember he was looking out onto sunset, and he just said, "Hey, thanks for coming up here. I don't think I could do the show anymore." And I was like, "Wait, why can't you do the show anymore?" And he was like, "Honestly, I never thought it would be popular. I didn't think anybody would watch it, and now it's becoming a thing, and I can't do it."
Really? He felt uncomfortable. He just didn't want to be a public figure?
I think it was partly that, but he was also like, the things we cover, they're so grim. They're kind of scary, and I don't really want to be a part of it. And he was like, "I'm sorry to do this," and I was like, "All right, man."
What's the name of the drummer who left the Beatles right before Ringo joined and they got big?
Yeah.
That's Brent.
It's Brent.
Yeah.
It's Brent.
But Brent was like, no. He likes that decision. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was the right decision for him. I didn't even fault him for it. I was like, you know what? I'm glad you told me this early.
With all jokes aside, Shane's arrival was so perfect that it almost feels like divine intervention. Brent and Shane had very similar personalities. They both had dry, sarcastic humor, and they were both skeptics, but they would challenge Ryan in a way that felt more funny than hateful.
Let me just ask you straight out, do you believe ghosts are real right now?
No.
Why do you not believe ghosts are real?
I've never seen one.
You can't see gravity, that's real.
Yeah, I can drop an apple.
Fuck.
In this episode, there's a kind of surreal moment where Ryan decides it would be funny if he tries to make the case that one of his coworkers, who is not a powerful or famous figure in Hollywood, is herself part of the Illuminati. And as I was watching this, I just kind of stopped for a second and went, wait a minute.
Keep in mind that it's pretty easy to make a claim that somebody is in the Illuminati. Hell, quickly perusing my coworker Quinton Brunson's Instagram feed, I could see several references to the Illuminati by just looking through the pictures. Yeah, there's even a picture where I myself make the Rockefeller sign in one of her pictures, and it was quickly called out by a comment. Illuminati confirmed. It's great.
For those out of the loop, Quinta Brunson is most famous today for the sitcom Abbott Elementary. She's a writer, a producer, an actor. She's got a Golden Globe. She's got 2 Emmys. And recently it was announced that she is developing a Betty Boop movie where she will be playing the titular character. I thought about making a joke here that maybe Ryan was right and Quinta is in the Illuminati. And then I thought to myself, they wish. But anyways, That was my Quinton Review. In the following episodes, most of the remaining cliches of Unsolved would be established. They made their first ghost hunting content, and Ryan's narrator voiceovers began to be recorded separately from the reactions to make production easier. Now, about here you guys probably expect that I would start talking about Buzzfeed Unsolved Supernatural, arguably the most iconic version of the show. But honestly, it's not my favorite. I feel like I can watch through a bunch of true crime episodes and still be able to distinguish them in my head when I'm done. But after I watch just a couple of the spooky ones, they all just start to blend together in my mind. To me, the one thing about this show that did make it interesting to watch was the character development that we got to witness in real time. And because of that, I think it would actually be better to talk about Buzzfeed Supernatural towards the back end of some of the other content that they made. With that, let's go ahead and move on to Season 2. The most important thing that this season introduced was the main set that would be used for the rest of the show for all of the non-location segments. The set was designed to look like the office of a hardened investigator. Studying the version from Season 2, Episode 1, we can see that the background and foreground have several Easter eggs. There's a Bigfoot statue on top of the cassette tape holder, and at the very edge of the set is a mannequin of one of the Men in Black. On this pinboard, you can see a picture of Elisa Lam, the woman who was found in a hotel water tank, and directly next to her is a photo of Richard Ramirez, who Ryan suggests may have been speaking to her from beyond the grave. Behind Shane is a missing poster for Brent Bennett, which would remain there for the rest of the series, often hanging over Shane's head in his close-ups. It appears to be pinned to a small collection of Zodiac Killer letters. This set would be redressed over the years, with a lot of these specific details being changed or covered up. The only real consistency from the beginning to the end is the presence of the Brent poster and the Man in Black mannequin. Season 2, Episode 1 is also, incidentally, one of my all-time favorite episodes, where they cover the Axeman of New Orleans case. Now, when I say it's one of my favorites, I don't mean that it's one of the best, but it is one of the most BuzzFeed Unsolved out of all of the episodes of Buzzfeed Unsolved. We get to see Ryan and Shane explore the various murder locations. Ryan pitches a ridiculous supernatural theory just to see Shane's reaction, and on top of that, the case is old enough that nothing is off the table in terms of comedy. It also features one of my favorite gags in the entire series. Ryan discusses the Axeman's most infamous letter, in which he declares that on one specific night, he would pass over the city and spare any house that had a jazz band in full swing. Shane goes on to reimagine the Axeman as a kind of sinister Santa Claus, flying over New Orleans while riding a demon alligator and listening for music coming from all the homes. This is a very funny observation that turns into an amazing bit due to the perfect combination of Ryan's reporting style, Shane's comedy, and the extremely talented graphics team who worked on this series. But that doesn't mean that this episode is without criticism or note. These days, when I watch videos like these, one of the things I find myself doing is trying to think about the case back to front, all the theories that I can, and often pondering Occam's razor. Interestingly, as I've gotten older, I found that my belief about how Occam's razor applies to certain cases has evolved, to the point that I often disagree with even Shane's judgment on the most likely cases. For instance, in the D.B. Cooper video, he claims that D.B. Cooper falling to his death is the most likely outcome.
I'm gonna go Occam's razor on this one and just assume that he rocketed into the ground. A little juxtaposition of him being on the plane being like, I'll have a bourbon. And then 2 hours later,
And I remember when I watched the video for years, I assumed that that was the most likely outcome just because that's what the boys had settled on. But it was a little while after that I really thought about it, and I realized that that theory doesn't make any sense. Because if you think about it, there have been so many suspects who have been brought forward over the years who fit the memo, fit the outline of who D.B. Cooper could have been. But I have never heard a single person suggested as D.B. Cooper who went missing during the week of Thanksgiving 1971. And so now that's a big thing that bothers me, is that I can't imagine that D.B. Cooper did die during that jump, because if he did, we would know who he is, because there would just be one suspect who suddenly was never seen again after the D.B. Cooper hijacking. But the Axeman video is easily the example that has bothered me the most in the last few years. It's a case where one time when watching these videos, I thought about things from a slightly unique angle, and ever since then, it really, really bothers me that they didn't piece that same angle together in the video. And it all has to do with the case of Esther Albano.
About 2 months later, on October 27th, 1919, at the corner of South Scott and Ulloa Street, the suspected Axeman attacked Esther and Mike Pepitone. Esther reportedly awoke around 1 a.m. to her husband screaming and ran to the bedroom.
Esther was the wife of the alleged final Axeman victim, Mike Pepitone. In the year following her husband's death, she would move to California and then become remarried to a man named Angelo Albano. 2 months after that, he mysteriously went missing. Then, a month and a half after that, Esther was arrested for shooting and killing a man named Joseph Mumphrey. When she was arrested, Esther explained that right before she shot him, he had announced that he was the one that killed her husband, and that he was also planning to kill her.
He demanded $500 and Esther's jewelry, threatening that he would, quote, kill her the same way he had killed her husband, end quote. But, like a badass, Esther then killed him with a revolver.
Whoa! Good for her.
Ryan then claims that Esther also said that Joseph Mumphrey was the man that she had seen killing her first husband in New Orleans, meaning that he was the Axeman of New Orleans. The boys then go through the effort of visiting the location where this incident took place, constantly hyping up how awesome and girl boss it was for Esther to shoot the man who had killed her first 2 husbands.
Good for you, Esther. Shoot him in the face.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you do?
If he actually indeed killed 2 of her husbands, whether or not he's the Axeman, shoot him in the face.
Yeah. Now, as I've said, this is one of my all-time favorite episodes of Buzzfeed Unsolved. I love rewatching this one. But every time I do, there's something that just has started to slowly bother me. This little seed of doubt in the back of my mind that has sprouted into a fully grown chia pet of doubt. And I just always hear this little voice in the back of my mind saying, it kind of seems like this woman murdered 3 people, came up with a really bad lie, and then got away scot-free. So when I started working on this video, one of the things I was really excited about was getting to restudy this case and figure out if my hunch had any backing, or if the Ghoul Boys would be vindicated. My main resources for looking into this were old articles from the time and any public records I could find. Now, some of you might say that instead of that, I should have just gone out and bought a bunch of books about this case. I don't know how to break this to you guys, but when you're buying an old book about a case like this, most of those books are just written from newspaper clippings and public records. Like that's just what we got here, you know? One thing that I can say with confidence is that Ryan does not retell this story correctly. First of all, Ryan claims that Esther shot Joseph Mumphrey in the face.
Shoot him in the face. Shoot him in the face.
Yeah. But based on my reading, it seems like she actually shot him in the back. 12 times, in fact, although one of the bullets missed. You know, the classic case where you shoot a guy in the back 11 times in self-defense. But more importantly, Ryan straight up says that when Esther was arrested, she identified Joseph Mumphrey as the man who had killed both of her husbands.
When Esther was arrested for shooting Joseph Mumphrey, she claimed that Mumphrey was the Axeman and had seen him run from her bedroom the night her husband was slain.
As far as I can tell, this is not true. It is a complete falsehood. Just about every article I found indicated that not only did Esther only incriminate Joseph Mumphrey for the murder of her second husband, but allegedly she didn't want to talk about the murder of her first husband at all, which allegedly made police believe that she knew some stuff that she was trying to hide. In fact, if she was able to confidently identify him as the man who had killed both of her husbands, then that would also reflect poorly on her, because she claimed that she knew Joseph Mumfre as the former business partner of her second husband. So it would be kind of weird if she never went, "Hey honey, that guy's the Axeman of New Orleans, just thought you should know that." As soon as this happened and it became national news, independent newspapers began speculating that Joseph Mumfre was also the Axeman of New Orleans. The main logic behind that was that right before the murders started, he had been released from prison, and right after the murders stopped, he moved to California. However, my presumptions here were slightly challenged, because after looking into this, I did conclude that Joseph Mumfre probably did have something to do with the disappearance of Angelo Albano. The reason is that I found a couple articles from the mid-1910s which indicated that Angelo Albano was part of Joseph Mumfre's criminal operations. With this information in mind, I think that Joseph Mumfre remains an interesting suspect in the Axeman case, especially if you believe, like I do at this point, that a lot of those later cases are probably people in organized crime assassinating people they want to get rid of, and then just disguising those cases as the Axeman of New Orleans serial killer legend. However, I do stand by the fact that this added information incriminates Esther in a major way. It just seems kind of suspicious to me that this woman's husband is murdered in front of her, she fails to give any kind of useful description to the police, then she suddenly moves to California with two infamous local criminals, marries one of them, then he immediately goes missing, and then she shoots the other one in the back 11 times in an act of self-defense, and then when the police show up, she says, "Oh, by the way, just before I shot him in the back 11 times, he confessed to doing all of those things that you might otherwise think I had a part in." Oh, and also right after that, a bunch of newspapers pieced together that this guy also could have been the dude that killed her first husband, and we now know that it's entirely possible that her second husband helped this dude kill her first husband. So do you see why I find it infuriating when not only this true crime show, but so many true crime shows pitch this woman as some fucking girl boss epic hero who stood up to the man that had stalked her across the country to kill every man she loved, when as if she wasn't complicit in the shadiness of all this shit. The careful dissection I'm doing here of key details in the case, you can do this with a lot of episodes of BuzzFeed Unsolved, especially the earlier ones. This reflects a major element of the true crime run, which is both a detriment and one of its greatest advantages. Ryan Bergara is not a criminal investigator. He's not a crime historian. He is a true crime fanboy. Ryan is not telling us what happened. He's telling us the story. He is relaying to us this amazing, tantalizing narrative that has been slowly pieced together by this huge lineage of other true crime nerds.
The Axeman was the manifestation of the boogeyman.
And it just happens that those true crime nerds and true crime articles do not spend a lot of time ruminating on specific details like, hey, isn't it kind of shady that these three people who allegedly didn't know each other all moved from New Orleans to California at the exact same time? In these episodes, the true crime narrative is Ryan and Shane's golden goose, and because of that, they rarely incentivize challenging the theories in any way. One of the most egregious examples of this is, yet again, one of the episodes that I rewatch the most often, which is Ryan and Shane's coverage of the Sodder children.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we cover the mysterious disappearance of the Sodder children. You look enthralled. You look really excited.
I can't wait.
In the morning of December the 25th, 1945, in Fayetteville, West Virginia, a fire broke out at the residence of George and Jenny Sodder. Inside their home were 9 of their children, but only 4 were able to escape the blaze. The local fire department was made up of volunteers and was apparently short-staffed, meaning they did not arrive until hours later. The firemen allegedly were not able to quickly identify any human remains in the home's ruin. and they suggested to George that he leave the scene alone so more investigations could take place. Instead, George bulldozed the debris days later, burying the rubble under a layer of dirt. In the following years, details would be contested, and a conspiracy theory would be developed by the family, claiming that the home was intentionally caught on fire as retaliation for George Soder's public criticisms of Mussolini. Their 5 lost children had actually been kidnapped, and at least a few of them were probably still out there living under new identities. By the end of their studying of this case, Ryan and Shane conclude that some, or perhaps all, of these theories are most likely true. And that's a conclusion that I think most people studying this case file would probably come to. But the awkward truth is that almost nothing in the Soder case file is actually useful for an objective study. Essentially, most of the evidence discussed in this video was collected and preserved by the Soder family themselves. Because of this, a lot of the stuff ends up sounding like a weird, convoluted game of telephone.
When the family visited the memorial George had set up, Sylvia found a hard rubber object in the yard, an object that Jenny believed may have caused the loud bang that woke her that night. But even more interesting was the fact that after further inspection from George, he believed the object was a napalm pineapple bomb.
Considering how much of this case is basically he said, she said, the fact that most of it is basically Meemaw passing down the oral family history means that we have a lot less to work with than you would otherwise think. And indeed, based on just a few days of research, it seems that circumstantially, this telling gets a lot of things wrong. The case implies that a cursory walkthrough of the charred debris of a several-story home should reveal any human remains at a simple glance. This is not true, and it's especially not true if you bulldoze the site, then unbulldoze the site, and then re-bulldoze the site several times. They also basically say that members of the local Italian mafia would have been willing to murk an entire family because some people in the family criticized Benito Mussolini. Based on research I've done, it turns out a lot of people in the Italian mob hated Benito Mussolini even when he was alive because he was one of the reasons that they were driven out of Italy. But more importantly, while there certainly were Italian Americans who were sympathetic towards the dictator, this started to change after Pearl Harbor, as America was now at war with the Nazis, and Mussolini was right there by Hitler's side. The idea that George Soder was the only Italian in the community criticizing Mussolini is ludicrous. Not to mention that by December 1945, Benito Mussolini was dead. He had been shot by a firing squad and hung up to dry by his own people. I'm not saying that there wouldn't still be people idolizing this man, but the idea that speaking ill of his name would be enough that your entire community would orchestrate a conspiracy to burn down your house, kidnap 5 of your children, and give them new identities just to mess with you, well, it's a lot less plausible than you would believe if your only resources came from the Soder family. So why is this video still one of my favorites to revisit? Because even when I realize that it's basically 2 guys trying to spectate a heavily unreliable narrator, it's an entertaining show, and it's a captivating story, even if it isn't true, that is so easy to get swept up in. You may remember that one of the earliest episodes of Unsolved featured Ryan and Brent investigating the murder of Elizabeth Short. Years later, Ryan and Shane would revisit the case. Like most recent documentaries on the Black Dahlia, these videos spend a good amount of their runtime discussing George Hodel. This theory has gained prominence over the last few decades due to many of Hodel's descendants producing various content accusing him of Short's death and much, much more. In fact, the second episode discussing the case was sponsored by a TV show that was basically adapting this theory. I would be willing to believe that a solid chunk of you out there who even know who the Black Dahlia is believe that George Hodel has been all but conclusively proven to have been her murderer. I felt this way, especially after I listened to Root of Evil, an acclaimed podcast on the subject. But apparently the truth is a little bit more complex. The big thing about this theory that everyone points to is that the man who made it famous is true crime author and former police investigator Steve Hodel, who is George Hodel's son.
Steve Hodel published his research claiming the murderer was one George Hodel, the detective's own father.
Obviously, it's very compelling that the main force searching for evidence of the George Hodel theory is his own flesh and blood. It becomes less compelling when you learn about Steve Hodel's other eccentricities. For instance, after his initial series of books about the Elizabeth Short case did well, he wrote a sequel series proving that his father was also the Zodiac Killer. He also believes that his father was possibly the Jigsaw murderer in the Philippines. This all kind of makes it seem like that Stephen is trying to use his father as like a retcon device to go back in and fix true crime plot holes, which obviously undermines his credibility. This all sent me down a long rabbit hole, where I eventually discovered a man named Larry Harnish, who is apparently one of the leading investigators of the Elizabeth Short case in the modern age. It was very interesting to watch videos on his YouTube channel of him openly discussing what he and other researchers allegedly know or believe about the general output of the Hodel family.
Remember I said there's a lot of bad blood in the Hodel family over Black Dahlia Avenger? Duncan, Steve's oldest half-brother, quit talking to Steve because he was so furious about this book. Tamar was also, I'm told by people who knew her better than I did, that she was also pissed at Steve because he used a lot of material that she was going to use for her memoir. So there's a lot of bad blood. Anyway, the Hodels all kind of glommed onto the Black Dahlia Avenger franchise. And what Fauna did was she incorporated all of Steve's claims into her life story. And she eventually sells the rights to it for a miniseries, I Am the Night. But by the time they are actually writing and producing that show, I Am the Night, she's got cancer. She's dying. Yvette and Rasha, then Fauna's daughters, are involved in I Am the Night. And they are the ones who are in Root of Evil. Root of Evil was written by a guy named Zach Levitt. He scripted the whole thing based on these claims and things he fantasized. And then it was all scripted. The scripts were handed to Yvette and Rasha, and they were told what to say, and they read the script, and that was it.
Ever since I listened to that podcast, I had long assumed that it was adapted into I Am the Night. I never realized that it was actually a side project that was released to promote the show. And even if I can't validate all of the juicy gossip about the Hodel family, whenever Larry talks about evidence that Steve Hodel just 100% gets wrong or seemingly makes up on the spot in his books about the Elizabeth Short case, that stuff is pretty easy to validate, and it seems like Steve Hodel gets a lot of stuff wrong in his writings. But you wouldn't know that from watching the Buzzfeed Unsolved videos, because those are essentially adaptations of Steve's version of the story.
This strikes me as a really good time to tell you that the LAPD was notoriously corrupt around this time, which perhaps explains why the case was dropped, even though George was emerging as a clear suspect, and would also explain why all physical evidence from the case has magically disappeared. Wow. This can mean a lot of things. Some believe that George paid off the police, while others believe that this is just a classic case of police incompetence, but nobody knows for sure.
The general takeaway here is that the true crime genre is filled with a lot of grifters. And don't take that to mean that I'm saying that Ryan and Shane are themselves grifters, but a lot of these episodes do make them look kind of doe-eyed and innocent. In the Elizabeth Short case, there's a really weird moment where they discuss handwriting analysis that Steve had done, and it seems like they honestly believe that handwriting experts are incapable of being wrong.
Notes allegedly sent by the killer after the murder match Hodel's handwriting, according to handwriting analysis performed by one forensic expert hired by Steve Hodel. That expert also believed that the BD initials written on Jean French's body matched George Hodel's handwriting. Now, that comes with obviously the disclaimer that it was a handwriting expert hired by the person who's purporting the theory.
Are there crooked handwriting experts?
I can't see why this person would be would aid in the miscarriage of justice.
Right.
Handwriting analysis, for those of you who didn't know, is one of those fields of forensics that's so heavily disputed that it's usually not allowed in court, and it probably shouldn't be allowed in court, similar to lie detectors and bite mark analysis. This is especially true in cases like this, where the people doing the analysis are essentially trying to argue that whoever wrote this letter intentionally falsified their own handwriting, impersonating some other form to make their writing less recognizable.
Steve also believed his father's handwriting was eerily similar to the handwriting of the Dahlia murderer, but when reviewed by experts, the results were mixed.
Where do you even go to get handwriting, like, certification skills? Probably from the fucking University of Phoenix.
Oh, shit.
The criticisms I've made here generally tend to apply to a lot of true crime content, especially those covering unsolved cases. You would be hard-pressed to find channels that covered these stories and actually thoroughly challenged these weak points, especially when it comes to cases like the Sauter family or the death of Elizabeth Short. Additionally, when you're making YouTube videos, it can be very easy to get things wrong. I get things wrong all the time. The only reason that I ever noticed any of these things is that Buzzfeed Unsolved is one of the most rewatchable true crime shows of the new millennium. If only because the hosts are so charming and fun and interesting that it makes their personalities feel addicting.
3.9 miles to the gas station.
How did we run out of gas?
2 miles.
Get out of my way, truck.
1 mile.
Any second now, we're gonna stop moving.
The shell's there.
I'm gonna coast through the stop sign. Oh no! Come on! Ryan! Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah! Oh my god! Get the fuck out of my way!
And to be clear, especially after the first season or two, Ryan clearly does a good amount of research to attempt to validate these retellings, whether it be digging up old newspaper articles or and perhaps even looking up interviews with some of these actual people. However, him doing that kind of thing really tends to happen more on the true crime side of the show. When we get around to talking about their supernatural content, we'll see that Ryan has no problem at all kind of looking the other way when it comes to shady information included in these stories. While the boys obviously have a lot of fun revisiting these old cases and cracking jokes, whenever the network pushes them to cover more recent material, it's obvious that it makes them kind of uncomfortable. Take, for instance, the coverage of the murder of JonBenet Ramsey, which is probably one of the most awkward episodes of the show.
Ryan, I know everybody wanted to hear about this case, but I don't want to anymore. I'm done.
For a long while, the Buzzfeed Unsolved episode about JonBenet Ramsey was the main documentary, if not the only documentary that I had actually seen about her death. So when I revisited their coverage 10 years later, I was kind of shocked by the contents of this video. 4 minutes into the video, Ryan reads the ransom note found in the Ramsey home. The two of them then have this exchange.
If you're sending someone a ransom note, I would imagine you would want to put in as little detail as possible.
That's true.
I'm not gonna say, "Dear Mr. Ramsey, it's me, a tall fellow."
It almost seems cartoony. Almost as if it was fake. Let's move on.
That clip is the closest they come in this video to even humoring the suspicions that someone in the Ramsey family had something to do with JonBenet's death. They do discuss the theory later on in the video, but they dismiss it so thoroughly that I truly believed for years that the family had been ruled out in this case scientifically and conclusively in every single way.
Casting further doubt on this theory is the fact that the DNA evidence procured from the crime scene officially exonerated the entire Ramsey family.
It wouldn't be until years later that I would learn that pretty much all of the DNA evidence that they have for this case is useless. Basically, they found several DNA profiles from different parts of the crime scene, and none of them matched. These were all pretty much considered touch DNA, which sounds credible until you understand that touch DNA can be transferred extremely easily. The DNA could have come from the manufacturer of some of these items. It could have come from people who had been in that room at some point. It could have come from people who had stood near JonBenet at some point, or it could have been contaminated in the crime lab. Because of this, DNA will basically never be enough by itself to remove anyone from suspicion in the JonBenet Ramsey case. In fact, even if anyone in the family had matched the DNA in question, that would not have been enough to incriminate them. These are nuances that were widely known about and reported even by the time they were making this video, so personally it's hard for me to see these mistakes as anything other than a creative choice. In the video, Ryan explicitly says that the Buzzfeed legal team has forbade him from discussing certain theories about this case. But I can't help but think that there's also somewhat of a parasocial element here, because Ryan and Shane have to live in a world where they may wake up one day to discover that Burke Ramsey follows them on Instagram or something. Quickly ruling out the most uncomfortable options is the least awkward option for two men who are performers before they are professionals. As another example, several years later, Ryan and Shane would cover the case of the Watcher. In 2014, a man named Derek bought a house in Westfield, New Jersey, then claimed that he and his family were being harassed by an anonymous writer leaving letters under the name The Watcher. This Watcher claimed to come from a generational lineage of men gang-stalking the owners of said home. He claimed to have an army of supporters conspiring against his enemies, and even indicated that he was willing to take drastic steps to get what he wanted. After a planning committee turned down the family's proposal to split the lot in two, a series of threatening letters began to be sent out to those who had stood against the family's interests. These anonymous letters were later proven to be written by Derek himself. The fact that we have now learned that the man who has been telling us this story perfectly matches the profile of the Watcher completely recontextualizes everything, at least to me. But when Ryan and Shane get to this part of the story, they don't treat this as a twist. They basically say that this being a possible lead is unlikely, and then they move on.
Look, this guy's nicer than me. I think if people denied my proposal and I saw that they were speaking out about it, I'm confronting them in the parking lot.
Seems a bit preposterous that someone would make up a mystery about themselves and hope to sell movie rights, basically.
Pretty far-fetched.
Yeah.
Again, Ryan and Shane had to operate under the knowledge that these videos get millions of views, and the people discussed in the stories, if they were still alive, would most likely hear about the videos if they didn't just watch them outright. This is a natural part of being a content creator. Constantly through the writing of this script, I thought to myself that I needed to stop occasionally to praise Ryan's writing, because I was worried that he might see this video and take all of the cheap shots at him I was making seriously. As a media critic, I shouldn't care what these two guys think, but they're also some of my heroes. So it would be preferable to me if they didn't hate my guts. The further these two guys have gotten into their careers, they've clearly started to avoid these super dark stories, especially if they were this recent. I personally suspect that this was one of the reasons that Brent left the show, and it was only a matter of time before Ryan and Shane started to see things from that perspective. Since we've been discussing the nuances of true crime so much, I feel like this is as good a time as any to bring up one of my favorite TV shows ever. Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack.
In the next hour, we'll tell you her story and 3 other unsolved mysteries, all needing one last piece of information before they can be solved. Join me. You may be able to help solve a mystery.
Unsolved Mysteries was a TV show that aired from 1987 to 1997. The show featured Robert Stack presenting mysteries and asking the audience at home to help solve cases. In many instances, this worked. Felons were captured, crimes were solved, and families were reunited. This is probably one of the shows that I personally watch the most often because, fun fact, I actually listen to old episodes of Unsolved Mysteries to fall asleep. There's an official YouTube channel that keeps the show relatively up to date, and they even have a live stream going pretty much 24/7 for any fans that want to check in. But people who know me privately may suspect that I actually don't love this show, because complaining about it is one of my favorite things to do. In fact, I am extremely irritated that this show is only ever brought up as a fantastic piece of vigilante journalism with no strings attached. Yes, it is absolutely true that Unsolved Mysteries brought criminals to justice and did a lot of good in the world. But at the same time, it is one of the most absurd and intentionally dishonest pieces of non-fiction to ever be made.
Shortly after the death of his grandfather, Don Decker's life took on a disturbing, almost supernatural dimension. Suddenly, wherever Don was, rain mysteriously began to appear, leaving his friends to wonder if he had somehow been possessed. But for Don Decker, the rain was only the beginning. These seemed to be further proof that Kurt was leading a double life. At 10, he'd become interested in the medieval fantasy game Dungeons and Dragons. It was the beginning of a voyage into a subculture that would dominate Kurt.
The boy's mother answered the phone, and she told me that the kids were mixed up in Satan worship. And she said that a group of kids had been at her house one night and said they had a demon in a bottle.
The Johnsons are convinced that their good fortune was related to the magical powers of the rock. According to Stephen, the craft rotated counterclockwise, knocking him backwards and setting his shirt on fire.
And then I decided, I said, now is the time for me to buzz off from here.
And you may think that this only applies to cases about ghosts or UFOs, but the reality is that it tends to bleed over into some of the other material.
His father suspects foul play.
Kurt told this friend of his that he was involved in some kind of satanic cult and that he wanted out, but thought that they might try to kill him.
A year before he died, Kurt joined the Society for Creative Anachronism, or SCA.
The fact that modern true crime shows will take segments from Unsolved Mysteries and copy and paste every single detail into their own work as if it's a primary source or a news report is terrifying to me. Because this show is so well known and influential, I would argue that most modern true crime shows have at least some part of Unsolved Mysteries hidden in their DNA. But I think the show does have one saving grace that makes a lot of this forgivable. The show has a host. The man telling you this story has a face and a voice. This allows the audience at home to immediately accept that this story has been pieced together by a human. And because of that, some of these details might be wrong, or this entire thing might be baloney. And that is a defense that you can't make of stuff like the Netflix reboot of Unsolved Mysteries, or something like Tiger King, for instance. And I do think that that defense, to some extent, can apply to BuzzFeed Unsolved, and that the ridiculousness of Ryan's theories are kind of softened by the fact that the audience has seen him say some really stupid shit.
The point I'm saying is, nothing's impossible. Sometimes you just gotta look at something with an open mind. It may seem crazy on the surface, and then I will admit, this all looks crazy.
So it is possible that there is an organization founded by lizard people who regularly abduct and clone celebrities.
Oh, man. I'm not saying that there's lizard. Oh, fuck, that's what I'm saying.
The back end of BuzzFeed Unsolved Season 2 and the entirety of Season 3 represents my favorite run of any YouTube show ever. Season 2 features Room 1046, Natalie Wood, the Chicago Pill murders, and the JFK assassination. Also included is their Keddy Cabin coverage, which features them visiting the rubble of the actual site. This episode really captures the uncanny vibe of a killer in a small town, and the weird sense that they could be watching the boys and they'd have no idea. Season 3 starts with coverage of Jack the Ripper, probably the golden goose of any true crime show, with sequences of them exploring London. Then we get the Gardner Museum heist, which is a hilarious look at one of the strangest robberies in the last half century. The season rounds out with the Cleveland Torso murders, the Isdal woman, the murder of William Desmond Taylor, and the vanishing of Louis Le Prince. This third run operated with a bit of a higher budget, showcasing special recreations of certain sequences. Episodes with these also had guest directors, although I was only able to find the credits page for the museum heist video. And then we have the video documenting the death of Ken Rex McElroy, which is probably my favorite episode of the show. The case surrounds a man who terrorized the small town of Skidmore, Missouri, where he would abuse children, assault adults, and always get off scot-free. This was the first true crime video I ever watched where the host was actively trying to challenge my values by getting me to root for the victim to be murdered. It's absolutely some of Ryan's best writing, and in general, this season showed that this project still had a lot of room to grow. In July 2018, the boys were rewarded for their success when Buzzfeed Unsolved was given its very own YouTube channel, the Buzzfeed Unsolved Network.
Hey everybody, announcement. Unsolved is now moving to a new channel. You can see the link right here. It's going to be called the Unsolved Network. Very exciting.
That's very exciting,
All
Ryan.
things true crime, supernatural. What did you have something to say?
Big news. It's big news.
From here on out, new material in this series would be published on the network landing. Buzzfeed Blue, meanwhile, was renamed to Buzzfeed Multiplayer because at the time they were going for a kind of influencer let's play kind of vibe. A year or two into the run of the Buzzfeed Unsolved Network, something weird would happen. Something that I've only seen happen with YouTube channels associated with these two guys. YouTube took all of the Unsolved episodes before this and moved them from Buzzfeed Multiplayer to the Buzzfeed Unsolved Network. Today, if you go to the YouTube page for this channel and you sort by oldest, you'll be able to see that the first video was uploaded before the channel was even created. Soon after this, Buzzfeed Unsolved will be shopped around to other platforms. As of today, you can watch the show on Prime Video, Hulu, and even Roku. And you guys know how I feel about Roku. Technically, this series is actually on YouTube twice, because since 2024, it's been possible to watch certain episodes for free via YouTube Movies and TV, except that these edits start with the FilmRise logo, which is the same company that distributes shows like Forensic Files and Unsolved Mysteries. Incidentally, this version of the show is one of the only ways that you can watch the original pilot episode of Buzzfeed Unsolved on the YouTube platform. Now, from here on out, things get a little bit confusing, because I would argue that Buzzfeed Unsolved is now the name of two distinct things. There's Buzzfeed Unsolved the show, and the Buzzfeed Unsolved Network, their YouTube channel. Buzzfeed Unsolved the show was posted to Buzzfeed Unsolved the channel. This would become the accepted status quo as Season 4 was released, featuring coverage of topics like the 8-Day Bride, the Alcatraz prison escape, and one of my personal favorites, the case of Bobby Dunbar. But the Buzzfeed Unsolved Network would, confusingly, produce and release content which was technically not a part of the Buzzfeed Unsolved series. Essentially, now that Buzzfeed Blue had been retired, this would be the new version of that, a platform for different creators to try out new shows and videos to see what would stick. This was a great opportunity. The fans loved Ryan and Shane, and they were completely ready to have new content with them, especially if it was approached from a different angle creatively. And if those did well, then maybe those fans would also accept a few new faces every once in a while. One of the first new projects to arrive was actually a new branch to the main series. Alongside Unsolved True Crime and Unsolved Supernatural, there was now Buzzfeed Unsolved Sports. Like me, Shane Madej is not into sports, so this series had a new co-host, Zach Evans. This string of videos are the most obscure episodes of the Buzzfeed Unsolved show. There's no official playlist of these, they're rarely included in fan compilations, and in general, a lot of people seem to believe that if Shane's not there, it's not the actual show. Personally, I've always thought that these are some of the most interesting episodes of Buzzfeed Unsolved, even if, again, I'm not super into this subject matter.
This is a glossed over fact in history.
Totally.
Most people don't know that the NBA was in big, deep doo-doo in the 80s.
Big trouble.
Yeah.
Big trouble. That's why Michael Jordan was so important to the NBA.
Yeah.
Cleaning up its image a little bit.
And Ewing was also a part of that movement.
And Ewing was supposed to be that next star to give one franchise relevance.
Watching this run of the show is cozy to me in like a weird way. It's kind of like when your neurotypical friends invite you out to the bar, and when you get there, they all start arguing about football, and you just sit there smiling because you don't know what they're talking about, but you're just happy to be included.
This week, we explore the infamous Game 6 of the 2002 Western Conference Finals between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Sacramento Kings.
I'm already pissed off. This is the biggest fix in sports history. The Kings were boned. It is proven. Oh my gosh, this classic faker right here. Thank you.
One of these videos is about the 1985 NBA Draft Lottery, where Patrick Ewing was assigned to the New York Knicks. This was widely seen as not only good for him, good for that team, but good for the entire industry, as it would make NBA games more exciting. At the beginning of the video, Ryan strongly believes that David Stern had fixed the entire thing, either by having the corner of the ballot intentionally bent, or by freezing the envelope the night before.
Reports surfaced that claimed the envelope had been placed in a freezer, making it markedly colder and easier for Stern to pick out. Could putting an envelope in the freezer just before bringing it on stage have been an undetectable way to fool the cameras while ensuring Ewing went to the Knicks?
The episode ends with Ryan attempting to recreate the conspiracy theory, only to find it more challenging than he expected.
Oh no. No! I still think there's life to this theory.
A very similar thing occurs in the next video, when Ryan investigates Inflategate, starting out as a full believer and a Brady hater. Well, that's not what I was supposed to say. Starting out as a full believer and a Brady hater. He then tests if he would be able to identify a slightly deflated ball just by feel alone, only for the results to be surprising.
Oh no. Oh no. I can't tell.
It may seem like I'm just a Ryan hater busting his chops, but completely earnestly here, this is one of the most interesting dissections of conspiracy theory that they ever did on this show. The play-by-play of the believer establishing their theory with confidence, only to have their views challenged in real time, is compelling storytelling. But there was a more notable spin-off that came to the Unsolved platform this year, and that was Ruining History. This is a show that, in theory, had been long requested by fans. A show that would attempt to bring balance to the Unsolved brand identity. Usually, Ryan was the one telling a story, working with his team to make an entertaining show, and Shane was just a passive onlooker leaving commentary. But now things were flipped. Ruining History was Shane's passion project, his chance to flex his storytelling skills, and Ryan would be the one experiencing everything live with the audience. Instead of investigating true crime or supernatural activities, Shane would give his retellings of strange moments in history. Part of the show would feature Shane's voiceover with animated visuals appearing.
When American troops met with the British forces at Bladensburg, it was, confusing for me as a reader. Look, a lot happened. All you need to know is that the Americans made a series of strategic blunders. Like, they blew it. At one point, the British military was firing actual rockets over James Madison's head, which is hilarious. It's been referred to as the, quote, greatest disgrace ever dealt to American arms.
But the other half was a round table, where Shane would dryly tell his little story to a panel of listeners. The two on the left are Ryan and Sarah, Shane's work wife and future wife, respectively, while the other two are rotating special guests. This was a really fun show that I was a big fan of. Topics ranged from Johnny Appleseed to terrible popes to the sex life of Benjamin Franklin. However, despite how much I liked the show at the time, in retrospect, it's far from perfect. Building cast chemistry on a show with rotating guests can be a challenge, but it's even worse when there are 5 people on the show, with 2 of them changing every episode. I remember at the time feeling like there were certain episodes or moments where the vibes just didn't line up quite right. This show also copied the Unsolved format, where the main shoot would be the presenter explaining his story by reading off a piece of paper. But the voiceovers ended up being very high energy, with intense animated visuals. Then they'd come back to people listening to the story, who would often have very low energy. The voiceover and presenter segments don't end up being cohesive, and generally you can constantly feel that disconnect. Overall, this was a fun proof of concept that definitively proved that Ryan and Shane could try new things while still making content that was fun and successful. And so, after season 1 wrapped, the show was never mentioned again. The Unsolved Network channel launched in July 2018. This was followed by a few unique videos and projects from Ryan and Shane, and then they almost completely vanished from any content that wasn't directly linked to the main show. At the time, this felt frustrating and weird. I remember thinking it was so lame that we weren't getting any more stuff like Ruining History. And then, in December 2019, everything started to make sense.
You want to see a show? I got a show for you.
Watcher is a new production studio that Ryan, Shane, and myself came together to create because we wanted to make high quality content for the internet, for streaming platforms, for the world, and we wanted a place where we could do it on our terms.
We have been hard at work for several months making numerous series, 7 in fact, this being one of them.
No, this is that not would make 8. This is not
this would make, actually 8.
It was this month that the Watcher brand officially began posting videos. This was a fully independent network, launched by Ryan, Shane, and Stephen Lim, a founding member of the Buzzfeed show Worth It.
Puppet history this week. Next week, you'll see episode 1 of Spooky Small Talk. Then week 3 brings us episode 1 of Top 5 Beatdown. Then it's episode 1 of Homemade, Weird Wonderful World, Grocery Run, and Tourist Trapped.
Why did I agree to come on this show?
Everyone avoided saying what was up. Nobody wanted to go on the record about it. But here's what I think happened. As Ryan and Shane began working on new shows for the Buzzfeed Unsolved Network, they realized how important intellectual property is even on YouTube, and how restrictive and deflating it can feel when everything you make is owned by a company like Buzzfeed. So they decided that they didn't want to keep making content under the watchful eye of the old guard. They wanted control, they wanted ownership, and they wanted freedom. The Watcher channel was soon dropping video after video, all made by Buzzfeed employees who were going rogue. And these videos were the exact kind of thing that fans like me had been waiting for at the Buzzfeed Unsolved Network. And when you watch these shows, you could really feel the influence of all the recent stuff that Ryan and Shane had been making at Buzzfeed. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. You see, there's actually one other show these guys worked on while they were at Buzzfeed that had a massive impact on the direction of the Watcher brand. And so, I want to tell you guys about that. Although it's a little bit weird. It's kind of a show within a show. I want to tell you guys the story of the... Welcome everyone to the part of the video that I am the most excited for, the segment that I have wanted to make for the past 8 years. My breakdown of the lore of the Hot Daga. Some of you might be shouting at the screen that this segment is superfluous. The Hot Daga was not an actual mainline part of Buzzfeed Unsolved. It was a side gag that almost no one remembers. This is just Quinton trying to pad out the runtime because his brand is long videos and he makes his videos long and bad on purpose. And there's absolutely no reason to discuss the Hot Daga. Well, I think you're wrong. The Hot Daga represents an essential part of this story, not only showing how the audience interacted with these shows, but also representing Shane's evolution as a creative. But more importantly, in my opinion, the Hot Daga is the heart of this entire journey. Talking about Buzzfeed Unsolved without discussing the Hot Daga would be like going to Disneyland and not getting on Pirates of the Caribbean. It would be like playing a GTA game but choosing to obey every traffic law. It's like when you're a kid and you're on a road trip and your dad pulls into the McDonald's drive-thru and he buys himself a black coffee and speeds off without getting you anything. That's what I would be doing to you if I did not discuss these silly hot dog people. But if you still disagree, if you still don't want to hear about this part of the story, I'm going to put a timecode on the screen so you can skip to that timecode if you don't want to hear about the Hot Daga. If that applies to you, well, hey, thanks for watching so far. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, I think they're gone. Anyone who's still watching this video, you guys are the cool kids now. If anyone in the comments complains about the fact that I did this segment, it is your job to bully them indiscriminately. As BuzzFeed Unsolved became more popular, the fanbase became more energetic, and often they wanted some way to interact with the show and the people running it. And through this enthusiasm eventually came various different things that were designed to help the people running the show actually have an interaction with their viewers. In April 2017, just a few episodes into the initial run of Unsolved Supernatural, Ryan and Shane hosted a live Q&A on the Buzzfeed Blue channel. This was very off the cuff and far from high tech.
After visiting the places, do you get rid of the clothes or wash them after getting back?
I wash my clothes, and I've always thought about that. Will my clothes have like spiritual artifacts left on them from these places? Yeah, I've always been worried about that. I wonder if laundry detergent is enough to get that out.
There are everyone who kind of sits around us at BuzzFeed. A good portion of them do believe in the supernatural and seem to be concerned about the welfare of our souls because they occasionally will sage our desks.
This idea would then become a regular part of the channel starting in May, when they began releasing Q&A videos for each episode of the main show. Here, they would respond to comments, messages, and fan art left by their viewers.
Did you ever look more into Underwater Area 51? Like, what's up with that?
Why do you even present a theory like Underwater Area 51 if there is no content to it whatsoever?
Here's the thing, do I believe Underwater Area 51 is a thing? Probably not, but you know, it's a possibility. Anything's a possibility. So you can't rule...
With the Q&A videos now a regular part of the channel's output, they developed a standard format. While the show was never scripted, each episode would typically include a segment at the beginning and end where Ryan would plug all of the various relevant social media accounts.
All the questions we're answering today came from you guys via our Instagram and Twitter accounts. All the questions we're answering today came from you guys via our Instagram and Twitter accounts. All the questions we're answering today came from you guys via our Instagram and Twitter accounts. Now.
But even an element this simple did not remain stagnant, as Shane began suggesting various different animations that could be inserted onto the screen. This caused strife with Ryan, who at the time was editing all of these videos, and did not want to do any of that.
By the way, all the questions we got here today are from our Twitter and Instagram, so if you have any other questions that you'd like to see on the next BuzzFeed Unsolved Postmortem, then just send them to there.
Send them on out, send them over.
There's the info.
Put a little UFO over it?
No, I won't do that. But yeah, if you want them answered, maybe we'll answer them.
Little Bigfoot walking by?
I'm just gonna ignore you at this point.
Spooky ghost? Put a spooky ghost. How hard is it? Just clip art.
I'm going right into the question.
Okay.
It wouldn't be long until Shane's persistence would eventually wear Ryan down.
All the questions we're answering today came from you guys via our Instagram and Twitter accounts, which you can see right here.
Spooky ghost.
Nope. No
just
ghost.
Something.
No, I'm not. I'll give you one ghost. I'll give you one.
One ghost.
Here we go. One will trickle by right now. All right. Now that that's happened, let's get started.
Fun fact, this is the first instance of a ghost appearing on BuzzFeed Unsolved. Ultimately, Ryan would learn that when you give Shane an inch, he takes a bit more than a mile.
Here comes the zombie right there.
Yeah! I want an exploding old lady. Hope she's okay. Oh! And here comes Axeman Santa. Here he goes. Whoa! You and me popping up, and then the devil in between us, our best friend, and a little rainbow behind us all. Oh, wow!
Look at him go.
Stupid.
Can we just do a UFO flying over then? Oh my God. No, I'm gonna react to it to you. I don't know why I bought into your little game. This isn't gonna be a recurring thing. I think this may be the last time I do this because I don't want to animate it.
Sure it will. Sure it will.
In actuality, the bit was only just beginning. On August the 9th, 2017, during a Q&A about the Boy in the Box case, Shane would introduce a character who would eventually become the initial protagonist of the greatest story ever told.
And since this episode was very sad, we're just gonna have a hot dog on a skateboard going by. Whoa. Is that guy cool or what?
I guess.
Was he wearing a cowboy hat?
I didn't see.
I think he was.
I wasn't looking down.
I think he was.
Okay.
Whoa, here comes that cool hot dog again. Oh shit, here he comes. Whoa, here he comes. Whoa! Oh, he looks all pissed off because his hat's still gone.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad he's pissed. Hope he crashes into that wall.
Oh shit.
From here, that wacky hot dog would become a kind of unofficial mascot for the Q&A series. In the episode about the Trump family, the hot dog would be seen driving in a red car with his hot dog wife. But the second time they would pass by, Ryan would take over the narrative.
Oh my god, they just got a flat.
Holy
they
shit.
spun out, their car exploded. Holy shit. Mr. Hot Dog is crawling out. Oh, he's on fire, he looks like he's hurting.
He's screaming.
She just walked out of the car. Oh my god, she has a pistol. She just shot him in the head.
No,
this was a setup. She got back into the driver's seat, she's driving away.
She's speeding past.
Oh god, oh my god. What a horrible occurrence that just happened.
What the fuck?
He's still alive.
He's still
crawling away. Oh my god.
Incredible. Well, I guess we'll find out what happens next week.
This is,
But for now, the case remains.
This is a developing soap opera.
Unsolved.
Oh my god.
After this, the hot dog wife would be seen living it up on a pickle boat, only to be tailed by the hot dog man being carried in the mouth of a seagull. Unbeknownst to both of them, they were also being followed by a mysterious third party. Eventually, the group rendezvous on an isolated island, known to us as Nikuma Roro.
But here comes the hot dog guy. That seagull is dropping him from the sky. Oh,
he's dropping him an air assault.
And he says, Rebecca. Dan, why did you run from me? I didn't know how to tell you, but we have a son now.
Why did she shoot him in the...
I don't know. This is Brandon.
Wait, I'm so confused.
Hello, Brandon.
Dan the hot dog man asks his wife, Rebecca, why she had tried to kill him. It turns out that wasn't her. It was her evil twin sister, Pam, voiced in this episode by Ryan, who takes part in the storytelling.
I won't have you two together. You know I love Dan. And now it's time to die. Mount your crab.
Brandon, step aside.
Oh shit. Next time on Buzzfeed Unsolved Post-Mortem.
It's not over!
In the next episode, Shane promises an actual conclusion, but the story devolves into a flashback to when Dan and Rebecca first met in 1978.
I am Dan, a hot dog. I am Rebecca. Nice to meet you. I love you. I love you too.
This is some great dialogue. This is Sorkin-esque.
Promise you'll never shoot me, Rebecca. I promise, Dan.
The following episodes are a recurring string of tangents. First, we see the pair getting married. Then Shane promises there are no more hot dog flashbacks from there on out. Instead, we flash back to the childhoods of the two crabs. They recall promising their dear papa that they would never fight, even if they were hypnotized into doing so by an evil hot dog who is also a witch?
Every week, I think this thing's gonna end.
You can't say every week I think this is gonna end. You realize you controlled this, right?
The crab's right through me, more or less.
After many delays, we eventually would find out what happened and how this joust would end. And it's all very simple. Pam would win. Dan, the hot dog cowboy, dies.
And you could have it all, my empire of dirt.
This next bit of the story is kind of convoluted, so I figured there was no better place to discuss this than, you guessed it, the whiteboard. And by the way, I'd suggest you take some notes because this will be on the test. Okay, so as we've established, Dan dies in his joust with Pam. This becomes a fixed point in time and creates what we are going to call Timeline A. From here, decades pass. Pam and her coven of witch hot dogs take over the world, causing mass devastation. In this dystopian future, we meet a scientist who has just lost funding for her latest experiment, an infrastructure of tech that she calls the machine. Soon, she is visited by a weathered cyborg hot dog action hero, someone who has spent years infiltrating the Witch Coven as a spy. He requests access to her creation.
Haven't you read? The government, which is now run by witches, shut me down, pulled the plug on funding. And what a shame. I was so close. So close. If only I'd obtained the quantum relish. What did you say? I said quantum relish.
How long is this one?
Shut up. Shut up. Gene, my French fry assistant, are you still here?
Oh, you betcha, Dr. Brat.
Gene is great, a character on a par with Elizabeth Bennet or Pumbaa from The Lion King.
As the machine springs to life and Terminator 2-esque music plays, the cyborg hot dog announces that his name is Brandon, and he has a joust to stop. So as we've seen, this future version of Brandon jumps back into time, and he interrupts the joust between Dan and Pam. In doing so, he creates Timeline B. Writing is hard. I apologize for my penmanship. It's hard to write at an angle. But how is he going to ultimately accomplish this? How is his presence in the past actually going to cause his father to live, leading to the creation of Timeline B? The answer is that when he arrives, he utters the magic words, Crabra Cadabra. During his time infiltrating the Witch Coven in the future, he learned that this is the exact phrase, the exact magical phrase, that will free those two crabs from the trance that they have been placed in by Pam.
Papa told us. He told us, Murray. We should have listened, Papa. Charge, beast. It's over, Pam. Your witch magic is no good here, thanks to whoever this other hot dog is. I'm your son from the future. Holy shit.
This is a really long one.
Well, it's the finale, Ryan. We gotta. What do you want?
I'm just saying there's something to the testament of less is more.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that.
Those two crabs drag Pam away, presumably to become dinner to the island's rabid raccoon. This leaves the family alone in kind of an awkward silence, and during this moment, they realize that there are now two Brandons in their family, and they're worried that this could disrupt reality or something like that. And so, future Brandon comes up with a plan on how to fix this.
What if I eat him, the baby Brandon? What if I eat myself? Okay, Brandon eats himself. Hooray!
This will soon prove to be the biggest mistake made by anyone in the hot dog saga. This moment right here, it's a potential happy ending. But the death of baby Brandon will soon unravel the lives of every single iconic character that we have come to love in this journey so far. As the crabs attempt to sacrifice the vile witch to the raccoon, an orb floats into view, and as it becomes one with the beast, it is tamed.
The beast is quelled, Pam. I am a spirit, and I have made this beast's body my home now. I will not allow it to do you harm. I need your help to avenge my death. Who are you? My name, Pam, is Brandon, and I was eaten by myself.
And you could have it all, my empire.
You and I are going to kill me. Oh, hell yeah.
The season does end on one positive note, as we learn that Gene has also made the leap from Timeline A to Timeline B, meaning we're going to get to see more of this iconic and memorable character. Since the Season 1 finale had been so much effort, the next episode would show a return to basics.
That does it for this episode. See you guys next week.
And while we're there, have a little ghost go by. He's just a little cowboy ghost, though. He's got a little cowboy hat, and he's just flying right by. Have fun.
Personally, my headcanon is that this little segment actually takes place earlier in the timeline than it is presented to us. At this point, Shane has gone out of his way to explain pretty much every plot beat and question you might have and all the lore details, except we never do find out how and why Dan loses his hat all the way back in that first episode.
Oh, he looks all pissed off because his hat's still gone.
So my theory, first of all, is that this ghost is the same ghost that kind of floated by that very first time that Ryan agreed to do this, And that ghost then went and stole Dan's hat, thus leading into this story, although I'll admit the visuals don't line up quite right.
That's fun. That's the end of the episode, right?
Yeah, is that good enough?
Yeah. Wait, there's no more hot dog.
Oh, you want more hot dog?
No, that's it. I thought I had to wrap it up quick. No.
Since they took that little gap episode, many expected that in the next Q&A, Shane would continue the story. But instead, he was replaced by a very special guest.
As you can tell, this is not Shane.
Not Shane. I'm Quinton Brunson. Ryan invited me to be here today because Shane is in Florida.
Shane's on vacation.
He's on vacation.
Like a douchebag.
Florida. So I'm here today to help Ryan with the postmortem.
However, the absence of hot dog content would not go unremarked in the episode itself.
At the end of the show, if you really want to annoy Ryan, mention that you're excited to see the return of the hot dog saga next week. And and you've heard that I've got some exciting things in store. That's the message I got from Shane today.
How dare you? I'm not gonna let you hijack the show. We were having a good time, then you had to bring up that nonsense with those stupid little cartoon characters. He's sweating in Florida because of the heat and because of his own lack of ability to tell a story. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so, all right.
This officially makes the Hot Daga the most critically acclaimed and high-quality project to ever involve Quinton Brunson. Season 2 of the Hot Daga kicks off moments after the end of the first season. As the Hot Dog Clan and Jean, who is French fries, hang out on Nikumaroro, Jean is delivered a strange letter and announces it's from his sister, Jebra. She is getting married and wants Jean to get his band back together to perform at the ceremony. The four begin an epic road trip to find the other bandmates of Sweet Jim and the Risky Fixins. Jean explains that he formed this band in the 1990s.
Wait a second, what? Wait, what the fuck's going on?
Nothing, everything's fine.
Rebecca asks how Jean could have formed a band in the 90s and have a family in the present day if he's from a defunct apocalyptic future. She suspects these are false memories planted via witch magic, but Jean blows this off. So they go and collect their bandmates, Stephen Rootbeer and Melba Dill. They then get back on their train and ride their way to Jebra's wedding, where they meet her soon-to-be bride Maisie alongside the wedding guests. Tony Pepperoni, Bradley, the Gherkin Brothers, Tiffany Elizabeth Ellerby, the Duke, Slippery Mike the Mustard Pile, Little Mr. B, who looks like Ryan and is later retconned into being part of the Risky Fixins, Pauline, who is a pretzel, Willie the Wacky Wonton, Pauline, who isn't a pretzel, Mike Soup, Queen Meatballs,
A giant possessed raccoon and Rebecca's evil twin sister Pam. Wait a minute, you weren't invited. Oh no. Jean, what's happening?
That's right, it's me, Pam. And I'd like to welcome you to hell. Time to die.
We next flash back to earlier when Ghost Brandon and Pam met with a mysterious figure, the very dark overlord whom Pam has been acting on behalf of this entire time. The figure announces that the Hot Dog Clan must be destroyed, and Pam has a new plan. She recounts a prophecy about a hot dog who survives a crab joust and is then thrust into the fiery pit of a Hawaiian volcano, whose soul is then forged by lava into the Gauntlet of Ultimate Power, or GUP. The Dark Leader tells Pam to lead the group to Hawaii by implanting false memories into Jean, who is French fries. In the present, Pam reveals that everything they've known up to this point has been a lie, and nearly everyone at this ceremony is a witch hologram created by her to fulfill the ruse.
And all the wedding guests? Witch holograms again, except for Mike Soup. What a beautiful day.
Pam reveals that even the venue isn't real, as they're actually on a platform looming over a volcanic pit. But Pam is suddenly interrupted by Maisie, who basically says, "How dare you interrupt my wedding?"
You gotta be stupid to think that I'm going to let the simple fact that we're both holograms created by some annoying hot dog witch and her raccoon pal get in the way of our day. Witch lady, Pam, whatever your deal is, will you press pause on your shit for 5 minutes? Fine. Good. Sausage priest, you're real, marry us.
And so the ceremony proceeds, with Jean's band beginning an epic ballad.
Let me start the stopwatch here.
Wait, what?
The song's playing.
I have to now imagine a thing I don't want to imagine under any circumstance.
No witch can say. Which way is the right way?
I feel like this is worse somehow.
You just gotta trust what you feel in your heart.
I don't think I've hated you more than I do in this film. Okay.
As the song ends, Pam announces that her heart has grown 3 sizes, but it's still a witch heart, and she orders baby Brandon to pull the lever. As he does, they all fall, facing a near certain death.
Now that's what I call a cliffhanger.
Season 3 picks up in the Gardner Heist Museum follow-up, as we see Gene, who has French fries, waking up dazed and confused. As he is reunited with Maisie, we learn that Pam's plan has worked. She has killed Dan and forged his soul into the Gauntlet of Ultimate Power, or GUP. Alongside him, Rebecca, future Brandon, Sausage Priest, Stephen Rootbeer, Mel Badil, Tony Pepperoni, Bradley, the Gherkin Brothers, Tiffany Elizabeth Ellerby, the Duke, Slippery Mike the Mustard Pile, Little Mr. B, Pauline who is a pretzel, Willie the Wacky Wonton, Pauline who isn't a pretzel, Queen Meatballs, and Jebra have all died.
You and 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 you could have it all.
Maisie struggles to process the grief she faces at the death of her hologram bride. For a moment, it seems all hope is lost.
I guess we lost.
We lost everything. We could go back in time to stop it all.
Ooh, Mike Soup, how'd you survive?
I swam to shore, just like you guys. The lava was too hot.
Mike plans to use his starship to head to the Graxolon Quadrant, where he will use a wormhole to go back into time, and once there, they will create Timeline C. Now, it should be pointed out that Timeline C is entirely theoretical. Unlike Timelines A and B, which we understand because they came into existence, the possibility of Timeline C is something that we are left to ponder as our heroes fight to make it real. The group board Mike's ship, a derelict fighter from the Space Wars. They all remember when Space Pope Chili IX declared war on all soups, and we learn that Mike fought on the side of the soups, although it's clearly a touchy subject.
Say, you're not the Mike Soup, are you? The Soup Baron? The pirate captain who personally assassinated Space Pope Chili IX and brought an end to the space war, but also blew up a civilian transport in the process and became a space pariah, forced to the Outer Rim, where he continued to fight the remaining hostile factions of the Chili Empire who refused to acknowledge the Treaty of Versailles?
That was a mouthful. I just realized there's probably a lot of people that don't even know what's going on if they're tuning in for the first time.
No, I'm not that Mike Soup.
Okay, where we going?
Mike says that to make the hyperspace warp to the wormhole in the Graxolon Quadrant, they're going to need a Bernoulli converter. He luckily knows just the man who can help, as he orders the ship's computer to set course for Tamat Zero. Meanwhile, the Dark One sits on his throne and is greeted by Pam and baby Brandon. Once they arrive, he is briefed on their success and summons the Gauntlet of Ultimate Power, or GUP. The Dark One grows in size and his eyes become even more evil.
Now we can finish off those French fries in that old can of soup.
Soup?
Yeah, Mike Soup.
The soup survived?
Yeah, who gives a shit?
It becomes apparent that Mike Soup was summoned to the wedding, in a sense, to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The Dark One is furious that the soup still lives and raises his gauntlet to Pam. When he is finished, nothing remains but a burnt bun and 2 lifeless eyes.
Pam's dead.
And you could have it all.
As Mike's ship approaches Tamat Zero, they are hailed by a group of chili pirates, who fire upon them. Maisie awakes in a jungle, alive but separated from the others. She soon meets a plupple, a blue fruit native to the planet, whose name is Gars. Gars says that Maisie can trust him because plupples can't lie. To prove this, he calls over his friend Farch and asks him to tell a lie on command.
Well, all right, but you owe me. Here we go. My name's not Farch, it's Troil.
And you could have it all.
Tentatively trusting the Plupples, Maisie walks with Gars and explains her situation. She learns that the Dark Master has begun using the Gauntlet of Ultimate Power, or GUP, to eat the Earth, taking the moon as an appetizer. He then claims that he is the smartest Plupple in the galaxy.
The two of them pass an idle Plupple. Oh, hey, Smeech. Plop, plop, plop. Ooh, woo!
It's actually making me feel sick. I actually feel physically sick.
Maisie then learns that Space Wars veteran Dr. Gundis lives on this planet, but that he's not been right for some time. She then falls into a trap pit and finds herself surrounded by very dense Plupples.
Please tell me there's a way out of here.
There's a way out of here.
And you.
As the Plupples coo, a voice echoes from the distance, one that sounds eerily familiar.
Don't worry, I am Dr. Goose.
It's you.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound anything like me. What are you talking about?
Don't worry, I am Dr. Goose.
Yeah, it's you.
Oh my god, he literally went through every one of the VO files that I've recorded for Unsolved, cut up little pieces of it to form this? You are insane! You are a madman! I can't believe you know how much. You have any idea how long that probably took to do?
Don't worry, I am Dr. Goose.
Anyway, tune in next week for the season finale of the Hot Daga starring Ryan Bergara.
What the fuck?
We got him!
In the next episode, Maisie is brought to an elder Plupple, Joblet, who suspiciously seems even smarter than Gars. Joblet brings out Dr. Gundis, who appears as a moaning egg that seems barely pieced together.
I am a man named Dr. Goose. I am the glimmering beacon, and I'm both the mayor and the sheriff. You're charged with various crimes, including allegedly harassing my dearest Plupples.
Dr. Gundis sentences Maisie to a bizarre and violent trial via a battle in the arena with the giant Plupple. Maisie protests, but her appeals fall on deaf ears. As she waits in the Plupple prison, she overhears an Earth radio station recounting the final days of the planet. One last song is played, one by the Risky Fixins, which doesn't make sense, but that's alright. Things are dire, and by herself, she doesn't have a single hope left. It seems that it's finally time for Maisie to meet her maker.
From the shadows of Maisie's cell, a figure appears. It is glowing and small, about 40% bigger than Jiminy Cricket.
I don't know if you can say that.
It's me, Pam, and I'm pissed.
Season 4 opens on the crash-landed Minestrone as two Plupples attempt to scavenge the ship for scrap. As they climb on top, the ship comes to life and asks where Mike Soup is.
I am Mike Soup! Hoo-hoo, I am Mike Soup!
Both Plupples explode.
What the fuck was that?
And you could have.
Soon, Gene and Mike Soup emerge.
Minestrone, my wonderful starship who I actually love like a wife. Systems check. I love you too, Captain. Systems are fine despite those chilly pirates roughing us up. I gotta take a nap or something, though.
The two begin planning their hunt for Maisie, and then meet Gars, who saves them from a strange dinosaur plup creature. Gars explains that he's seen their friend, and is pretty sure where she ended up. He offers to take them.
Best shot we've got, I suppose. Lead the way, Plupple, but if you do anything dumb, I will kill you with my hat.
We soon learn how Pam ended up here. We flash back to the moments after her fateful meeting with the Dark Master, as Pam meets with the green father crab in the afterlife. Pam realizes how far she has wandered off the beaten path, coming to regret how she killed her family and doomed the Earth. The crab is uninterested and tells her to just go back to Earth as a ghost if she's so bothered by her past. However, she is warned, once she dies as a ghost, that is it. There will be no afterlife past a second death. As the father crab utters the magic words, Crabracadabra, the spirit gate appears, and Pam is told to state her chosen form and enter.
The world's had its fair share of the Dark Master. Maybe it's time for a little Pam.
Pam enters the door.
Fade to white.
That was a flashback to when Pam died, remember?
Back in the present, Maisie berates the little Pam for bringing her to life just to make her suffer. Before Pam can explain herself properly, she vanishes as Joblet appears and declares that Dr. Gundis would like a meeting with her before the trial. He also says that a tribe of wild Plupples has ambushed Mike, Soup, and Jean, and that they are dead. Pam materializes next to the two and learns that it's all true. The pair are lying on the ground without any signs of life. As she's approached by Gars, he explains that they're just sleeping. Pam doesn't believe him and tries to possess his body to wrestle his soul. But Gars explains that he doesn't have a soul, he just has a pit. Pam is trapped and says that she didn't know that Plupples have pits. Gars comments, they don't. The other two wake up and Gars continues leading them to where their friend is. Soon, they meet with Joblet, who Gars refers to as his father. Gars offers them drinks and insists there's nothing wrong with them. He shows them the Benuli converter and tells them they're going on a little trip. It soon becomes apparent that he spiked their punch, and as Gars drags them away, he tells his father that he missed a spot. We learn that the Dark Master has ordered that Mike and Jean be sent with the converter to a specific location. In exchange, he agrees to extend the darkness blocking the mind of Dr. Gundis. Later, Maisie's trial commences, beginning with a rap celebrating the godhood of the totally sane Dr. Gundis.
My name is Dr. Gundis, and I'm here to say you will soon straight up die today. All my little Plupples know I'm perfectly sane, so now it's time to play my funny little game. My giant fucking Plupples are gonna kill you dead, but here's a little something from the top of my head. Dr. Gundis, Dr. Gundis, Dr. Gundis.
As the giant Plupple enters for combat, it repeats every phrase it hears in a slow tone. Maisie begs it to turn back, wanting to give the creature mercy. But she has only one choice left.
I am not a giant Plupple.
I am not a giant Plupple.
Rufus stops. From deep in his belly, a rumbling. The giant Plupple, now in agony, bellows one final time.
Thank you, Maisie.
Mother of God.
After the explosion, we see the Plupple cave is in chaos. As Joblet lands in front of her, his paint smeared and eyebrows foiled, she realizes he is actually a peach. She calls on the Minestrone to fly into the caves and get her out, just as Dr. Gundis approaches. Before he can attack in his cray state, the Minestrone barges in, splitting his shell in two. Just as Maisie rushes to leave, something begins moving inside the cracked remains. It's none other than the real Dr. Gundis, a giant bird who begins singing about his joy of being free and his sadness for the giant Plupple that exploded moments before. As the song ends, the Minestrone tractor beam grabs hold and lifts them to safety, alongside their prisoner, Joblet, and at the very last minute, Smeech. We see a dream sequence where Joblet imagines he's living his best life with his peach wife and Gars. He then remembers that his peach wife is dead and wakes up on the starship Minestrone. Dr. Gundis is ready to take revenge, but Maisie says they'll let him go as long as he helps them find Jean and Mike Soup. Joblet explains that they're on their way to the Onion Station Space Buffet, the luxury space station vacation destination. The Minestrone, enraged that someone has taken her Mike, blasts off with haste. Meanwhile, Jean and Mike arrive at the space station, where they are welcomed by the station's founder and proprietor. He seems to understand that they are important guests, but little beyond that. The crew initiates the orientation fields, which take hold of the three and shrink any fears and darkness hiding within their personalities. The three now feel incredible and relaxed, and prepare for their stay. Meanwhile, the crew detects a colossal anomaly headed towards the ship, consuming everything in its path. Likely high on their own supply, they decide it's no bother and continue as normal. We next see two staff members preparing to interrogate a group of suspected stowaways, who are evidently the rest of our heroes. They pretend to be a lost family on vacation, and while the crew seems suspicious, they get the pass in the end. The entire group are soon reunited, but as they are all bathed in the warm pool of calmness, they lose their haste and seem to forget why they're even there. The proprietor soon appears and invites them all to the Space Buffet Pasta Parade. There, the group operates a large float and pass around more of the addictive light. Suddenly, everything turns into chaos as the burger proprietor appears with a chunk missing. He announces that a strange entity appeared and took a massive bite out of the station, taking many guests to their graves.
But another bite it's sure to follow. We're all going to die. Fly, you foods! Weldon coughs and then just straight up dies right there on the promenade.
And you could...
This snaps everyone out of their trance, and they all suddenly realize what is happening. The Dark Master has come to eat the ship. This bums everybody out, and Joblet orders Gundis to hit them all again with the happy rays. But all of a sudden, his son isn't feeling so peachy.
Papa? Yes, my boy? Whoa, okay. I think I'm gonna die. Garst pops like a balloon.
And you could...
In his spot, a small hot dog witch freed from her prison inside the peach. What up, turd bags? Sorry that took so long. I was in a pit trap. My boy! My boy! You'll pay for what you've done! Pam Pam Kazap!
And you...
Pam tells the others to get their heads in the game, and they try to think of a plan as the space entity approaches. Dr. Gundis thinks they should crank the orientation ray to max and fire it at the entity. As it's apparently only made up of nastiness, this would probably cause some serious damage.
Well, it's gonna take a minute to charge up, but I think we've got... From the head of the parade, a blast. Smeech is gone. Smeech! Crank it, Doc.
And you...
Crank that soul, now I mean you! Crank that soul, now I mean...
The Dark Master arrives, mocking Pam's presence, noting her participation in the destruction of her family and the Earth. Eventually, she snaps, firing a witch bolt, but he uses the Gauntlet of Ultimate Power, or GUP, to freeze it midair before shooting it directly into Jean's chest.
No! Jean!
Jean has taken a fatal wound, but this is not in vain, as Dr. Gundis has had just enough time to charge up the ray. As the Dark Master is blasted, he shrinks as the Gauntlet of Ultimate Power, or GUP, also seems to diminish in size. The group prepare to flee when suddenly...
Mike Soup! Mike and Gundis freeze. Oh god, I know that voice anywhere. It's him.
Gundis orders the others to flee as it's their only chance to make it out of here alive. He and Mike will stay behind.
Wait, why? Seems we have unfinished business with the Space Pope, Chili the Ninth.
Pam, Jean, and Maisie board the Minestrone, along with the Bernoulli converter, which Maisie hastily plugs into the ship off-screen. The ship prepares to leave, mourning its beloved Mike Soup. Maisie wants to stay and wait for them, but Pam says they're out of time, and the others have accepted their fate. Meanwhile, Jean is feeling a little soggy. Maisie begs Pam to use magic on Jean to help him, but she says it only tends to hurt people, and indeed she causes Jean more suffering. He tells them it's fine, and there's nothing they can do. In his final moments, Jean serenades the group with words of comfort.
Yeah, it's been a long, hard road for a fringe, fries and corn to walk down. Who could have ever known the road would lead to you and me and Soup and Gundis taking on the galaxy? I know that life is crazy, but believe me, Maisie, you'll be fine without me here.
As the song continues, the space station explodes in the background as the computer's hyperdrive charges up.
I know it might sound crazy, but believe me, Maisie, you'll be fine without me here. And it's looking like this French fry's gonna take his bow in this hot dagger. I'm dying now, just so we're clear. I'll see you later, pals, I'm out of here. It's been a treat. I think I see Smeech.
And you...
The hyperdrive charges up and the group blast off towards the Graxolon quadrant. With that, the Hot Daga is over. In the following episode, Shane would announce via pre-written statement that the series would be going on hiatus. He would clarify that one day the series would get an ending, and it would be satisfying and epic.
Thank you for your time. Please bear with me. And when the time comes, buckle your seatbelts.
Oh. My God.
However, that time would never come. In the following months and years, a few notable things did happen. In 2019, a petition was started to bring the series back, which gained 1,564 signatures. The petition was started by Hot Daga superfan Shane Madej. Additionally, one Easter egg was found that teased the next part of the story. Up to this point, Shane had been uploading most of the songs he made for this show to SoundCloud. And people discovered that the SoundCloud edit of Believe Me Maisie included something a little bit extra. That beeping is the phrase space and thyme written out in Morse code, playing over and over again. But as I've said, the Hot Daga Season 6 would never end up happening. A year after they made that bold promise, Ryan and Shane were shifting their focus to the launch of Watcher. And a few years after that, Unsolved ended, and the pair went completely independent from Buzzfeed. Because of all this, the Hot Daga has been left in a kind of copyright limbo. Technically, as far as I can tell, this IP is owned by Buzzfeed. And I'm sure if another channel continued the series with the same characters, Buzzfeed probably wouldn't care. But if they decided to care, that would be fully within their rights. Since that finale aired and the series got left on a permanent cliffhanger, the Hot Daga has been stuck in my brain, constantly bringing itself back up. In fact, longtime fans of this channel will know that this video was one of my infamous bad video ideas that I had tried to make several times, and I eventually decided it was a bad idea because the only reason I wanted to do it is because I wanted to talk about the Hot Daga, and I figured that no one really cared. But shockingly, at least back in the day, the Hot Daga was important to a lot of people. The series received a ton of fan art in a lot of different styles. There was one artist who even made an AU where all the characters are humans wearing different eccentric outfits. And there's at least one person who got a Hot Daga tattoo. I love these characters. I love the show's world building and its unique tone. There are some nights, I swear, where these lovable goofballs show up in my dreams. I can still hear their voices in my head to this very moment. And paradoxically, sometimes I'm worried that there might actually be a finale someday, because I feel so strongly about the kinetic energy the series was building up, where I want all of these characters to be in the end of the story, and most importantly, the themes of the Hot Daga. Time travel is both selfless and selfish, because you're sacrificing everything you know to create a new, better world. But it's a world that isn't meant for you. And if you try and brute force your way into things, it's only going to make things worse. The most powerful forces in the universe are identity and love, to the point that simply believing in yourself is enough that you can change the universe. And believing that you were once in a 1990s pop band is enough for your entire discography to retroactively exist. Although I was thinking about that this morning and I realized it's entirely plausible that all the records people have of this band are actually holograms themselves. Like the witch spell was kind of worried that people were going to be like, if you are in a band, where's the recordings? And so they made like holographic EPs and LPs that people can play, and then everyone at radio stations is like, what's this? I don't know, I'm going to play it all the time now. because I've been holographed into remembering this band. Please fucking help me. I'm sick. I am sick. So as I was working on this segment, and I rewatched the series for the first time in a couple years, and I got reinvested, and then I had to work on, you know, the whiteboard segment, so I started looking for photos of all these characters, and I was reverse image searching them, and then I ended up accidentally finding most of the clip art that was used to create these characters in the first place. I kind of stopped and said to myself, you know what? I'm done fucking waiting. And so I have made a decision. It is going to be a controversial one, and one that will not help my reputation for poor self-control regulation. At the end of this video, after the credits, I'm going to stop for a minute, and I'm going to plug all of my different social media, so you guys know where you can find me online. And when that's done, I am going to finish the Hot Daga. And I know that one day an actual ending might happen, and this little fan film will be declared non-canon. But I deserve to see these little foodlings get the ending they deserve. And frankly, you do too. So go ahead, keep watching the rest of this video. And when you sit through me talking about all this internet gossip and drama, pretend that it's not just filler. Because anyone who's worth anything is here to see the ending of this story. And I only hope that I do not let you guys down. Whew. All right, so right about here should be the time code I put on screen earlier. So if you're skipping that segment, you should be watching again now. If you guys are ticked off about how much of the runtime you missed, and you still think I shouldn't have done this, and that I was just doing it for clout or to make the video longer, go ahead and just tell me your thoughts in the comment section below. Leave some constructive criticism. I will get to that when I can.
This could all crash and burn.
In fact, if this building burned down, Watcher would be done.
That's true.
That's not true.
No, that's not true.
We
Insurance,
have,
baby. If this place goes up in flames and we all die, then it's like, well, I guess it's no big deal that the company didn't make it because we're all dead.
So as the 2010s ended and the 2020s began, Ryan and Shane found their interests invested in two different places. While their new network Watcher was building an audience, they continued to work on Buzzfeed Unsolved. You could definitely feel the tension in the air, and while they would plug Buzzfeed Unsolved on the Watcher channel, it took a while before they were plugging Watcher when they worked on Buzzfeed Unsolved. Because of this, in the early years they avoided competing with themselves by making content too similar with what they were making at BuzzFeed. However, this doesn't mean that they didn't take inspiration from some of their past material. And this is the most obvious when we study puppet history, a clear reworking of ruining history. Like ruining history, the show features enthusiastic narration matched with high-energy animations.
In 1858, a railroad delivery business called the Adams Express Company hired the Pinkertons to find $10,000 that went missing in Montgomery, Alabama. Ellen Pinkerton suspected Nathan Maroney, the manager of the Adams Express Montgomery office, of stealing what would be the equivalent of more than $300,000 today. He just needed to prove it.
However, puppet history managed to correct a lot of the mistakes of its predecessor. The cast went from 5 to 3, with only one rotating spectator. Shane himself was replaced as host by his new OC, Connie McNasty, commonly known as the Professor. The show is now being hosted by a puppet acting out of a mini theater, giving the live-action segments a better cohesion with the voiceovers, and also increasing the energy that the guests would contribute to each shoot. It also erased some of the over-polished talking head production quality that Ruining History kind of suffered from. But I would argue that puppet history isn't just a retooling of Ruining History, because I also think it takes clear inspiration from the Hot Daga. Like the Hot Daga, puppet history features extensive lore and cartoony characters, rewarding the audience for paying attention to background details building up throughout each season. Shane's love for musical performances shines through at the end of every episode, where someone or something from the story will arrive to perform a show tune. In fact, if you pay close attention, you may occasionally notice a familiar face hidden away.
But,
Whoa. Whoa.
I will remember you. Will you
first season, it's common for fourth wall breaks where we'll see Shane running the show behind the scenes. But as the lore became more serious, these fourth wall gags were phased out entirely. By 2024, the Professor was being treated as a creative contributor to Watcher, as important as Shane or Steven. In 2021, when Ryan plots to win the show in-universe for the first time, this accidentally leads to the death of the Professor. The continuity of puppet history at this point was taken seriously enough that Ryan's complicitness in the death of the Professor was referenced on some of their other shows.
This is WayneGBT_MP3. We got the Professor in the Ghost Files gear.
Love to see that.
Ironic because he himself is a ghost now.
Yeah, maybe he's looking for the living.
I hope not.
When I was a kid, I loved Scooby-Doo, but one of the only things we had on tape was a bunch of those old red shirt Shaggy movies. So since then, I've always liked to believe that the reason that Shaggy and Scooby believe in the supernatural, while no one else on the team seems to, is that whenever those two go off alone on their own adventures, they actually run into real ghosts and vampires and that kind of thing. So now I'm finding myself applying that same logic to the Unsolved continuity. Like, has there ever been a moment behind the scenes where Shane goes like, "This stuff is baloney, man," and Ryan kind of looks at him and goes, "Shane, I met God." I can only imagine Watcher has one hell of a shitty HR department if you're allowed to kill your coworkers and show up to work the next day to crack jokes about it. Personally, I would expect some answers. Eventually, Watcher would make an official statement on this controversy.
Though the Professor may be dead, now you can have a Professor of your very own! You asked for it, we made it! He's dead! But now he's a limited edition plush!
Spoiler alert, but the Professor would eventually be reborn with a new, larger puppet that I've always found a little bit uncanny. The new puppet is apparently much easier to operate, but I don't know, it just has so many little details I don't like. The funniest thing about it is it seems like the fur is a little bit too fluffy, and it clashes with the almost yellow background in a way, where the Professor constantly looks like a bad 90s green screen effect. Also, in the same episode where the Professor dies, the Genie character comes in, and he ambushes all of the animals and inanimate objects brought to life by the Professor's time travel magic, and he kills all of them.
Connection here. Hey, who's at the door?
I think this Jelly Telly's finally kicked the dust, so why don't...
And you could have...
I'm not fully caught up on the lore of the show. I've missed the last few seasons, so I don't know if those were ever undone. So Ryan still might be a mass murderer, which is amazing when you think about it, because a lot of people still say that Stephen Lim is their least favorite. I think the Puppet History is the greatest show that these two have ever worked on together. At the time, the transition from Buzzfeed to Watcher did feel strange and uncertain, but this was the show that convinced people like me that this needed to happen, that it was the right moment. Because once that changeover happened, there was so much potential for where these two guys could take all of their wild ideas. Speaking of, Puppet History was not the only ongoing series posted to the Watcher channel. To start things off, we had Weird Wonderful World, a tourist-style series where Ryan and Shane would experience unique things. Contrasting with their previous work, this felt like a celebration of life instead of a concentration on death. Top 5 Beatdown was a show with a rotating guest where they'd all give their rankings of the top 5 of various subjects. Meanwhile, Survival Mode was their Let's Play show, which often focused on spooky games. Then there was Watcher Weekly, a podcast where they'd all discuss how the company was evolving over time. Watcher happened to launch just before the global pandemic, and this led to a role-playing podcast called The Quarantine Games. Although this didn't last especially long. Things then swung in the opposite direction with Spooky Small Talk, a show where guests would be taken into a haunted house and then asked questions. Are You Scared was a show where the boys would read internet scary stories accompanied by interesting artwork. Too Many Spirits was a show where Ryan and Shane would get drunk and read ghost stories submitted by their community. Each shoot would be released in multiple chunks, so it felt like the boys would get more wasted every single week. Originally, Stephen Lim would make the drinks to mixed results, but eventually mixologist Ricky Wing would also join the show. Ricky Wing also had his own show on the channel briefly, trying to complete challenges like making cocktails out of Flamin' Hot Cheetos or bubblegum. Sadly, the shows on the network that didn't feature Ryan and Shane often had less consistent performance. Pretty Historic was a show hosted by Salorm Kaplani, which discussed beauty and fashion trends throughout history. Salorm and a guest would then try these out in the present day. Finally, Stephen Lim had a run of food-themed shows. Starting out, there was Homemade, then we got Grocery Run and Eat Like Me. But my personal favorite was always Dish Granted. Most of the content on Watcher attempted to sell the idea that they were being produced with a higher budget than other YouTube shows might have access to. Dish Granted was the show that took this in the most interesting direction. Instead of funneling that money into a costly soundstage or having a million cameramen and a producer and a director, the show puts the extra funding into the food. In each episode, Steven will have a video call with the focus of the episode, who will discuss one of their favorite foods and why they love it. Steven will then try to come up with a recipe that contains everything said person loves, but made with no financial limits. Episode 2 is my absolute favorite, with Steven agreeing to cook a taco for Ryan. In the video call, Ryan discusses how there is a range in authenticness of all the different kinds of Mexican food that he enjoys.
Me and my family would always go to the taco truck growing up. It was something that my mom and I in particular would drive out to the truck. We would order for the family. We'd take back 30 to 40 tacos back to our family of 4, and we would just destroy them.
I know that you love to eat good food, but I also know that you like to eat what is quote unquote garbage food.
I don't limit myself or my body to deliciousness, and sometimes deliciousness comes in the form of cheesy gordita crunches from Taco Bell.
Steven has the idea to not only make a taco with ridiculously expensive ingredients, but to also combine a traditional recipe with a kind of guilty pleasure fast food methodology.
I know what I'm gonna do. Wagyu Doritos Locos Cheesy Gordita Crunch Taco. Oh, I can already see it. I mean, that's what it's gonna be.
When Stephen Lim is in his element and comfortable, he's extremely charming and a fun protagonist. It's interesting to see him struggle to learn new ways to cook and prep food, and it feels victorious when the guest finally tries a bite. This episode has one of the most satisfying finales. There's immense satisfaction in seeing Ryan not only love the final product, but become worried that in celebrating his favorite foods, Stephen might have ruined them for him.
You really nailed the mixture of the textures. The crunch is perfect, and the gordita is perfectly soft and fluffy. I was wondering what you were gonna do to make this more than just a taco. The thought of the gordita crunch didn't even enter my mind. And now that I've had this, I fear I never can go back, because this is truly one of the best things I've ever had in my entire life. He's a little magical food genie. I can't believe it.
By the way, we're not done.
What?
This is then matched with the reveal that Ryan has not been eating the extra expensive Wagyu that Steven bought for this segment.
Listen to that. It sounds like a round of applause. I love it. Oh my God, dude. I'm so overfilled with joy right now that I can't even really process it. You son of a bitch. It's one of the tastiest things I've ever had in my life. Someone needs to experience this besides me. I want to scream from the rooftops. Hey, everybody! I'm eating an amazing taco. It's the best day of my life. Thank you.
The result is not only the best episode in the Dish Granted series, not only the best Stephen Lim food video on the channel, but I'd go as far as to say that this is my favorite video on the Watcher channel. And videos like this were only possible because the Watcher team thrived on trying new things that people didn't expect. This is what made Watcher one of the most exciting channels that you could follow on the entire internet. While Watcher continued to post experimental videos, podcasts, and shows, the Buzzfeed Unsolved YouTube channel continued to exist, even during the off-season of true crime and supernatural. So, there was a vacuum, and something needed to fill it. It's obvious that it was always the plan that other talent were going to host unique shows on this network, but it probably came as a bit of a shock that many of these shows would be competing with a brand new project created by the lead members. These circumstances resulted in a long string of different shows and concepts, most of which were themed around true crime or the supernatural. My Real-Life Ghost Encounter featured a dry voice reading out ghost stories sent in by the audience.
When I was 14, we moved into a trailer park. We lived in this old trailer that had mold in the ceilings and the floor would sink in some parts of the house. The first few days there wasn't that bad, but then things started happening.
During the middle of the night, on the last night of our stay, I woke up to me and my brother's shared bed, empty. So I moved just enough to peer over his shoulder into the hall, and there it was. A dark figure, maybe 4 feet tall, with glowing red eyes staring back at us from the hall.
I forgot to mention that one of our friends is sensitive to the supernatural and gets nosebleeds whenever there might be something around.
How They Were Caught featured breakdowns of how different killers were captured by the authorities.
When Detective Filatico asked who he was, the killer reportedly replied with a smile.
I'm Sam.
Berkowitz was found sane and ordered to stand trial following a psychological evaluation.
Copycat Crimes studied crimes done by imitators of famous figures like Jack the Ripper or the Zodiac Killer.
The notorious Jack the Ripper case is one that is still studied by criminologists and the general public alike. And decades after Jack the Ripper's spree subsided, a few Jack the Ripper copycats emerged.
Building a Case/Key Evidence studied different cases alongside visuals of meticulous miniatures being constructed inspired by each story.
It was completed just in time for the World Columbian Exposition, also known as the Chicago World Fair. This attracted loads of people to the area who were looking for lodging that was nearby to the fair, and there was Holmes's building.
Haunted History discussed strange supernatural events documented through time.
The only thing left of the two Marys were their bones. Mercy, on the other hand, had been dead for a few winter months, and upon exhumation, was found in a fairly well-preserved state.
The quality here is inconsistent. Some of these shows have unique production and style, and others feel akin to those YouTube channels that just read stories off of Reddit and use stock videos and images for the visuals. In terms of establishing unique identities, the most interesting of these were probably Inthavog Case Study, Hollywood Parallel Universe, Forest Phenomenon, and the various conspiracy shows hosted by this mustachioed guy named Matt, who today goes under the handle Madej is Talking. I typed into Google Buzzfeed Unsolved, Matt, real name, and Google said yes, and I said what? Inthavog Case Study was a true crime show hosted by Arya Inthavog, who had also created one of the channel's most popular videos to not feature Ryan or Shane. Said video was about him trying to find his father's former best friend, with many twists upon the way. This would kick off his own string of videos where he would investigate cases by himself. Hollywood Parallel Universe was a very stylized and interesting history show presented as if it were a local program made in the analog era.
On October 7th, 1949, Jean Spangler left home to pick up a child support payment on her way to a night shoot and never returned.
I found it difficult to find information about what the host of the show did after this, but the series was written and produced by Nina Leddy, who still directs as of 2026 and is also known as the lead singer of the punk band Kills Birds. Forest Phenomenon was a show where various talented BuzzFeed would LARP as if they were camping, and then they would each tell spooky stories involving the woods, from Missing 411 to Bigfoot and beyond. Finally, the various conspiracy shows hosted by Matt Reel were shows about conspiracy theories, and they were hosted by Matt Reel. His unique presenting style is almost as iconic as his thick mustache, as he would approach conspiracies from the viewpoint of a skeptic still entranced by the possibilities of the unknown. Each of these brought to the table a different approach that felt unique and interesting. Some even feel like the kind of shows that should have had their own YouTube following.
I will say that it's not untrue that some very powerful people objectively look like lizards.
The irony is that their success almost feels like a curse. Instead of hosting their own fandoms and discussions, they were second fiddle at best. They deserved for their comments to be filled with voices highlighting their talent and interacting with the material. But more often than not, these forums would fill mostly with jokes and complaints about where Ryan and Shane had gone off to. Another issue is that if you compare these shows to what Watcher was making, the Unsolved Network was heavily restricted to a specific niche. They couldn't put out videos ranking fast food chains with Michelin star chefs, or ranking roller coasters in LA. Their audience either wanted Ryan and Shane, content about crimes, or content about the supernatural. If at least one of those cravings weren't satisfied, it just wouldn't fit the brand. So while Watcher was releasing videos like Film Critic Ranks Top 5 Pixar Films and Shane and Ryan Eat Too Much Pie at the Pie Hole, the Unsolved Network had to stick to content like The Scariest Demons to Have Turned Our World Upside Down and Debatable, Would You Sleep with a Ghost?
Today we'll present both sides. Tourist attractions?
No!
Oh no! Oh my goodness!
And hidden gems.
This is like a science lesson.
Yeah.
Would you spank a specter?
One question I often see people ask is why Ryan and Shane didn't just buy Buzzfeed Unsolved like the Try Guys had previously bought their brand. I'm sure there are a myriad of behind-the-scenes reasons that this didn't make sense, but the most obvious theory is simply that they were never actually going to be able to own the name Buzzfeed Unsolved. Like, there was no world where they were going to be able to become fully independent while still using the word BuzzFeed. So they would basically be spending a lot of trouble and a lot of money to obtain permission to use the word Unsolved. But on top of that, I also think that Watcher was intended to be much bigger in scope than any of the initial fanbase really anticipated. The point of all this is that by the end of the pandemic, the writing was on the wall. Watcher and Unsolved simply could not continue to coexist the way that they had been. And soon enough, the final season of the original show was announced. Season 7 of Unsolved True Crime was filmed as the pandemic came to a close, meaning it was recorded in someone's backyard instead of the regular set. But Season 8 featured a full return to form. The run kicked off with coverage of the death of George Reeves, then an episode about the vanishing of Agatha Christie, and the monster with the 21 faces. These all felt like cases that the boys were meant to cover, like they were checking items off a bucket list. The next to last episode covered several infamous conspiracy theories, oh boy, I get to put on my debunking cap, surrounding the death of Princess Diana. Pass. For the final episode, Ryan covered the strange case of Alfred Lowenstein. This is apparently a controversial take, but I think this is the absolute perfect finale to the true crime half of the series. Sure, it's not some massive conspiracy case, it's not one of the white whales like Zodiac or JFK, but it's a case I had never heard of before and is very interesting, and the boys are on top of their game when it comes to comedic timing. The episode even begins with the iconic moment where Shane discovers that someone on set has stolen his Slim Whitman cassette collection.
Hang on a second. What?
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
With the true crime run wrapped up, fans anticipated the final run of Supernatural, but instead they were delivered a very controversial bonus episode of the show.
An overworked nurse, a concerned family, and the very curious case of a woman who seems to have vanished into thin air. Not exactly open and shut.
That's right, all you cool kits and caddies. We've got an unsolved case with so many twists and turns, we could hardly believe it when we heard about it.
This video was titled The Bizarre Case of IVK, and many people who clicked on this assumed that it would just be another regular episode, only to discover that this was a scripted piece of fiction commissioned by IKEA. The story begins with a flashback where we see Ryan and Shane contacted by a concerned fan looking for their missing sister. Ryan and Shane respond quickly and enter a video call, as they always do whenever a fan does this.
Ryan, Shane, I just want to say this is such a pleasure. Big stan.
That's very sweet of you to say. Thank you.
Carly, why don't you tell us a little bit about Ivy? When's the last time you saw her?
Okay, Ryan, so get a load of this. My sister, she...
And my coworker. Well, technically she's my supervisor, but
Right.
we're like teammates.
Okay. IVK, we can't find her. She asked for time off a few days ago, and no one has heard from her since.
A few days?
I know, right?
Remember, kids, if any of your friends or family ever go missing, don't call the police. Email true crime content creators who work at Buzzfeed. They will put everything aside to get right on solving your case.
She hasn't showed up for her nursing shift. She hasn't checked in on her parents, and to be honest, she's been a little, I don't know, not herself the past few months.
Okay, well, obviously, we want to help you guys. It's what we do.
Ryan and Shane find a picture of Ivy at an IKEA in Burbank. But the other two think this is pretty shitty detective work for some reason, and they get fired from the documentary.
This photo was taken yesterday at the IKEA Burbank store. So, is that sort of enough to go on for you guys?
I mean, I don't know.
Shane, thank you so much. Wherever Ivy is, we'll find her.
Okay, because we're happy to stay on and help you figure this thing out.
It's fine. Thank you.
Okay, well.
In parts 2 and 3, we find out that, shocker, Ivy wasn't missing. She was shopping at IKEA.
I love IKEA. I shop there every single day. I buy breakfast, lunch, dinner, everything. I love it.
Originally, this was posted to the Unsolved Network, but it was so universally hated by fans that they ended up taking it down within 24 hours, and this series was instead moved to the IKEA YouTube channel. A common joke / conspiracy theory was that Ryan and Shane had been forced to do this ad by Buzzfeed. The kind of thought process of, oh, you guys want to go independent? Well, you can't do that unless you film this cringy ad for IKEA. This is absurd in hindsight, but you have to keep in mind that at the time, Unsolved hadn't really done traditional sponsor segments. The group was always fine being commissioned into covering various cases, for instance if there was a TV show or a movie coming out. But in those cases, the entire video was the ad, and most people didn't care because it didn't disrupt the presentation. So they weren't like stopping a video about Bigfoot to tell you about deodorant or something like that. So a lot of people associated Ryan and Shane with the creative side of producing content, but they weren't yet mentally ready to also associate them with the idea of YouTubing business. And so they just couldn't imagine Ryan and Shane agreeing to appear in an IKEA ad for money. Shortly after this, the boys also made one other strange crossover into traditional media when they appeared in an episode of SWAT Season 3, where they played kind of distorted Wario and Waluigi versions of themselves. In the episode, Ryan and Shane portray Ira and Eric, two men who filmed the kidnapping of a kid the police are looking for.
We were working up there last night, filmed the whole thing.
So you got the kidnappers on tape? Let's have a look, man.
Terms first.
No, that's not how it works. We're the LAPD.
See, we're part of a news gathering organization, not required by law to help.
There's a kidnapped kid out there.
All we're after are the LAPD's incident logbooks for June 10th, 2016.
What for?
That's our business.
Soon enough, members of the team investigate and find out that the boys aren't actually part of a news organization.
What is that? Is that a UFO?
They aren't journalists. They're conspiracy theory YouTubers.
When confronted, the Drool Boys explained that they were inspired to become conspiracy theory YouTubers due to a specific sighting that they want more information on.
On the night of June 10th, 2016, I was crashing at Ira's and we saw it.
What we saw that night was oblong and defied physics as we know it.
It's what made us start our YouTube channel.
Viewers wanted the details of our origin story.
There's one problem, fellas. SWAT's not in the paranormal investigation business.
Hey, we made a deal.
At the end of the episode, they find out that no UFO phone reports came in that day, but the cops do find evidence that may suggest the two were possibly high on LSD that night, and they bail. In the end, this is a pretty good cameo, but I do think Ryan gave a better performance on NCIS. The unifying aspect between these two projects is that they were both clearly written by people who had never seen Buzzfeed Unsolved. In fact, it's a fair bet that the SWAT script was written with any theory YouTubers in mind for this cameo.
It's just a theory.
Are you being paid by the word?
But with that, it is now time to discuss the rise and fall of Buzzfeed Unsolved Supernatural. When I was a little kid, I was obsessed with ghost hunting shows. These included Paranormal State, Haunted Towns, and Ghost Hunters. This is a style of TV show that is today considered thoroughly explored and overexposed. But something that isn't discussed often is that this mini-genre is actually pretty new in the grand scheme of things. Sure, in the 70s and 80s there were TV shows exploring the paranormal, as we've established, but these primarily focused on guest speakers relaying personal stories with occasional reenactments. It wasn't the norm to follow these investigators into the field, as it were. The reason is simple. Shooting moving video was expensive in the old days. Whether it be film or tape, it wasn't practical to shoot dozens of hours of raw footage to edit down into a shorter piece of media. Capturing video in complete darkness was even more unreasonable. It was only with the innovation of digital cameras that it became plausibly affordable to record as much footage as you could want without it drastically affecting the budget. In 2004, an indie movie titled Ghost Adventures was released. The film depicts a handful of investigations, with the most famous evidence being an alleged flying brick that freaked the crew out so much that they ran away screaming. If you rule out this being fake, this is one of the most compelling pieces of ghost evidence ever captured on camera, and the high of this moment would lead to the golden age of ghost hunting shows. But I think the moment that format began to be used in continuous TV shows, that kind of changed the meta of the game. Each of these episodes suddenly had to depict a self-contained story, which made you believe compelling evidence was being collected and presented. It was no longer enough to do several shoots over several nights and then highlight the most interesting material. Most of these shows were now filmed in a single night and had to gather and present evidence on a tight schedule. As an older, cynical skeptic, I'd say the solution to this problem that the industry found was to just brute force the ghost hunting process. Always film the cast, have cameras and audio recorders going in as many rooms as possible, then you go through and point out every bump in the night, every sneaker squeak that almost sounds like a whisper, and every odd shape that's either a floating orb or a bug slightly out of focus. Back in the 1980s, if you were a ghost investigator by trade and you told people that 1 in every 15 or 20 sessions actually resulted in good evidence, people probably would have thought that sounded pretty reasonable. But today, if you can't gather ghost evidence on command on any random night, then you fucking suck. It's the general context here that sets up the very beginning of Buzzfeed Unsolved Ghost Hunts. The big gimmick that sets Unsolved Supernatural apart from those other ghost shows is that it purports to have an equal balance of perspectives. Ryan is the believer and Shane is the skeptic. Interestingly enough, this was a feature that Ryan always had in mind for this little project.
To your credit,
yeah, sure.
Like when Ryan started BuzzFeed Unsolved, you were a big fan of a lot of ghost hunting shows.
Yes.
But he found that like there was never much of a balance.
Right. Yeah.
It was always people being like fully believing and just every bump in the night they'd be like, "Oh my god."
Yeah, it's just not compelling to watch two people in the dark sniffing each other's farts.
Right.
You know, like,
many people thus claim that Shane's perspective is the reason that the show ends up being so silly and unique. But I actually disagree. I think that Ryan has always been the main reason that the show is unique and very funny. Ryan is a normal dude who believes in the culture. He trusts the methodology and believes that anything he sees from other investigators has to be true. And so he goes into these investigations not realizing that those other ghost shows cut out the boring lulls, they use clever editing to change the context of key moments, and many of them even go as far as to outright fake their evidence. Unsolved Supernatural has become famous almost as a parody of those other shows, but it's certainly an unintentional one. Ryan's expectations that copying the typical ghost show process should deliver identical results, followed by Shane's discriminant mockery, creates a genius comedic cycle that delivers results.
Can you say your name? Is there anything you'd like us to know? Is there anything you're scared of?
nothing.
This made Unsolved Supernatural one of the few shows in the genre to develop a fan base filled with people who didn't believe in ghosts or didn't believe in ghost hunting techniques. And it's important to point out, those are two very different things. As the show is mostly made by a team of people who believed in the supernatural, they'd naturally end up trying new things and inserting different techniques and tech into the process, which would prove frustrating to everyone involved.
Oh, a scream. They're excited, Ryan. Don't bother with Ryan right now. Not worth it. Wait till he's alone. Whoa. What did it say?
I don't know.
Whoa.
It was a full sentence.
It wasn't a full sentence.
It was like 3 words.
Whoa, a whole sentence.
It sounded like 2 to 3 words.
Gadgets invented specifically for ghost hunting have always been really frustrating to me, and for a reason that I think even this show doesn't properly point out. The biggest issue I have is that the average ghost hunting device is designed to create evidence. Now that might sound idiotic, but hear me out. If I take a carbon monoxide detector into a room filled with carbon monoxide, what's going to happen? It should go off, right? Okay, now what's going to happen if I take that same carbon monoxide detector into a room not filled with carbon monoxide? It shouldn't do anything, right? I've always thought that if these devices were actually worth the money they were being sold for, then the ironic thing is that they wouldn't work half the time, right? Take, for instance, the infamous Spirit Box. This is basically a broken radio that is constantly changing stations, and sometimes brief phrases will slip on through.
Can you say what your name is? What?
Optimal?
What's optimal? You're not making this easy, I'll tell you that.
Who decided that ghosts communicate to humans like Bumblebee in the Transformers movies is beyond me. But the point is that surely if this thing actually does what people like to say that it does, then it should work more at haunted locations, and it should work considerably less at locations that are not haunted. The truth is that the device's functionality actually depends on dumb luck and how strong the radio signal is wherever you're trying to use it. As far as I can remember, the only time the Ghost Box flat out doesn't work is when they visit Tombstone, Arizona, and that's clearly because there are fewer radio stations there. Since these things are literally broken radios, I've always wanted to see a case where an EVP comes through and people start debating what the ghost said, and then somebody goes, that is the second chorus to Stairway to Heaven. Or better yet,
Just go from wall after I said wall. Oh my god, that was nuts, dude.
the point is that the devices they use in these shows have such a forced conclusion that you might as well take a piece of bread, write, "There is a ghost here" in Sharpie, and then put it in the toaster and be like, "Whoa, there's a ghost here." The funny thing is that even if you don't keep this principle in mind, the results we see on this show are absurd because they're unfiltered. Because the entertainment value of this show comes from the banter and not the results, they keep in stuff in this show that all the other shows are also capturing, except those other shows leave that stuff on the editing room floor.
Is there anybody here with us right now? I'm not getting anything. It sounds like a nightmare.
It really does. James, is this how you saw your ghost life turning out?
I think the most rewarding part about rewatching Unsolved Supernatural from the very beginning is actually the character development. A big talking point among fans is if Ryan still believes in ghosts and demons. My hot take is that I think he still does, although he might not fully believe in all ghost hunting tactics. But no matter the answer, the raw, palpable fear that he presents in these early episodes is unique and engaging.
If you actually don't like us, please just turn it on. I don't think they have the power to turn it back on again, frankly. I really think they don't. Ryan.
The very first ghost hunting video that these guys did ends with Ryan trying to sleep over at a haunted house before he chickens out and totally bails on everything.
Are you trying to convince me to stay in here?
Well, no, I just think it's silly to just give up at the last minute, but whatever, it's no big deal. You don't have it in you.
Stop saying that, you're making me want to do it.
I'm just saying, you don't have it in you.
You're right, I don't have it in me. Yeah, let's go. Peace out, bitch. Not even a single part of me feels bad about leaving. Go fuck yourself, Sally House. You were truly awful.
Throughout the rest of the run, we get to see Ryan trying to grapple with his own fears and overwhelming anxieties about facing the supernatural and standing his ground.
Normally I'm against asking or communicating with ghosts, but if I'm truly going to be actually an investigator in this, I have to, right?
Yeah, do it. Be direct.
Shut up.
Because of this, it feels rewarding when Ryan ends up actually staying the night in these locations, with him even eventually being confrontational with the spirits that they meet. Meanwhile, Shane goes through an arc of his own, as the weight of the legacy he's creating for himself starts to weigh on his mind.
Well, technically now you're a ghost hunter, so think about that.
I'm a ghost hunter, but
Oh my god, did your brain just explode?
Am I a ghost hunter? I don't want to be a ghost hunter. This is all bullshit. Oh no.
One interesting thing to ponder is that BuzzFeed Unsolved Supernatural wasn't originally meant to be a ghost hunting show. The idea was that, like true crime, every single episode would cover a different topic, and the boys would investigate said topic in whatever way felt natural. Remember that the earliest episodes of the show involved them covering things like the Men in Black or the Illuminati, but then they did the ghost video and it blew up, so they started making more of them. If you think about it this way, it's kind of funny that out of 55 episodes filmed over the course of 5 years, the two probably cover about 22 unique mysteries. I'm a big fan of videos that cover the supernatural on the internet, but there's a specific kind of niche content creator in this scene that I'm always trying to find, and it proves difficult every single time. I have in my hands right here a ragged, worn-down copy of the Diary of a Wimpy Kid Do-It-Yourself Journal. I bought this in 2005 at the Scholastic Book Fair, and I filled it absolutely to the brim. On the average day-to-day basis, I would try and fill it with different musings and recountings of whatever I was doing in 2008. Today we had a lockdown operation. We all sat by the wall and be absolutely quiet. In fact, we're in it right now. It's in case there is a bad person in the school, like the president. Then one day I ended up going to work with my dad, and I got to play on the computer, and I was bored, so I got on Google, and within about an hour, I had become convinced that the moon landing was faked. So randomly in the middle of this book, I just write down all this stuff I found on the internet, and I try and show the evidence I found that the moon landing was fake. Neil Armstrong. Strong men liar. Oh my god. My favorite piece of evidence for this conspiracy is that if you look at really low quality copies of some of the photos, it kind of looks like the crosshairs are kind of behind objects in the scene. The implication has always been really funny to me. NASA was capable of faking the moon landing. They built a fake moon and made it convincing to the average person, but they were not capable of figuring out how to put crosshairs on a photo. So instead, they built giant crosshairs and hung them down on the set, so they could line it up carefully and it would look like there were crosshairs on the camera lens. My point in showing you all this is that I do think there is some fun in the kind of harmless conspiracy theory content that a lot of kids find when they start going online. And even today, as I believe less than I used to, I still am nostalgic for the kind of spooky, odd stories that I used to see on the World Wide Web. So I'm always hunting for a YouTube channel that will indulge that desire. Tell me a spooky tale over the fireplace. I want to hear the legend as it gets passed down by believers. But here's the important thing. I am not 10 years old anymore. I am an adult. So when you're done telling me the story, I want to know the provenance of everything. Where did this story come from? Who told this story? Has it changed over time? These are questions that are actually kind of easy to research. Now, I will say that I have actually found a few channels that fulfill both of those desires. Joe Scott, Sweggle Studios, The Spooky Lawyer, Kaz Rowe, T Storytime, The Tape Library. The latest one I found is Horror Heather, who is a really small booktuber and is really good at what she does. In other cases, I'll also watch YouTubers that will cover these supernatural cases, but will just cynically call them bullshit from the start of the video. The Mystorian is currently one of my favorites. As I've said, these channels have been kinda hard to find, and the reason is that the YouTube algorithm prefers content that skips the research part of the process. No debunking, no questioning the source of these stories, here's a tall tale, assume it's true, video over. And again, I accept that those sorts of channels are going to exist. For every Decoding the Unknown, there's going to be 50 Mr. Ballins. Here's why this matters. That special little niche of channels that discuss the supernatural, but in a rational way, Buzzfeed Unsolved has always branded itself as a part of that. But in actuality, it's really not that at all. You see, the problem with claiming that Unsolved is fair because Ryan is a believer and Shane is a skeptic is that Ryan is constantly in the position of power. Ryan is the one who does the research, pieces everything together, and spins the yarn. Shane will voice his disbelief, but he doesn't do research himself. And when he does argue against the validity of stories, he's doing it on the terms of the narrator. For instance, in the Area 51 video, Ryan presents several accounts by figures like Bob Lazar describing alien activity at the military base. For a show that is meant to consider both sides, the actual research boils down to, here's something a guy said, believe it if you want to. I think there are even a handful of episodes where you could make the case that Ryan intentionally lies to the audience. And sometimes even Shane is a part of that. As an example, I thought it would be fun to start with something that's kind of innocent in the grand scheme of things. The Winchester Mystery House. According to WinchesterMysteryHouse.com, Sarah Winchester began building this massive complex after the death of her husband. Said husband had recently inherited the Winchester Rifle Company, which was very large at the time. Filled with grief and fueled by her husband's family inheritance, she kept building onto the home constantly for 36 straight years, from 1886 to 1922. The haphazardness of these construction projects, combined with Sarah's own attempts to design parts of the home, led to famous design choices which seem impossible to comprehend.
What makes this mansion famous isn't the size or amount of rooms. It's the odd and peculiar nature in which they were constructed. The walkways are narrow and twist and turn around the mansion. There are stairs that lead to the ceiling and doors that open into brick walls. And in one instance, a door known as the Door to Nowhere that opens to a sheer drop on the outside of the house from the second floor.
I can't imagine a ghost would get foiled into falling into these bushes down here, but the thought is nice.
There are actually several contradicting accounts as per why Sarah intentionally built the house like this. The main story goes that after her husband died, she met with a famous medium.
The medium said Sarah's family was cursed, and that the only way to lift the curse was to move west and build a house, and never stop building.
Well, I think I know the end of this story.
It is estimated that 500 to 600 rooms were built, but due to her constant remodeling, only 161 rooms remain.
You think the ghost just checked in every like 3 to 5 years?
Check your time card.
We should see if she's still building that, otherwise we gotta kill her.
But it's also said that she built the house this way because she knew that the ghosts were coming to kill her, and she wanted to confuse them.
It was built this way in an effort to confuse the evil spirits that were haunting and following Sarah.
But the whole purpose of building the house confusing is so that the ghosts can't track her down.
Well, the certain ghosts can't track
Maybe
her
there's
down.
good ghosts who are like, you better build a closet here, lady.
This is an interesting location to consider because it's one of the places the pair have visited the most times. The two have made 7 YouTube videos about the Winchester Mystery House, with 4 of those featuring unique visits. Apparently, the people who own this property love Ryan and Shane and constantly beg them to please come back. This is all good news to me because it means I can add Winchester Supernatural Show to the tags, and technically, I'm not gaming the system. Now that you know the spooky legend for this house, let me tell you the actual history. First of all, there is no evidence that Sarah Winchester ever visited a medium or even believed in ghosts. The claim that Sarah had worked continuously on the house for 36 years is also heavily misleading. Work on this house was not continuous. They took several breaks, and after 1910, the only additions were an elevator and occasional maintenance. Now, you could say that maintenance counts as construction, but if that's the case, there are buildings much older than this one that people are still working on, so that one's a stretch. Now, make no mistake, Sarah did expand the house over the course of several decades, and that is the cause of several of the contrasting elements inside the home. The reason that I would diagnose that she did this is that she was bored, lonely, and rich beyond anyone's wildest dreams. She was fascinated by world fairs and architecture, and basically this was just a project that she could work on. Now, here's the important bit. In 1906, there was an earthquake in San Francisco. This heavily damaged the mansion, to the point that huge chunks of the house were beyond repair. Now, those who are paying attention will remember that after 1910, almost no work was done on the house. So most of those sections that were beyond repair were actually never rebuilt. Sarah's home used to be 7 stories, and today it's only 4. That earthquake is the reason that this house has most of its eccentricities. A door that leads to nothing? There used to be a room there. The earthquake got it. A door that leads to a brick wall? There used to be a room there. The earthquake got it. A staircase that leads to nothing? I want you to guess. I want to see. I want you to take a fair bet at the possible correlation between the staircase that leads to nothing and the house that used to be 3 stories taller. These are the most famous things about the Winchester Mystery House. The visual of a crazed, manic woman commissioning doors that lead to 2-story drops and brick walls is the first thing most people think of when they think about this house. And the iconic mystery of the home is always presented as, why did Sarah intentionally build things this way? And the answer is that she didn't. In 1922, Sarah Winchester passed away, and the house was turned into a tourist attraction. Tour guides began making up stories to convince people to come look at this crummy, run-down property. It was sold as a monument to obsession, and the House of 10,000 Ghosts. And that business ended up lasting to this very day, 104 years later. It's still privately owned, it's still a for-profit business, and tour guides are given pre-approved scripts of what stories to tell and what things to say. The first time that the Gould brothers covered this house, Ryan did mention the aforementioned earthquake, but he pitched it as just one of many possible theories.
Ignafa also explains the unfinished state of rooms as the result of an earthquake in 1906 that caused damage to the house, theorizing that Sarah simply shut down that area of the house rather than attempting repairs.
But here's the odd thing. The second time that they visited this house, Ryan did not bring up this theory. He also didn't bring it up the third time that they went. And the fourth time a tour guide mentioned the earthquake before going on to encourage all of the other legends that still prosper in the air.
Construction definitely slowed down after the 1906 earthquake. We don't know if it was always 24/7. Those are just the legends that have survived more than 100 years. There are doors to walls in here that maybe were used to trap and confuse spirits, or maybe there was an idea that didn't work out and she said, No thank you, let's move on.
At this point, I think it's fair to say that Ryan and Shane know that these stories aren't true, because anyone that does 5 minutes of Googling comes to that same conclusion, and these two have been making content about Sarah Winchester for a decade, and yet they keep selling their fans on the same myth over and over again.
Sarah, why did you build the staircase like this?
Solid.
To confuse the spirits that were after you? Or is that all just kind of a story that's kind of gotten out of control? We want to know the truth.
It does feel like being lost in somebody's mind.
Yes.
But then you look across the street and you're like...
And there's a Chipotle.
There's a Chipotle.
These guys have made 3 hours and 40 minutes of content dedicated to the Winchester Mystery House, and about 30 seconds of that content features them discussing the actual objective truth. The reality is that by acting as guests of the estate, the etiquette is that they will basically be tour guides, but for the internet. There's a symbiotic relationship there. If you go to the Winchester house and you film content, and in said content you directly say that it's a tourist trap and that most of the eccentricities were caused by an earthquake, you might not get invited back 3 more times. But as I said, this is basically harmless, right? I do not actually hate the people that run the Winchester Mystery House. But I do hate Ed and Lorraine Warren. They suck.
Desperate and in need of answers, the Warrens were finally called in.
Oh boy. Ed and Lorraine Warren are, of course, the most famous paranormal investigators of all time, being the inspiration behind the Amityville Horror, Annabelle, and the Conjuring films. Some of the most famous supernatural mysteries of the last century can be traced back to these two, and since the industry relies so much on their reputation, there's a lot of information about them that isn't commonly passed around. For instance, there's the fact that Lorraine once claimed she had a psychic conversation with Bigfoot, or the fact that they both apparently believed in werewolves, or that Ed Warren allegedly had a 15-year-old live-in sex slave. Because so much of the industry relies on their reputation, most paranormal investigators will simply regurgitate the most famous or recent version of each of these stories without any major pushback. In a Supernatural episode from Season 7, Ryan and Shane visit the famous Conjuring House. In this video, Ryan discusses the alleged crimes of Bathsheba Sherman, who is the antagonist of the Conjuring franchise, but was also a real historical person.
During her lifetime, Bathsheba had come under scrutiny after an infant mysteriously died in her care. The baby was examined, and it was determined that the death was caused by a large sewing needle piercing the base of its skull. Branded a witch, local townspeople suspected that Bathsheba had killed the child to sacrifice it to the devil.
Ryan's coverage here is kind of funny, because he recounts all this information, and when he finally gets to the topic of, hey, did she really do any of this? All he has to say is that there is no evidence that she was innocent.
There is no evidence of a court case finding her innocent, but her name was legally cleared.
This is just hilarious to me, because it's like, yeah, there is no evidence that Bathsheba was acquitted, because there's no evidence that any of this happened. The baby dying in her care, the community calling her a witch, her even living on the plot of land that she's living on in the story, no records back any of this up. So why are we suddenly requesting evidence when it comes to the topic of her not being a demon-worshipping baby murderer? I think with a lot of these cases, but especially with the Warrens, when you underreport the shady origins of these stories, you lose out on some of the most interesting elements. This can be seen pretty clearly in the Buzzfeed Unsolved coverage of the Annabelle doll, which is actually one of my favorite episodes. I am obsessed with this case, but not for the reason that most people seem to be. Because I think that the Annabelle story is one of the most phony, hilarious, obviously bad hoaxes of all time. And when I see other content creators cover this story and they end up doing it with a straight face, it makes me feel like a crazy person. Okay, so the story goes that in 1970, the Warrens met with a nurse who had been given a doll as a gift by her mother. Said doll eventually began to show signs of being alive, moving at the table, appearing in different rooms, seeming to write handwritten notes. Then, the doll started attacking people, even making them draw blood in the sanctity of their own home.
He opened his shirt to reveal claw scratches in the mark of the beast. It said Lou's chest healed almost immediately, and that all signs of the claw marks had disappeared within 2 days. If we're going with your original...
Oh, it was crazy. You should have seen it. I mean, it's gone now, but it was nuts.
Well, they said that the blood came through the shirt in the moment.
Like, why is the demon just doubling back right away and being like, yes, I'm making you bleed. Now I'll put a little triple antibiotic on it.
Neosporin's quick.
So the nurse had a seance and was told the doll was possessed by the ghost of a 7-year-old named Annabelle. The Warrens adopted her and took her home, and eventually they learned she was actually a demon that was just pretending to be the ghost of a child. The story goes that a lot of the people who saw this doll in person made fun of it or challenged it, and that all of those people ended up in terrible accidents.
While visiting the Warrens, Father Jason Bradford, a Catholic exorcist, reportedly picked up Annabelle from the chair it was sitting in and said, quote, "You're just a ragdoll, Annabelle. You can't hurt anyone." 3 hours later, the Warrens got a call from Father Jason, saying his brakes went out as he entered an intersection, and that his car had been totaled.
A lot of you probably know Annabelle from the film made about the character, where she looks like this. What you may not know is that in real life, Annabelle looks something more like this. Annabelle is a Raggedy Ann doll. This is the main thing that makes me feel like a crazy person, because apparently I'm the only person on the internet that thinks this is funny.
What I gathered from reading about her was basically just respect her.
I will say, I do not respect you.
At the time, Raggedy Ann was one of the most popular plushies and children's characters in the world, so this would basically be the equivalent of if someone in the 90s claimed that their Barney plush was being possessed by a demon whose name also happened to be Barney. So basically, if you think about it, Annabelle's kind of the original Sonic.exe. She attacks her victims and makes them bleed. Hyper-realistic blood. Ooh, I'm a demon who's very careful about branding. No matter how you look at it, this is hilarious. If you believe the version of the story where Annabelle is the ghost of a little girl, it means that a girl named Annabelle died, and then she patiently waited to possess something that would make her name easy to guess. She was like, oh yeah, I'm holding out for a Little Orphan Annie VHS tape. And, and then she sees this at the shop window and she goes, jackpot! But if you believe the more commonly recited version of the story, that the spirit was actually a demon who was only pretending to be a little girl, and the demon specifically gave that name at the seance to trick everyone, then you have to believe, that the woman hosting the seance, she kind of went, "Spirit, what is your name?" And the demon did that, sitcom cartoon thing where he panicked and started looking around the room like, "My name, yes, it's, Anne? Abel?" Finally, if you believe that ghosts and demons aren't real, but that everything in this story happened, then you have to believe that some charlatan showed up at the house of this nurse to do a fake seance. And the owner of the doll went, "Ask the spirits, what is the name of the spirit possessing my Raggedy Ann doll?" And the medium went, "Anne. They say that the spirit's name is Anne." Can you imagine giving that little of a shit about your job? For the record, I was able to find a good amount of newspaper clippings going back all the way to 1974 about this case, but the name Annabelle wasn't publicly used until 1979, so personally, I don't think any of those happened. As I've said, there's a little bit of confusion over whether this doll is possessed by the spirit of a dead child or a full-out demon.
You know, I don't necessarily believe that this is a haunted doll.
It's a demon.
That's fine.
In the episode, Ryan basically implies that while the original owner believed that the doll was possessed by a child, the moment that Ed and Lorraine got to the scene, they cut through the bullshit because they knew that wasn't true.
Another higher-ranking priest then contacted Ed and Lorraine Warren. The Warrens determined the doll was not actually possessed, as according to Nesper, inanimate objects cannot be possessed. Instead, Annabelle was being manipulated by an inhuman demonic spirit, which was using the doll to search for a human host.
Based on all available evidence, this is absolutely not true. The first public mention of this story I could find is from 1974. In October of that year, Ed and Lorraine hosted a Halloween party, and they featured the doll as a special guest of honor. This is what the main newspaper clipping has to say about the doll. Nikki Keene of Monroe respects but doesn't dare touch a Raggedy Ann doll, which is believed to be possessed with the spirit of a 7-year-old girl. It is said things happen in the presence of this doll. Objects levitate or even disappear. 5 years later, in 1979, a news article delivered this quote: Warren also speaks fondly of Annabelle, a seemingly harmless rag doll befriended by a pair of nurses. That is, until Annabelle manifested rather human qualities and began trying to kill people that insulted her. The common thread here is that the Warrens seem to still believe, years after they got this doll, that it was possessed by the ghost of a child. In fact, it wasn't until 1980 that any source even hinted that this possession was demonic. This just happens to line up with the Satanic Panic, where millions of Americans became unironically convinced that satanic cults were infiltrating Middle America and doing ritualistic sacrifices.
Dr. Thomas Radecki is a psychiatrist who teaches at the University of Illinois Medical School and who is chairman of the National Coalition on Television Violence.
Is not coincidence, not when you have careful documentation, you have careful notes, you have eyewitnesses. For instance, one case, the parents saw their child summon Dungeons and Dragons demons into his room before he killed himself. Another case, the kid thought he had the ability to astral travel, coming from the Dungeons and Dragons game, that he could leave his body and come back. And he had rigged it up just according to the rule book so he could do it. He was surrounded by his materials.
There were a lot of authors that were riding this wave by making exposés exposing these cults. And those books would then be passed around in evangelical circles as cautionary tales. And slowly but surely, every single one of those books were proven to be works of fiction. Earlier, I mentioned a small YouTuber called Horror Heather. She actually recently made a string of videos discussing some of these books and other cautionary satanic media from the time. It's because of her that I found out that alongside all that other stuff, there was a failed stand-up comedian named Mike Warnke who started claiming in the 1970s that he had joined a cult, became a cult leader and recruiter, and that he had then saved his soul by becoming a born-again Christian and accepting Jesus Christ into his heart. And when his books about this started doing well, he started touring rural America, doing a squeaky clean stand-up routine that would sometimes randomly morph into him preaching about Satanism, and then it would go right back.
It's like flying, for example. People think that's a normal thing to do. Do you realize what you're doing? You're getting in a hollow metal tube with wings on it. That's like saying, strap me to this bullet and send me home. And after she was dead, they cut down both sides of her head, and down the back they peeled the flesh away from the bone. They stole her skull to be used in satanic rituals, took her mutilated body, put her in a garbage sack, and threw her in the dump. Because, see, as a grandparent, you have the secret weapon. It's called send them home. Which means you can buy them all the noisy toys in the world and then send them home. It means you can take them to the state fair. You can feed them all the food that you wouldn't let your own kids eat. You can fill them full of corn dogs and cotton candy and caramel apples and popcorn and root beer and lemonade, then take them on all the fast rides. And when they get that interesting green color, you just send them home. And the longer the death and more prolonged the death and the more agonizing the death, the more force is released. In all fairness, let me say, every Satanist in this country is not a criminal. And it is not against the law to worship Satan in a country that guarantees your religious freedom. But when the people who practice Satanism step over the bounds into criminal activity, that's where we come in. At Warnke Ministries, we deal very heavily in the area of occult crimes. Not only do we do seminars for police departments and law enforcement agencies and churches and any other interested civic group that wants to do something about the problem of occult crime, we also help the police prosecute people who have committed crimes in the name of Satan.
A central part of this whole fiasco was a new trend called hypnotherapy, which was basically where people would be put in a trance and they would then be led into suddenly remembering things that they had previously repressed, right? And usually those locked away memories would involve satanic cults, and like the Salem witch trials, suddenly those people would be accusing other people to kind of push the focus onto them. This is also around the time that multiple personality disorder became a household concept. The reason is that when these people would get hypnotized and would then be led into believing these fake memories of them being Satanists, they'd go, hey, why don't I remember being in a Satanist murder cult? And they would be told, oh, it must be because you have multiple personalities, and when you were doing that cult stuff, it was a different personality that was taking over. And then they'd go, okay, but the memory I got from that therapy, that took place 2 Tuesdays ago, and 2 Tuesdays ago I went to a baseball game, and they'd go, oh, that's the thing. You see, multiple personality disorder causes you to gaslight yourself by inventing fake memories. So the memory of you going to the baseball game, that's a fake memory. That didn't happen. The memory of you being in a satanic cult underneath the local town diner, that's real. So if you ever find yourself wondering, why do older people fall for conspiracy theories so easily? If QAnon had been a thing in the late 80s, Q would have been on fucking Oprah.
My next guest was used also in worshiping the devil, participated in human sacrifice rituals and cannibalism. She says her family has been involved in rituals for generations. She is currently in extensive therapy, suffers from multiple personality disorder, meaning she's blocked out many of the terrifying and painful memories of her childhood. And what's your mother doing?
She's
in all of this. What's her role in all of this?
I'm not exactly what her role is. I haven't, recovered all of my memories, but her family was extremely involved. Mm-hmm. She brought me to it. Mm-hmm. Both of my parents brought me to it.
And where is she now?
She lives in the Chicago metropolitan area. She's on the Human Relations Commission of the town that she lives in, and she's an upstanding citizen.
People went to trial for some of these claims. They were widely accused of being Satan worshippers and baby murderers on national TV. They were abandoned by their families and ostracized by their communities. And all of this was partially caused by the Warrens, who then pivoted to feeding back into it. A pretty good rule of thumb is if you were watching like a podcast or a YouTube video about an old story from the 70s or the 80s or the early 90s, and somewhere in the middle of the story, the local satanic chapter just randomly shows up without explanation, none of that happened. This is surprisingly common in like true crime cases, stories that involve people committing suicide or going missing or, getting hit by a car or whatever. It's very, very common for the people in the community to go, oh, that was the Satan worshippers did that and the cops covered it up. And generally, if you know anything about modern history and you are a rational thinking person, you will always scrutinize those kind of claims.
This guy behind me was used in a satanic cult.
It's got a funny little face.
It does have a funny little face.
Kind of looks like you. This is what you look like when you see a little something you think is evidence. Oh.
Ryan had a rule of only investigating one demon per season, so you'd think this wouldn't be common. But basically, if the boys are hunting for a demon, this stuff is gonna happen.
But on a surprise visit from landlord Les Smith, he allegedly discovered something terrifying in the basement. A large pentagram on the floor, an altar, a large black kettle, and a black robe.
A pointy hat, a broomstick.
Hey, man.
3 newts,
This is
a
what he
lizard tongue, eyeballs.
That's what he found! Les Smith, the landlord, asked the rumored Satan worshipper Mary Liggett to remove herself from the premises immediately.
That seems illegal. Just because you're a Satanist, you can get kicked out of your house?
I see what you're saying, but I think it's totally fair to be like, hey, maybe don't live here because you are performing satanic rituals in my basement.
I would sue. That is discrimination.
Getting back to the Annabelle doll, I actually think that this cultural context explains a lot about this story. My theory is that the satanic panic is the reason that Annabelle begins this story as the ghost of a 7-year-old girl, and she ends this story as a demon. I believe that the Warrens adapted elements of their story to fit cultural changes, but because they had already gone public with the possessed Raggedy Ann doll, they made that retcon part of her story. And that's also why she went from a gag that they'd throw in the corner for Halloween to a haunted object locked in a wooden cage surrounded by crosses. Now you might be asking, why would Ed and Lorraine feed into the satanic panic? Did they do it to sell more books, sell more stories? Here's my theory. One of the big ways that Ed and Lorraine made money was that you could hire them to do protective rituals and exorcisms. I think this is the main reason that they pivoted their career into satanic stuff. Because if there's someone who thinks that there's a spirit in their attic, and they're told that the spirit is the ghost of a little 12-year-old boy who likes playing tricks, they're gonna go, I'll just ignore it. When in actuality, they should hire an exterminator because it's probably like a large animal. But if that same person is told that the spirit in their home is actually a demon that wants to harm all their friends and family and even wants to kill them, then they're gonna be willing to pay up and have someone come in and start throwing holy water around. So it was efficient for the Warrens to take stories they already had about ghost hunting and tweak them a little bit to add in details about demons and Satan worshippers. Now, if none of what I had found up to this point made me doubt this story, this one last newspaper clipping was definitely enough to make me go, you know what, I think the Warrens made this up. In 1979, the Warrens held another Halloween party, and at this one they basically did like an awkward vacation slideshow, but it was showing all the spooky stuff they had done, and a newspaper reported this. Still, it was fun, suitable Halloween fare. The Warrens, a husband and wife team referred to as America's top ghost hunters in a press release, showed slides and talked about various demonic infestations, poltergeists, the Amityville Horror, slime on walls, ancient blood oozing out of a statue, incubus, no succubus, a short bewitched cleric in Canada, levitating twins in England, ghosts on steps, a nasty little Raggedy Ann doll who stabbed a policeman, and sundry other things that go bump in the night. When the fuck did she stab a cop? I have never heard this mentioned before. It's not in the Unsolved episode, it's not in the book that made the case famous, I don't think it's in any of the movies, and this clipping predates all of those. Why don't we have names? Dates? There should be a plaque on the spot where this happened. We should have a national holiday celebrating the day where a Raggedy Ann doll came to life in front of Ed and Lorraine Warren and stabbed a police officer.
It's a demon.
That's fine.
It's killed people.
Wait, really? Like with a knife?
I hope not.
Despite all of that, as I've said, this is one of the best episodes of the show. In fact, any episode where Shane is confronting a demon usually turns out to be an all-timer. The reason is that Shane likes to confront these spirits by kind of matching their energy. So if a ghost is supposed to be just a regular guy, he will go and try to talk to them as if they were a regular person. But if it's a demon, a hyper-evil cartoon character that was constructed in the middle of a nationwide hysteria, then he turns himself into that.
My goal, I want to say, is for us to have a car crash on the way home.
Jesus Christ.
You better buckle up. What's the most disrespectful thing I can do to her?
I'm not gonna help you workshop our death.
What if I creep her out and then she's afraid of me? Then she gets in a car accident. Can you jump into my body?
You could think of this guy as a very big doll.
I'm gonna lock you up inside my body like a little canary. Jesus Christ. You're gonna be stuck inside my ribcage forever. What do you think of that, Annabelle?
You could put this video in the Library of Congress. That's how great Shane is in this episode. So I've established some of my favorite episodes of Unsolved Supernatural. But what are some of my least favorite? Well, let me ask this. How fun would the Annabelle episode be if Ed and Lorraine Warren were standing next to the pair the entire time, always lingering over whatever they were doing? How fun would it be if the person who owns the Conjuring house was always there in the room, and whenever Shane casted doubt, he seemed like the bad guy? People love Unsolved because it's a ghost show that stars a believer and a skeptic, and the fanbase is split pretty evenly among those demographics. But if you were to look just at the creative decisions made during the production of the show, you wouldn't believe that. The biggest issue I've always had is the guest speakers and presenters. This is an issue that goes back all the way to the very beginning, although back then, Shane was allowed to be himself at least a little bit.
So we call the paranormal investigator over.
Sure.
Hey! How's it going, man? Ryan.
Eric Insbrenner.
Shane.
Nice to meet you.
I think this is all bullshit.
Half of it is.
A big problem I have with this show is that I wish they would have on guest commentators who were skeptics. At the time, I remember thinking that the amazing Randy would have been a really, really good guest on a lot of these episodes. And he's since passed away, but there are other people like that out and about in the world. But after a while, you had to accept that this show was being made by people who primarily had the same beliefs as Ryan, and Shane was really only there for comedic relief. And there are certainly episodes of the show where this can be extremely frustrating. For the season 7 finale of Unsolved, Ryan and Shane decide to investigate a home that has just started being haunted. They learn that a producer for BuzzFeed's Tasty has been experiencing paranormal phenomenon in her home. So they choose to make a house call.
She's gonna need a little bit of help. And frankly, this house, kind of terrifies me. I don't know if you could tell how nervous I am.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Ryan. People in LA have a terrible taste in architecture. Partway into their shoot, Ryan and Shane have found nothing, so Ryan calls in another investigator.
This is our first house call, so I thought it would be wise to offer all we could to try and solve this, so I called in a psychic.
So what I do, I kind of go through each home or location. I pick up hot, cold spots or the vibration that I pick up here. There's also residual energy of the home, the land, and also the people that live in it. So typically what I do pick up is either the people living in the home, their energy, their loved ones, the home itself, what happened here, or what happened here on the land itself before this home was built.
So this guy goes around and does his psychic shtick, and then a week later they show all the evidence they gathered to Hannah. Then they cut back and forth, but from the moment that the shoot with Hannah begins, there is a palpable tension coming from Shane.
I don't know if you guys are connected to the homeowners, if you still talk with him, but I do believe there is a father figure that is passed over because it feels like there's like a father figure that is connected here to the home. I keep on hearing the name Don or Ron, like Don or Donald is connected here.
Oh my God. That's Matt's dad.
So.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Sorry, that was just so surprising.
On both sides of this video, whether it be them filming with the psychic or showing the evidence to Hannah, Shane basically has to be turned off. He can't say that he doesn't believe the evidence because it would either be disrespectful to their guest or emotionally upsetting to the homeowner.
Why was Shane so quiet in the review parts? He seemed defeated and had no arguments. Is Shane a believer now? No, but I also try not to be an asshole sometimes. And Hannah was crying.
Actually, though, you didn't really talk at all for most of the review part.
Hannah was crying.
Well, no, not the crying part. The other parts.
But that happened fairly early on, and it was kind of like I was like, this means a lot to her.
Well, I will say this, and this is not hyperbole in the slightest. This is by far the most evidence we've ever found in any place by a considerable margin.
Oh my God, are you serious?
This is going to be an awkward case to make, considering that all these people are public figures, but I think that Ryan doesn't appreciate that what he does and what a psychic for hire does are not the same thing. The important distinction is that if Ryan and Shane don't find evidence, they still get paid. That is not the industry standard for paranormal investigators.
Even if I do a bad job, they got to give me that other $2 million.
If you want to have a career as a ghost psychic who communicates with the dead loved ones of the people who hire you, you can't just show up and be like, sorry, I'm getting nothing. I guess your place actually isn't haunted. So can you guys do like cash, or are we thinking check, or, what's the vibe? At the time that they filmed this video, this psychic charged $425 an hour. That's about $570 in today's money. You don't charge rates like that if you aren't at least a little bit good at cold reading. I'll be honest, another element is this house is way too fucking nice to be haunted. I don't buy it. Living rooms with ceilings that high don't get ghosts. The reason this episode is a rare rewatch for me is that if Shane had called in sick, it would be the same.
I feel like there's a family still kind of connected here, as if they're stuck here in some unique way. And I don't feel like that they're stuck in a negative way that they don't want to leave. I just feel like because they died in a tragic event here. So they don't like that they're here. Set boundaries is what you guys need to do and say, like, look.
He is a nice man.
He has a very pleasant disposition.
Nice guy.
I don't know how he does what he does. I just don't know how he knows some of the things he knows that are like conversations on the phone, conversations in a room.
I think he trucks in vagaries.
What does that mean?
That means what it means.
There was like some sort of murder, homicide, there's that type of feeling that is connected here, but there's hands that cause the situation to happen here. And I feel like there's actually 2 males that are involved here in some unique way as well.
And when Shane is not engaging, Ryan falls headfirst into the classic trap of more evidence equals good, which is extremely convenient because he happens to be hanging out with a guy who is paid $400 an hour to come up with evidence.
One of the things I enjoyed about this episode was first off, it was one of our more active episodes we've ever had. The thing that I really enjoyed, and the reason why I knew it was an active episode, was because all weekend I was getting tweets from Shaniacs saying, oh man, you guys are faking evidence now?
As I said before, Hannah Williams was a content creator at Buzzfeed, so this was basically a collab. And after that, I guess someone at the company said, hey, that went so well, let's do it again! Before I made this video, I had never rewatched the Hannah Williams episode of this show. I had seen it when it came out, I didn't like it, and every time I was going back through the show, I made an effort to not watch that one. But there's one episode of this show that I had never finished before making this video. And that is the case of Loey Lane.
How weird is this for you right now?
Pretty weird, yeah.
Maybe it's about to get a whole lot weirder.
Oh God.
Loey Lane is a content creator who has been posting to YouTube since 2013. In August 2017, she posted a video claiming that she had been experiencing paranormal activity in her apartment. Before we get into actually watching her videos, I just wanted to say, I have this pet theory that a lot of super religious people and people who are scared of ghost stuff actually suffer from a kind of undiagnosed OCD. Anyways, I don't know why I brought that up. Here's the clip.
I can't stop looking at this mirror in my living room. And I don't know why, I just couldn't. Something kept drawing me back to it. It would be like I would force myself to close my eyes and close my eyes and close my eyes. And I would feel this like need to open them because I felt like somebody was watching me. I opened my eyes at one point and I see those little like lights again. And I'm thinking this has to be a trick of the eye. And I see that dark figure in the exact same like lower right hand side of this mirror. I freak out, I jump up, I look behind me, nothing's there, I look back, it's gone. In my head, I think to myself, this isn't real. None of this is real. You are being crazy. This house cannot be haunted. This is the one sacred place in your entire life. This is more sacred to me than like anything else in my life. I was gonna say it's more sacred to me than like a church would be, but that's probably pretty sacrilegious, and I don't really mean that.
As Loey continued vlogging, her paranormal experiences continued to be brought up. And these videos got more views as she got progressively more clickbaity. So I watched through some of the playlist, and 6 videos in, I think I have officially cracked the case.
Drum roll, please. Brrr. You can kind of already see her hair in one eye. I'm gonna inch her up. Here she is. Oh God. So you can see she's a really, really, really big doll. She's bigger than I thought she would be, in all honesty. I had seen photos of her, of course.
That's right, y'all. It's another Raggedy Ann doll. That's the ghost. Everybody go home. Loey even went as far as to have other creators over so they could make collab content about their experiences at her apartment.
So Andrew and I are sleeping in this room, and I wake up at like 4:30 in the morning to see you sitting on the floor on your phone. And I said, Haley,
what are you doing?
What are you doing?
She yelled. She was startled. She was like, what is this girl doing? Honestly, it sounds creepy. You wake up to someone awake, but I was literally on the floor, like just like on my phone. Like I wasn't like staring at them sleeping or anything, but it was because I had woken up at 3 a.m. to like a horrible nightmare. And I woke up and like Loey wasn't there, and it literally felt like I had woken up in like a dream state, like an astral projection into another dimension. So I thought that I was awake and I couldn't see them. Like it sounds so weird. So I like went looking for them and I found them. But the dream that I had was this like monster like thing, like not even like a monster, kind of like a gremlin. Like I can't really explain it. Yeah. And I had woken up, but I was dreaming. And there was knocking on the closet door. And when I opened the closet door, it like took me into this state of like this thing was like asking for Loey.
So apparently, someone at Buzzfeed saw this captivating content and said, hey, let's force Ryan and Shane to film one of these videos. Easy money! Here is where we actually find out about the origins of Loey's haunting, and no, it's not actually the Raggedy Ann doll, at least as far as the show is concerned.
I used to like hunt and shop in all of these little thrift stores, and I found this really old like vintage 100-year-old Ouija board that was like wood and like totally scratched up. Yeah. Looked really creepy. So we took her home. It was just part of my creepy aesthetic at the time.
Quote, it started off small and felt like things I could write off, seeing shadows move out of the corner of my eye, end quote. And in general, Loey describes an energy that was, quote, just really overwhelmingly bad. A really bad feeling all the time.
You know, they make medicine for that now. As I've said, Shane tries to usually be kind of respectful and chill around guests and tries not to be too much of a dick about not believing their stories. This episode is the exception because Shane goes through all of this with his filter absolutely turned off.
Loey watching, quote, a heavy drinking glass slowly inch off of her counter and shatter on the floor.
She got video of that?
She does not.
Oh.
What do you just have? Well, I guess you would have.
Who's got something in their pocket that could possibly record video?
Well, I mean, like...
I know something's slowly inching, not a lot of time.
Well,
something's slowly inching off the table. How could you possibly ever? I'll say I think your apartment was about on a par with every other location we've been to.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, there are no ghosts here.
Right. Yeah.
The only fun thing about this episode is that it's one of the few times in the show where there are 3 people doing the solo investigations at the end. So it's the only time we get to see what Ryan and Shane are up to while another person is ghost hunting.
Is there anyone here who wants to communicate? I see that faint light. Oh my God, it feels so freaking weird in here.
Oh, you son of a gun, you can do it. Now, could you slow it down? Because I actually don't know what you're doing.
Loey then turns on the spirit box and hears several messages clearly intended for her. I wanted to show you guys some of these EVPs, but just for fun, I decided to add my own captions of what I think the ghosts are saying.
Okay.
And now here's what the episode is telling you those voices are saying.
Okay.
50 degrees.
You guys can head on down to the comments section below and tell me which of those you think is more accurate. The boys basically don't find any evidence outside of those EVPs. It's really one of the more dull episodes to sit through, and there's a really weird moment where Loie seems to be setting up what she expects will be happening next.
I think the silence almost freaks me out more because I've experienced so much in that space. I hope something will happen on these cameras and, not when you guys leave for real and I'm like actually alone.
But soon enough, the boys get tired and start to wrap things up.
I think our job here is done.
What?
Later on, Loie posted a video explaining what had happened after the boys left, as she had been experiencing more paranormal phenomena.
I don't know, things going missing, things like ending up in the wrong spots, you get what I mean. I came out of my bedroom one day and there was a red ring on my Alexa and I didn't know what that meant, so I googled it and it said, oh, your Alexa's mic is turned off. So I went over and apparently it's just a button, so admittedly it could have gotten knocked, but it's weird that it happened and it's never happened to me before. All stuff that like I had written out for like a story time video, but that seems so inconsequential now that literally somebody slammed on my bedroom door and I saw a shadow pass underneath it.
She then turns on her own spirit box and gets, unironically, the worst evidence I have ever seen pulled out of one of these.
What do you want? Why are you slamming my bed? Oh, that makes me so uncomfortable. Like right when I ask like that kind of stuff too.
Once again, in the online space, these sorts of collabs and crossovers are common. But in a show like this, they end up feeling uncanny and weird, especially because this is a show that usually covers cases that are pretty timeless, in the sense that for a lot of these topics, you'd cover them the same in 2026 as you would in 2016. So to see them cover what is basically 2010's hot button YouTube gossip is just kind of surreal. I actually have a funny story about the only time I've ever seen Ryan and Shane in person, and this actually has another story of a weird encounter between the boys and someone who is a staunch believer in the supernatural. In 2018, I went to VidCon in California. It was an extremely weird experience. I exclusively took photos that have aged extremely poorly, and I did almost nothing on the actual itinerary. The only exception is that I saw Ryan and Shane were going to be doing a panel at the convention, so I decided to go and see it, and even filmed it for kicks. I actually have been playing a good amount of clips of my recording throughout this video because it turned out to be a really good conversation about these shows.
Do you ever think like, oh, this will be the place that scares Shane? Like, this will be the time that we gotta...
No, I think I've given up on that fantasy. Shane is a robot. He doesn't feel, normal human emotion. Truly, he's not afraid of anything.
I am afraid of some stuff.
I've never seen fear in your eyes in my entire life. Never. Not once. Now, every time I look at you going, oh boy, this is scary. How many times have I asked you, oh, do you feel weird right now? This is pretty scary, right? This is what I get in response.
But the biggest moment was when Shane told a story that he had been advised to never discuss publicly. It was kind of like a panel exclusive. And as far as I know, it has remained that. I don't think he has spoken about this story since this panel took place.
I'll tell you what, I gotta get something off my chest.
Oh no, please.
Yeah, I gotta see what you do it.
Do it.
So which place was
I'm not helping you.
The Bel Air Mansion?
I should play your little game.
Whatever. The demon house we went to, where the lady told us that she woke up in the middle of the night and her dog started levitating and then it hit the wall.
Well, this part is very supernatural. This is something that I still can't explain today. And I was upstairs. We had moved around so many different times, bedroom to bedroom. We were in the back bedroom. It was just my dog Bella and I, and everybody had gone out that night. And I felt like paralysis. It really did. So of course I blamed psychology again. That's what I always blamed. And I couldn't move. And there was this dense, dark mass that was just floating toward me. And then it finally lifted Bella up because she was barking viciously again. She was on top of me. Her claws were going inside of my rib cage to where it actually hurt, and she was on top of me, and I actually felt her breath in my face. And she lifted her up, and it just slammed her up against the wall. And the...
yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to... She told us not to say this, but I'm pretty sure you are saying it to a room full of people, so let's go.
It's an exclusive, y'all.
I think she threw her dog at the wall. She did not throw her dog at the wall. Yeah. And unbelievable. This woman had a tragedy happen, or her dog levitated and got tossed into a wall by some demonic force. And you have the audacity to say that she picked up her, 50-pound pit bull from a laying down position. I don't think you could even bench press the pit bull, let alone take it over your head and toss it into a wall.
She threw that dog at the wall. I don't say that in the episode because I think she pulled either you or Devin aside and said, if he makes fun of my dog in that episode, I'm gonna kill him.
Oh my God. She said, if he makes fun of my sweet Bella, I will kill him.
And that didn't stop me. I was like, put it in the episode. And they were like, we're not gonna do that.
I had to cut it out. For your safety. She said that.
And I think this is the only place I'll ever say that because God hopes she doesn't see some recording.
She'll probably see this if someone's recording it.
She's gonna kill me.
Are you afraid of her?
I'm afraid of her. She had dead eyes when she said that to me. She looked at me with dead, cold eyes.
Also,
and said,
in the episode, when she first said her dog got thrown at the wall, I laughed because that's a crazy thing to hear. It wasn't like, haha, your dog got hurt. I was just like, are you nuts? What are you talking about?
Yeah. A hilarious story of a dog getting pancaked across a wall.
And she immediately,
so funny.
Her face just dropped and she said, I will punch you in the face.
That made it in the episode. That made it in the episode.
I'm sort of...
Wow. Did she punch you in the teeth?
Yeah, I don't know.
The final run of Unsolved Supernatural was released in October and November 2021, which followed a 2020 hiatus for obvious reasons. This season was unique for exclusively featuring ghost hunting content. Everything built up to an epic finale, where the pair revisited the Sally house.
Turn the light on if you think we're the greatest ghost hunters who ever lived.
Yeah! Here, Ryan was given the chance to correct the record and prove that he had grown as an investigator.
Fucking fuck shit balls fuck dick.
The episode ends as he stays the night at the home, something he was once not strong enough to accomplish, and Shane smashes the spirit box on the ground. With that, Unsolved Supernatural and the entire Unsolved series came to an end. Now that Ryan and Shane had fully left BuzzFeed, it seemed that they were no longer competing with themselves. Because of this, there was now a fresh market for true crime and supernatural content starring these two guys. And this was the very first thing the team at Watcher began working on. But things didn't go exactly as expected. The general fan expectation was that these two shows were going to be Unsolved True Crime and Unsolved Supernatural in everything but name. Same style, same format, same tone. But in actuality, these new shows would be inspired partially by what the pair didn't like about the original series. First of all, we have Mystery Files. Now, with a title like that, you'd probably assume that the series had the exact same pitch as BuzzFeed Unsolved or something like Unsolved Mysteries. But technically, the original concept was a completely different premise. The show features Ryan or Shane explaining true crime cases to each other. The only distinction is that these aren't necessarily mysteries. They don't have to be unsolved cases. The game is that the spectator has to guess if the case was ever solved.
It's on you now. Is this mystery solved?
Yeah.
Or is it a mystery?
I'm gonna hope that it's solved, and I personally think it's one of the curses.
Well, drum roll, please. This mystery is solved.
Hey, apple pie!
This greatly expands the formerly limited concept to now include a lot more cases, but it also allowed the pair to try to avoid more recent, violent, or controversial cases, which had previously made them visibly uncomfortable. However, I would argue that it's distracting that the show's premise is kind of inconsistent. Sometimes that "is this a mystery" question is about deducing if the presenter is lying and if the story does have an official conclusion. But in other episodes, the question is more about if you personally believe any of the optional theories, like a normal episode episode of Unsolved. Because of this, the main gimmick of the show doesn't actually feel like a real game the guys are playing, but more like a gimmick that they throw in to justify whenever they do a topic that doesn't fit their usual MO.
You to do some math and solve the equation for yourself. Is this mystery solved? Or is it just a mystery?
I'm gonna go with solved. You know, it's probably monkeys, dogs. None of the reports sound consistent.
Yeah.
There's no hard evidence of anything. I think it's just a bunch of hooey.
Well, you could tell that to the farmers in Puerto Rico.
Hey, farmers of Puerto
I broke
Rico.
my yarn. Hang on.
Overall, Mystery Files is a great show, often as great as Unsolved True Crime. The widened concept allows them to cover more cases than before, and the show usually ends up being really fun. The only negative thing I think you could say is that if you like murder mystery podcast stuff, this show really doesn't scratch that itch. On the other side of the coin, there's Ghost Files, which is the more controversial of the two shows. I actually watched a good chunk of the final run of Unsolved Supernatural with my family, and I remember there was a moment where my sister said, "I don't think Ryan believes in ghosts anymore. Or at least he doesn't believe in ghost hunting like he used to." In retrospect, I think that energy was intentional. My theory is that when Ryan and Shane were starting work at Watcher, they had an honest conversation about things they didn't like about the content they made at Buzzfeed. And one of the first things to come up might have been that Unsolved Supernatural had stopped being an honest attempt at ghost hunting and instead had turned into a meme-generating comedy show. It's easy to imagine that Ryan wanted to do something closer to a long-form version of Ghost Hunters or Ghost Adventures, but it didn't make sense to drastically change a show that they were about to start winding down on. So Buzzfeed Unsolved Supernatural shifted towards being chaotic and flanderized, while the Watcher Ghost project would be more earnest and detail-oriented. In fact, one of the subtle details you can notice between these two shows is that in the intro to every Supernatural episode, Shane will shake his head at the camera, while in every Ghost Files video, he nods his head at the camera. Ghost Files is also a longer show. The average episode of Unsolved Supernatural runs 15 to 20 minutes, while the average episode of Ghost Files is typically over an hour. This ended up being heavily divisive. If you watched Buzzfeed Unsolved Supernatural because you believe in ghosts and you like ghost hunting content, then Ghost Files was basically a more heavily concentrated version of your favorite thing. But if you liked the Buzzfeed show because it was hosted by real people and wasn't trying to convince you in every single episode that they were collecting the most groundbreaking evidence ever, then the show wasn't more concentrated, it was undistilled. I guess this is the moment where I stop trying to be diplomatic and just say, I don't like Ghost Files. Or at the very least, I like it a lot less than their original show. The main issue really isn't actually if the hosts are being earnest, but it's the format itself. Since the average episode of Unsolved Supernatural was so short, they tended to mix things up by trying different techniques and devices throughout each season. You could watch through 5 episodes of the show, and you might end up seeing 6 or 7 different ways that Ryan and Shane try to hunt for spirits. But the number one most important thing about Ghost Files is that Ryan wants to get a lot of evidence. The bigger the pile, the more reputable the show is. So a typical episode of Ghost Files will basically use every single technique they have to hunt for ghosts, and then the next episode will also use all of those same techniques, often in the same order, and then the next episode will also use all of those techniques, often in the same order. And once again, this causes the episodes of the show to kind of blend together.
The Estes method is a technique when one person wears noise canceling headphones connected to the spirit box, becoming a human speaker system by repeating exactly what they hear. The other person facilitates communication with spirits by asking questions and attempting to elicit clear and direct responses.
So here's what we're going to do.
The difference is that with Supernatural, you can watch a bunch of episodes in a row and then fail to distinguish them in your mind after the fact. But Ghost Files accomplishes a more impressive thing, where you can watch a brand new episode of the show and constantly think to yourself, have I seen this one before? I know it's going to seem very hypocritical of me to complain about someone else's content being too long, but I like to think that when I went from making 30-minute videos to making videos that were several hours long, the only difference wasn't that there was now a lot more content of me walking into a room, waiting for something to happen, nothing happens, and then I walk into a different room to do it again. And I also want to point out that to dislike this show, you don't even necessarily have to think that ghosts aren't real. There are indeed people who believe the supernatural is real, but aren't like Zach Bagans super fans. And that's the funny thing. Ghost Files is contentious, but I don't think there's an even consensus among detractors as per what's wrong with it. I've seen a lot of people say that the show is too comedic and that it's fairly obvious that Ryan and Shane aren't taking ghost hunting seriously. But I feel the exact opposite way. This is a show that delivers fan service to the so-called Bergarans in the audience. If you're a believer, you can even send in evidence that you have collected at these locations for the boys to review.
We didn't discover the photo till afterwards when we were looking at all the pictures we have taken, so we were pretty shocked to see something like that pop up.
Let's take a look. That's good.
Yeah, man.
Come on now. That's good. That's like a good foggy figure.
That's a foggy figure, yeah.
It's sitting in a chair.
Sitting
See
right
the
in
chair?
that chair?
And the rest of the image is not as blurry.
It's a nice door there. Good lamps.
And here we see another issue I have, which is that Shane is often put on a muzzle. Because so much more of the show involves them interacting with believers, whether those be other investigators or fans or even the property owners, there's a limit to how chaotic Shane will allow himself to be. But the issue is, if Shane isn't allowed to be funny, why is he on the show? Meanwhile, Ryan now has this screen presence that he is a hardened, serious ghost scientist who's totally ready to beat the shit out of a demon. If Ryan isn't scared of a piece of plastic flying around in the wind, and Shane is hesitant to be a total ass about his lack of belief in the existence of ghosts, then how is this show any different from any other YouTube ghost show, which is now a heavily oversaturated market? Another issue is that the system they have set up for these shows doesn't account for a ton of the popular content that they used to make. Ghost Files features travel content, and Mystery Files doesn't. Whereas at Buzzfeed, that was still very much the standard, but it was a lot less rigid. There are episodes of Supernatural where they never leave the desk, and there are true crime episodes where they get to go on these fun trips. Recently, the guys did a special Watcher episode about Alcatraz, where they got to go to Alcatraz Island and see all the places where these famous mysteries took place. And they were there for ghost hunting. I don't care about Alcatraz being haunted. That's not the thing Alcatraz is known for. Even the Unsolved episodes about Bigfoot and Mothman would never be made at Watcher because there's no place for them. This is especially tragic because I think that cryptid culture tends to be a lot more varied and interesting than local ghost mythology. There's a reason that most of the thumbnails for Ghost Files kind of look exactly the same. There's not a lot of interesting visuals for the stories of all these places they visit, because it's all just kind of copied and pasted from one community to another. But then you look at cryptids and you can go through so many of them and they're just interesting to look at. They draw the eye and you don't just say to yourself, oh, well, that's just Mothman again. Oh, look, it's the same cryptid I saw last week. All these things look the same, man. But cryptids aren't ghosts, so they can't go on Ghost Files. And Mystery Files doesn't have a big enough budget for them to do travel episodes. So cryptid content just doesn't exist on the Watcher platform. It's also interesting that when you put Buzzfeed Unsolved Network and Watcher next to each other, Watcher tends to stake a lot more of the brand on the recognizability of Ryan and Shane than Unsolved did at its peak. There isn't a single original episode of Unsolved that has a title starting with Ryan and Shane Investigate. But on Watcher, it's It's a constant thing. And for Ghost Files, one reason I think they do this is that, as I said, ghost hunting content is really oversaturated on YouTube. So they need to be able to go, hey, it's us! Remember us? The typical supernatural thumbnail has a kind of scrapbook vibe, simple images focusing on the buildings they're ghost hunting and some figures from the story. There are 2 Ghost Files thumbnails that follow this format. Almost all of the rest feature Ryan and or Shane pogging, looking scared, or posing. A lot of them show Ryan on the night vision camera with a hallway in the background. And every time I see one of those, again, I have no idea if I've watched that one before. This follows a general trend of Ghost Files focusing a little bit less on local history than the other shows did. This also makes it more difficult to instinctively tell the difference between the actual ghost hunts and the Q&A videos, which I can only imagine impacts click-through rate.
Oh, if you found out, like, oh, there was a haunted Chili's, would you be surprised? What would you be least surprised by?
Is Jared dead from Subway?
There's one specific thing that they started doing for Ghost Files that I find extremely frustrating, and I honestly can't tell if this is a total nitpick or if this is a perfect representation about everything I dislike about how they approach ghost hunting on this show. You'll remember that in Unsolved Supernatural, they use a spirit box a lot. It's a little device that flips through radio stations randomly, and sometimes it sounds like someone is saying brief words.
Anybody here that was here before this house was built?
It's an open secret that Shane, and even possibly Ryan, find this extremely irritating. They even said so at that panel I went to in 2018, where I got to try out some brand new techniques about how to film with my camera.
Talking about the spirit box, you guys use that a lot.
Yeah, Shane, talk about the spirit box. What do you think of the spirit box?
I don't know.
What's wrong?
I'm just so tired of it.
You gotta find a new. You can't find a new little gadget for the new season. Some kind of little gizmo we can use. Something different. Do people enjoy the spirit box?
I like the spirit box. Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
So for Ghost Files, they ended up trying something new. The Estes method. Suddenly, whenever they use the spirit box, one of them will put on isolating headphones and will then shout out the words that they think they are hearing. This doesn't magically increase the quality of the conversations they have with these spirits, because the exchanges derived from the ghost box continue to be extremely stupid.
Roller coaster!
I didn't even know you knew what a roller coaster was. John, what was...
Ozempic!
Am I in your room right now? Could you tell me where...
1-800!
I will admit that this method definitely has a surreal quality that is kind of refreshing in the early episodes, especially because of how Shane confidently yells these things out. But there are also many more episodes where it's just frustrating as a viewer to see them continue to do this.
Do you
D's.
Are you trying to get me to say D's nuts? D's what? D's
Tomato. Big lung.
Big lum?
Nude.
No, I'm not. Okay, I'm not getting nude. I'm gonna leave now. That could have been Christoph. I'm not sure if that was Pushtov or Christoph. Hitler?
No, yeah, let's stop it there.
Half of the fun of the Spirit Box EVPs is that you get to judge at home whether the investigators are correctly judging what that voice is saying. The idea of a ghost box suddenly yelling out Hitler or Ozempic, that's inherently weird, surreal, and funny. But the audience is locked out of that part of the experience because they're doing it this way. So if the Estes method doesn't make things more entertaining, why make this change? Well, my take is that people don't really take spirit boxes seriously anymore. People see them used in content and they just think that they're funny and stupid. But channeling them through another person adds a level of credibility. So whenever the boys do actually find evidence from some exchange pulled from the spirit box, the audience might believe it just a little bit more. So basically, one of the most famously entertaining parts of Buzzfeed Unsolved was thrown out for the sake of making a ghost show that is maybe 1% more convincing. In the most recent episodes, they have gone back to just using the spirit box on speaker, and immediately this has made those moments feel as iconic as they did on the original show.
Or maybe if you don't want to talk about yourself, could you tell me the name of some of the people that looked after you? Maybe some of the ones that treated you badly?
What?
No!
Israel?
No, I said you.
You want to expound on that a little bit?
I do feel kind of bad that most of my thoughts about Ghost Files are so negative. It feels like this entire segment is me going, hey, I don't like mozzarella sticks. Now watch me binge eat 200 mozzarella sticks. And I'm gonna get sick, and I'm gonna just tell you all the things I don't like about mozzarella sticks. But in my defense, it's kind of more like, you know, I don't like mozzarella sticks, but there's one restaurant that has this specific recipe and the specific way they cook it, and I love their mozzarella sticks. And the people that ran that restaurant, it closed down, but they opened a new restaurant that also has mozzarella sticks, and I went, and it's just regular mozzarella sticks you'd buy anywhere else, except they're like 5 times as big. So yeah, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck did you do? And another thing is that there is stuff I like in Ghost Files that is just stuff I also liked in the original show, but it's kind of hard to comment on it without this seeming repetitive.
Robert, I don't know if you have a dick, but if you do, it's probably huge. And I say that in full confidence and genuinely mean it. I think you have an enormous penis. Okay.
Well, now you're gonna die too.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I didn't say anything disrespectful. I said he had a massive cock.
After the launch of Ghost Files and Mystery Files, there was a time where it felt like things were moving smoothly. Sure, not every video was a home run, and not every project was a fan favorite, but they had a lot of support from their fan base who were very vocal about how much they loved all this content. But all of that would change on a single day, which would become entirely unforgettable to everyone involved. On April the 19th, 2024, the Watcher YouTube channel would upload a video that would become the most infamous piece of media that anyone involved had ever taken part in. It was titled, Goodbye YouTube.
As sad as it is to say goodbye to YouTube, it's the right thing to do.
If this is my last time on YouTube, then baby, what a life I've lived here on this platform.
The bulk of the video was them announcing, halfway through a current season of content, that they were going to quit uploading to YouTube. Because, surprise! They were launching their own streaming service to host shows that they were making. The site would cost $60 a year, or $5.99 per month, and launched the day the video dropped.
Steven, talk about money.
The most controversial part of the video was the segment where the boys seemed to say that they believed that $5.99 was a price that anyone could afford.
We want to keep the price low enough where anybody and everybody is able to afford it.
Many quickly pointed out that they couldn't justify spending $6 a month or even $5 a month on a streaming service for one YouTube channel. For reference, at the time, a subscription to Netflix cost about twice that. Rewatching this time, I did realize that it's possible that Steven wasn't trying to say that the price they ended up on was affordable to everyone, because in the segment he's discussing trying to find a balance between two different prices. So in theory, he could have been saying that $2 a month is affordable to everyone, and then other people at Watcher wanted it to cost $10 a month because that would really affect production, and they thought $6 a month was kind of a compromise in the middle. But maybe that's a stretch, I don't know.
We want to keep the price low enough where anybody and everybody is able to afford it, but it also has to support the things that we do here. So that was the number that just made the most sense for the streamer.
And look, you can share it, you know, with your friends.
So why had these guys decided to do this? The answer was that they had been struggling to keep Watcher profitable. This is a completely understandable reason to rethink your business model. But one thing that is not a good idea is to start your video complaining about the fact that you don't have enough money with this. If you guys are low on funds, why is your studio in Hollywood, California? Film in Burbank like normal people!
We want to make a studio or a platform where we could make unscripted television caliber content on the internet. And to that point, nobody had quite done that. Full-blown developed shows had not been kind of a thing on YouTube to that point. And, over time, you start to realize like, hey, maybe television shows aren't meant for YouTube. Perhaps we should find a different place that's better suited to the content that we're making and can support the dollar amount that we're putting into each of these episodes so that we're not constantly running around trying to find sources of revenue to support the model.
I've always thought that Mystery Files is one of the funniest examples of the paradoxical nature of the kind of content that Ryan and Shane are known for making. The entire show is produced as if it was made in someone's basement. There's wooden wall paneling, old analog equipment, and vintage media. It has the cozy feeling of an old den from 2005 that your friend's parents stopped upgrading after Netflix came out. But it's built on an expensive studio space in a building that the company rents. There's a lighting crew, an audio crew, a director, and really nice cameras. The show is an appeal to cheap, low-effort, cozy content. But it's expensive to make and highly refined. While this is a thought that wouldn't have occurred to any of these guys, it would have been so easy to set up a room in one of their houses that looked like this set. Or better yet, they could have bought a house somewhere and dressed it up for the channel. They could have had a puppet history room, a little ghost show cave, a room that's set up just for recording podcasts. To the average normal person, that is such an expensive idea. But to a startup that was getting a lot of funding from different resources, it would have been a much better investment of their money, and it would definitely have cost less than renting studio space in Hollywood, California. The reason I'm pretty sure that a lot of these shows could have been made on a shoestring budget while still retaining the charm is that Watcher launched right before the global pandemic. So a lot of these shows did at one point have to be made with the aesthetic of stuff you were just making in your home. And hot take, I enjoy the Zoom call episodes of Puppet History as much, if not more, than the episodes that were filmed in an expensive studio. And if you can save money here and there with little cost-cutting measures, then that money can be put into travel content, which is going to be expensive and a greater investment no matter what you do.
I saw a lot of the discourse about being just like, we just wanted to see you guys talk about these things. And that is true. But at the same time, a ghost hunting show is a travel show. You do have to travel to these locations. You do have to bring crew to film these things. And that still has a bottom line cost that is kind of unavoidable, honestly. But yes, there can be some tinkering with the format to be like, okay, we can figure out what actually matters. And that was actually nice to kind of just take like an audit of all of our shows and be like, okay, what is the heart and core of this show?
But if I had to pin one issue on the reason that these guys struggled in the way that they did, it would be this. The fan base of Watcher were investing in that brand because they wanted to see their boys, Ryan and Shane and Steven, make a bunch of fun podcasty shows. But the problem is that these three guys didn't want Watcher to become Buzzfeed Unsolved. They wanted Watcher to become Buzzfeed.
I'm excited about the prospect of bringing on some new talent, some new faces, and making content around them.
This would lead to one of the most ill-advised parts of this video, where they would announce their very first Watcher exclusive. Travel season.
The old friends were worth it, and we're going to be launching the spiritual successor, which is going to be called Travel Season.
Are you excited to work with Steven again?
Yeah. So if you want to catch that, you can watch it on May 31st. It's going to be a full 6-episode season, and you can watch it all, if you remember, on the streamer.
It's very obvious that everyone at the company wanted to help their friends out and kind of give a parachute to former BuzzFeed employees who were now leaving that kind of crumbling company, and they wanted to say, hey, come make a show for us and we'll post it on the Watcher channel alongside all the other stuff that we do. But if you had to pick one Watcher show that was going to be the very first WatcherTV exclusive, they could not have picked a worse option. There's a lot of important context here and a lot that people get wrong. In late 2022, Stephen Lim posted a series of videos to the Watcher channel showing him trying out different food in Seoul, Korea. These videos did pretty well, with one of them receiving 2.5 million views. As I've said before, Stephen had previously been on another Buzzfeed show called Worth It. This featured a couple of guys going around and trying different things, but mostly food. Out of the original 4 guys, one of them would eventually leave to focus more of his time on his own show about he and his friends trying things. The name escapes me, but the rest of them would stick around. BuzzFeed's Worth It did have a following. And while there was at least some crossover between the viewers of that show and the people who were fans of BuzzFeed Unsolved, it wasn't universal. There were a lot of people who watched Worth It but had never seen BuzzFeed Unsolved. And then there was another group of people who were extremely vocal, who loved BuzzFeed Unsolved but did not care about Worth It in the slightest. Watcher was already popular with former fans of BuzzFeed Unsolved, but Stephen's presence in certain projects had the potential of growing the channel's scope. On the other hand, sometimes when he was in videos, Unsolved fans looked at him as if he were a weirdly distant third wheel. When these videos of Stephen Lim in Korea blew up and former Worth It fans began watching them, I'm sure the mentality was that these videos would have done even better if they also featured Andrew and Adam, the other 2 guys from the Worth It series. And so they started piecing together a Worth It reboot to be filmed in Korea. Now, here's the problem. A lot of people, including myself, associate the Worth It series with a very specific kind of clickbait that they would do surrounding ridiculously expensive products. $1 donut versus $100 donut, $27 cake versus $1,120 cake, $199 chair versus $9,800 chair.
Steven, talk about money.
My hot take has always been that the main gimmick of these videos works because they were funded by a massive corporation that most people don't like. When the boys from Worth It went around buying $2,000 pizza, it was fun to watch because it felt like these completely ordinary guys had tricked a massive corporation into paying for ridiculous luxuries that they really didn't need to experience. So now, Watcher fans were learning that they were going to reboot that show, and they assumed that it was going to be the exact same gimmick, except now the corporation needed you to pay for the $2,000 pizza. And some fans assumed that if they were to give this website $60, then the very first thing that would be used to cover would be Stephen and his friends flying to Korea to buy expensive food.
There's one thing about all of this that started to get weaponized in a way that was not its intention.
You eating gold? Is that?
No. Well, you gotta bring that up.
I wanted to unpack that a little bit.
We can talk about that later. But
I saw people weaponizing that in a way that I thought was, certainly
a little,
uncalled
for.
Because you're, again, travel season, one of our cheaper than Puppet History, certainly cheaper than Ghost Files.
A little bit.
One of the things that I immediately noticed when this discourse started is apparently a lot of Watcher fans don't like Stephen Lim, which surprised me because I've been watching the channel since the very beginning, and I always thought he was kind of fun. In hindsight, I think that the real hate train around Stephen started because of the goodbye video. Stephen is considered the business-savvy one, so when it came to pitching this service and discussing the price, he was the one who had to do it.
Stephen, talk about money.
And because of that, when everyone got pissed off about this, he was the one that got clipped saying all this stuff that pissed people off. But another piece of important context is that a lot of Watcher fans tend to infantilize Ryan and Shane. Just as it had been easy to speculate that the people at BuzzFeed forced them to do that IKEA ad against their will, it was very easy for people to imagine that neither Ryan nor Shane liked the idea of the streaming service, and they both were being held at gunpoint. The fan base needed a bad guy, and Steven was a very easy target. I do think that a lot of the fans who were imagining Steven as this conniving, sneaky, manipulative mastermind were being, at best, racially insensitive. If anything, I would argue that this whole thing was probably the professor's idea. Think about it! That blue bastard was all too ready to be in the first video announcing all this mess, but when the apology video came out, he was nowhere to be seen!
You know, the comments that were, you know, very, very abrasive. And granted, some clearly went over the line.
Yeah.
I don't need to know if I need to cite a specific example, but I think Ryan posted a picture of his dog Vinny, and someone said, euthanize him.
Holy. Oh my goodness.
So just to give you a taste of maybe some people, that person must really love our shows. So acknowledging that maybe some people took things a little too far. But for the people who were like, this, you know, this sucks, you know, in so many words, we could understand why people were coming from, because they felt hurt. You know, it was us, you know, trying to keep things going and losing sight of sort of a fundamental aspect of that, which is all the people who are out there watching our stuff and loving our stuff and
what it means to them.
And what it means to
them.
them.
An understanding of what it means to them as well.
This video was ultimately controversial for a long list of reasons. For one, it was potentially implied that Watcher was going to unlist every single video that they had made up to this point. To people like me, who had been pledging to the Watcher Patreon for years, the idea that they were going to place videos that we had already paid for behind another paywall was insulting. They later claimed that they weren't going to be unlisting their past videos, but the criticism still had footing, so they ended up giving free memberships to every single Patreon member, regardless of if they had pledged $60 or not. Another thing that caused confusion was that a lot of people started watching the video, got pissed off, and closed it, which means they never learned what the actual plan was, because the boys were never actually going to fully quit posting to YouTube.
But you know, all this to say, you'll still occasionally see us on YouTube. We're going to post trailers for our shows there. We're going to have the season premieres of all of our series on there. But if you want to watch the full seasons of all of our content, the streamer will be the exclusive home for all of that starting May 31st.
In the video, they also kind of implied that they needed the streaming service because a lot of the content they had tried out on YouTube hadn't done very well. This was clearly a criticism of the YouTube algorithm, but a lot of fans took offense to the idea that they were doing something wrong by choosing to not watch Watcher content that they just didn't find interesting.
There are a lot of shows that maybe didn't do phenomenally on YouTube that would be performing perfectly fine on a streamer.
What a weird, wonderful idea.
What a weird, wonderful idea that would be.
Backlash to this video was pretty universal. Within a few hours of it being posted, the video had 36,000 likes and 202,000 dislikes. If I had to compare this to any other controversy, it was kind of similar to the Fine Brothers situation, with a lot of other YouTubers doing videos discussing what Shane, Ryan, and Steven had done.
The video is getting absolutely bombarded with dislikes, and a lot of people have soured their impression of this group, regardless of what they decide to do going forward, even if they do backtrack this decision. It's a maneuver that just did not land. They went for a kickflip and ended up breaking both their ankles on this bad boy here.
The tone of this thing is like, we love YouTube, we love you guys, we love you guys, you guys carried us here, we couldn't have done it without you. But the actual video is, we're taking all our content and taking it away from you. Unless you pay us.
It only come from a very loyal fan base that's already hooked on their content in this audience they built on YouTube, which they're now abandoning. So they're not really going to be bringing in new people, I don't think. Even with dropping like the premiere video on their channel, I think that's just going to frustrate people more. Like, oh, I really want to watch the rest of this. Oh, but I have to pay $6.99 for it.
There also is this idea among creators, especially YouTube creators, like more specifically, that throwing money at productions equals better experience and equals better content. Sometimes adding too much varnish and polish takes away what people enjoyed about it in the first place.
This is all kind of messy. You had everyday viewers as well as big creators going after them. Commentators like Moist Critical calling this a greedy move. And this as others accuse them of pretending to be poor. And also saying if they can't make a profit with their revenue streams, then they have to be doing something wrong, right?
These guys were like, oh, what we really need to be is television. We just have to be television. And it's like, yeah, but maybe that's not why we liked you guys, right? At least that's how I felt.
I am proud to announce Jax Films Plus Unlimited. For just 10 tiny little dollars a week, you can stream brand new Jax Films videos that used to be free. I see this as an absolute win that will in no way impact my likability.
As a creator myself, one thing about this campaign that has always been particularly frustrating is that financially, it doesn't make any sense. As I've said, when the streaming site launched, they had a Patreon, which was actually very successful. But in my opinion, there was never going to be a situation where the streaming site and the Patreon would have been allowed to coexist like that. I can almost guarantee you that there were a good amount of people who gave Watcher more than $60 a year through their Patreon. In fact, if anyone at all was pledging to their highest tier, then they were giving Watcher more than $1,000 a year. So the people who used to give you $100 a month, now they're locked in at only giving you $6 a month or nothing. And the people who ignored your tiers and just gave you $1 or $2 a month, yeah, I know that doesn't seem significant, but now they're probably giving you $0 a month. And that's going to add up over time. And on top of this, the original plan was to give up sponsor reads, so they were never going to do sponsored deals ever again with the content that they were making for WatcherTV. The rates for all these different videos would have fluctuated based on the contents and the previous performance, but if they were putting out a video that they could guarantee was going to get 1 million views, then they were easily giving up $10,000 or more for every single video. So if these guys put out 4 videos in a month and all 4 videos got to 1 million views, combine that with the Patreon, they were probably making 50 to 60 grand a month just on new videos and not counting AdSense. So knowing that they were flushing all that money down the toilet, at a cost of $5 to $6 a month, they must have assumed that this streaming site was going to launch with something like 12,000 subscribers. Instead, they went from having 4,000 subscribers who were giving them $5 or more every single month to a much smaller number of people doing that. Additionally, as someone who has been doing YouTube full-time for about 9.5 years, I have always found their channel strategy to be extremely frustrating. When Watcher first launched, it wouldn't be unfair to say that the general vibe of the brand was kind of like, hey, this is Ryan and Shane's second channel. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The channel did very, very well considering those conditions. But I guess when they officially quit Buzzfeed, somebody went, hey, this is great. Now the Watcher channel can be their first and their second channel. Fun fact, there's a reason most people don't do this. So what you're looking at right here is a batch of Watcher videos that came out about a year ago. And the big thing you'll notice is that all these videos are part of the same series. These are all Mystery Files videos, and all of these did really, really well. And the fun thing about having a series that has consistent branding, you can always look at it and go, oh, that's Mystery Files. YouTube will recognize that your audience is building up an enjoyment of this kind of content, and this is also the kind of content that people will enjoy rewatching and binging and having on in the background and putting on when they try and go to sleep. So you have to imagine that the YouTube algorithm is kind of building a sketch of what they think your YouTube channel is, what they think it looks like. Now here's the problem. A solid comparison for this point would be the Smosh brand. The main Smosh channel is dedicated to their skits, their channel throwbacks, character material, etc., etc. But when they have side channels that feature a bigger click that has more of a podcasty feel, they put it on a different channel and it has its own fan base. And then there's a gaming channel and probably other stuff I'm forgetting. What they don't do is upload a video of the Smosh cast members completely out of character playing a board game with a D-list internet celebrity directly next to their latest food battle. And I think this is especially bad when you look at where the channel was directly before this major controversy, because you have here a string of videos that did really well, videos that people seem to have loved. And then you scroll down a little bit, and suddenly they're a fun collab channel with other YouTubers. They're getting other YouTubers on to do top 5 lists. They got Jarvis Johnson on to do a top 5 list. And then they're also a Let's Play channel, so they're putting out Let's Play videos. And Too Many Spirits, I think, is kind of in the middle. It's kind of middle ground. Look at these two videos right next to each other. The alien encounter that led to a shootout, and we fight over the best sauces of all time. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing if they were to release 2 Mystery Files videos that were very, similar in tone and presentation, part of the same series, and one bombed. That's a completely different thing from putting out, like, a full documentary-style little video next to a video of you guys trying sauces. The only way I know how to diagnose an issue like this, like a misunderstanding of the algorithm to this extent, is to say that these guys were kind of BuzzFeed brained. They kind of found their footing doing BuzzFeed, and BuzzFeed did this kind of shit, but BuzzFeed is not an extremely successful company anymore. They don't make nearly as much money as they used to, and they don't perform very well in the YouTube algorithm. To this day, I think if these guys made a channel called Watcher 2 and moved a lot of this side content to that channel, their brand would be doing a lot better. But even after the controversy, they didn't do this. They just kept uploading second channel tier content on their main channel next to all the other stuff, and of course it all bombed and dragged everything down, and then inevitably they canceled everything but their most recognizable shows.
Well, we've been reading your comments to try to figure out what y'all want, and y'all really want more Ghost Files and Mystery Files. And so with that, we're actually going to be doubling down on both of those shows next year.
One example I find interesting is that when they were filming their travel content like Ghost Files, they used to have a side show called Food Files. This would be a little thing where the two would try food in all the different cities and towns they would visit. If they were to post a show like that on Watcher 2, everyone would love it, and it might even do better than it does on the main channel. But instead, it has to be uploaded right next to all of their other TV caliber content. It bombs, and they cancel it. So much of the history of this channel is just basically like, yeah, we could have made a little bit of money on this side thing, but instead we decided it would be better if we made no money on anything. In the end, I think the Goodbye YouTube video is very frustrating to revisit, because it really is more incompetent than evil, and it's actually so very close to being a coherent pitch that wouldn't have pissed people off. There is a world out there where they could have launched WatcherTV, and it not only would have gone over fine, maybe it would have been popular. For instance, instead of saying that you're going to post on YouTube 1 episode of every season, maybe you post every single video a month early on WatcherTV, so it's more of the Patreon-style early access thing. Or, since a lot of people complain about their ghost stuff being kinda bloated, start making 2 edits of every single video. One that's snappy and quick and fast-paced, and then another version for the streaming site that's for fans who really like to soak in the atmosphere. By the way, they do both of these ideas now, which I didn't realize until after I had written this bit. It's just that they're kind of inconsistent about it, and they do a really bad job of promoting it. This entire idea was very clearly inspired by websites like Dropout and Nebula. Dropout I can speak to, but you couldn't pay me to watch something on Nebula. Dropout is really the closest thing to another creator-run studio that produces multiple shows, but still has that kind of BuzzFeed studio quality to their output. But Dropout's YouTube channel didn't just drop off. They didn't just post a video titled called Goodbye Internet and assume that all of their old fans would blindly follow them off the cliff. They work pretty hard to continue their outreach with fans who have never seen their content before. And incidentally, even though Dropout does have their own proprietary site, they recognize that a lot of their viewers aren't going to use it. They're not going to learn to use it. They're not going to learn how to download it on their TV. So they have a YouTube channel where you can subscribe as a YouTube member and get all of that content on the YouTube platform. Because they recognize that sometimes when there's an audience in a specific place, you're not going to convince them to follow you out somewhere random. You can't go to a goddamn Kroger and start yelling in the parking lot, "Hey, I built my own a store in the middle of the woods. Everyone stop shopping here and follow me into the middle of the woods." That's not going to happen, man. You have to understand that people are going to keep acting the way that they act. And furthermore, as someone who has been a Watcher fan since day one, I do not think their content is varied enough to work in the same way that Dropout has. Most of the shows on Watcher were just the same 2 or 3 dudes doing different kinds of weird podcast concepts. They didn't have game shows or little series that surrounded character acting or anything like that. And that stuff is the real meat and potatoes of why Dropout is cool. In the end, the launch of WatcherTV felt like it was conceived and created by a group of guys who discussed this idea with absolutely no one that they knew. Any basic questioning about who their audience is, what they want to see, and how content creation works would have caused them to rethink everything about this service. On April the 22nd, 2024, Watcher would upload the apology video, which took back pretty much almost everything that the previous video had established. One thing they kind of hint at in the apology video was that one of their main motivations for wanting their own streaming site was that they were discovering that YouTube and different advertising partners were kind of pushing them to change certain ideas about content that they wanted to make. I think this kind of implies that there was some interest in making true crime content for WatcherTV that YouTube might have demonetized. I don't know why they didn't lead with this. You guys loved it when we made true crime content about serial killers and it was out there and crazy and edgy. Well, we've got some bad news. Mr. Censorship says we can't upload those to YouTube because we'll get demonetized. But we got good news. We're posting those on our own platform, and every single time we post a video, we're going to tell you about those other videos that you want to see that YouTube won't let you see. And if you want, you can go to our other platform and watch them there. There are literally hundreds of ways that they could have launched this platform other than what they did. It's honestly kind of admirable how badly they fucked this up.
For me personally, I won't speak for you guys, just like, it's been tough for me personally of just like knowing that, well, I don't like making mistakes. I don't like making mistakes. I don't like hurting people. And knowing that I had done something that had done that, that was very tough to deal with. And there was a lot of shame around that of just like, you know, maybe I'm not a good person, or I'd lost touch in a way that, you know, had allowed this to happen. So there was a lot of just trying to deal with that.
I want to apologize again because I know the things that I said personally. And I know collectively, bad video, bad decision. But I want to also just real quick take a lot of responsibility on myself for this. Because I had said some things that were very hurtful and wrong. I said that anybody can afford $6. And I basically implied that, you know, it's a affordable price point. And the truth of the matter is that it's not. And that was extremely insensitive for me to say. I'm very sorry that I said it. It forced me to think about why I even said it that way. And I realized I tend to just say things that are thoughtless or mindless. For me, I can't go back and, you know, change what I said and how I hurt people. But what I can do is I myself am meditating on being more intentional about my words and making sure that I think that I'm more mindful, that I speak with without just speaking for filling space.
We felt horrible about it, you know.
Sure.
And it was like I said, we were really in our own heads with trying to just keep the engine running, which is not to excuse any of it. It comes from a place of privilege. We live in Los Angeles where everything's expensive. And even Stephen, you apologizing personally is fine.
Yeah,
sure, go ahead.
Well,
but also this was a thing that we all released and all agreed with. And we were like, that's good messaging. Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
There was a lot of scapegoating on Stephen for throughout that whole thing.
Ryan, Shane, and Stephen had done the right thing. They had admitted their mistake. But their brand would really never recover from this moment. The boys looking sad on the Try Guy couch is still what most people associate with the brand. And a lot of people stopped watching when this happened because they were so burnt, and I think most of them have never thought twice about that decision. I think the odd thing is that the general consensus is still that these guys got greedy, that they had enough money and they wanted more money. In some sense, I still stand by the fact that what they actually did here was a kind of buffoonish attempt at altruism. I think they fully believed that this was going to be a success and that this would be the moment that would elevate Watcher from just being, the YouTube channel that posted content about true crime and ghosts to a full-time network that was producing a ton of different material with a lot of different talent. They thought that they could give jobs and opportunities to all of these other people in the industry trying to find their footing. But the sad thing is that the average fan of this channel didn't buy into that pipe dream. They truly just wanted to see these guys make funny videos about interesting topics. So instead of accepting that the Watcher YouTube channel was never going to be able to be a full-out platform where they could post any content they wanted at any point with any host and any tone and any thumbnail and any video, they said, we'll just build our own thing in the middle of the desert. We don't need any infrastructure or anything. We don't need any people coming to check us out and see if we're alive. We're just going to go and live in the desert. It's going to be okay. But now that they had done this apology video, they decided that they were going to keep posting to YouTube, but were also going to keep up this streaming site that was basically going to post, content a little bit ahead of time with some random exclusives here and there. And from there on out, Watcher marched on forward, hoping that one day they would recover from the absolute mess that they had just started. After the controversy, Watcher continued to put out content, but there was certainly a lull where their videos did less well, if not because of the backlash, then because they weren't very compelling topics. Eventually, the three founders would host a podcast episode discussing their mistakes in detail and all the ways they were attempting to listen to their audience. A lot of people around this time were basically saying that they wanted more mystery files and more ghost files, and that a lot of the other stuff didn't matter as much. Eventually, the team took that advice to heart, and they started to downsize their output. And this came with the gradual acceptance that Watcher was going to be Buzzfeed Unsolved in everything but name. In the Watcher contrarian space, there remains a certain amount of Stephen Lim animosity. I've seen a couple posts from people saying that he had single-handedly destroyed the brand, that his travel show was a flop, and that he was effectively not a part of Watcher anymore. None of this is true. In fact, while Ryan and Shane stepped down as CEOs to focus on creative ventures, Stephen maintained that position, handling the difficult parts of running a business. Moreover, his content actually wasn't a failure. After the controversy, Stephen decided it would be best if his food videos found a new home. So, Watcher launched a new channel called Andrew, Stephen, and Adam. Here, their show would continue, although it would drop the travel gimmick and mostly film in Southern California. Many of these videos have been as successful, if not more successful, than the most recent runs of Puppet History and Mystery Files. And the thing that a lot of people don't seem to get about Stephen Lin's content is that it's actually pretty cheap. It takes a smaller team to capture everything, the show is very point and shoot, they hardly have to do any research, and it certainly eats up a lot less time than any of their other shows. There have probably been times in the last year where shows like Puppet History have lost money and Steven's content has kind of made up for the deficit. Controversially, about a year ago, it was announced that a lot of people at the company were being laid off due to, quote, financial strain. But it was later clarified that this was because most of those people were now going to work freelance on select projects. A lot of people were upset by this, but frankly, this was kind of inevitable. Since the controversy, a huge chunk of Watcher's output has been non-scripted content. Keeping on full-time employees who actually might not be working on every single video that they make is just bad budgeting. At the beginning of this year, Ryan announced that he intends to put out more Ghost content in 2026 than he ever has before. In fact, he's quit appearing on any of the Watcher podcasts so he can dedicate his time to Ghost content as much as he possibly can. The channel now seems to release at least one Ghost video every month, whereas before, they seemed to do kind of group drops of different concepts at different times of the year. I watched a little of the latest episodes of Ghost Files, and it just seems like these guys are exhausted. Not in terms of making content, but literally, they're like 40, and they're staying up till 6 a.m. 3 days a week. That can't be good for them. Recently, a good amount of fans and former fans have been complaining about this new arrangement. They think it's a disappointment that Watcher has downsized, and that Ghost Files and Mystery Files aren't nearly as good as the content that Watcher used to release. But to the people who were mad when the controversy happened, and are now mad that the content is changing, what did you expect? As we've seen, a very common narrative is that these guys attempted to launch WatcherTV because they were greedy. There are a large amount of people who truly believe that these three dudes wanted to launch a streaming site so they could personally pocket all the extra money and for no other reason. And when you simplify the narrative to that extent, I think you miss out on some of the tragic irony. If WatcherTV had been a success, Watcher would be putting out much better content than they are right now. If Watcher had been able to become a full-out network, hosting a bunch of different shows, starring a ton of different creators in that niche, that would have been really cool. They would have been able to put out more stuff like Dish Granted or Weird Wonderful World. The mystery content and the ghost content, it still would have been there, but they also would have had extra money to try new things. Maybe they could have done a show called Cryptid Files, where they visited small towns to investigate all these different legends and beasts. Or maybe they could have tried out some shows about science or skeptic stuff to kind of balance out the ghost content. But because that fell through, the channel has slowly but surely shrunk its output to about 2.5 shows. Starting this year, even Puppet History will not be hosted on the Watcher YouTube channel, although we'll talk about that a little bit later. In the end, if you're someone like me who loved Watcher's output back in 2020, these are sad times. If you don't like their ghost content, it almost kind of feels like we're in a drought of content from these guys. I mean, where am I supposed to go if I need more Watcher content? Well, there's only one place to go. The WatcherTV streaming platform. This is going to make me sound a little bit like a simp. When the Goodbye YouTube video originally dropped, and I saw it in my timeline, and I saw people posting about it, and I understood what was happening and what the story was, I was extremely disappointed in these guys. I was extremely disappointed in this direction. I thought this was a horrible mistake, and I really strongly disagreed with this idea. And the very first thing I did was I went to WatcherTV and I bought a year-long subscription because I felt bad for them. A little while after this, they offered free membership to everyone who was on their Patreon, and they said they would offer complete refunds to anyone on the Patreon who asked for them. I decided to not ask for a refund because I felt bad for them. And folks, I have never used this website. I logged into WatcherTV to watch a video on this streaming platform for the first time for this segment. But we're here, so let's go ahead and figure out, is WatcherTV worth the money? The typical reward for using this site is access to content at least a month early. I also noticed that some videos on the site have older versions of thumbnails and titles, as the boys experiment with different options when considering best performance on YouTube. These videos also don't have the sponsor reads, which is a plus, unless you're watching Puppet History, in which case I feel like sometimes the version with the sponsor read is the canonical version. But the main thing I want to do is check out the Watcher exclusives. This is the content you can only get on WatcherTV. It's the cream of the crop, the stuff you'll need to pay the entrance fee to enjoy. The oldest shows on the site are Travel Season Roundtable and Weird Wonderful Woundtable, which are podcasts tying in to those two Watcher shows. Up next is, Wawiwo.
Welcome back to Wowie-Wo.
Wowie-Wo?
Wowie-Wo.
Wowie-Wo.
Watcher Winter Wonderland. How is it not sinking in yet? We've been living
Watcher
in this.
Winter
We've been
Wonderland
marinating
sounds
in it.
so much easier to say that.
No, it's very easy to say Wowie-Wo when everyone's saying it. Wowie-Wo.
This is a special Christmas season of Too Many Spirits, and every episode is a lot of fun. This is absolutely the kind of thing that a Watcher streaming site should be releasing. In an ideal world, if they could drop one show like this every few months and then plug the hell out of it on the main channel, I think the site might end up interesting some people. After that is Puppet History Karaoke, which is instrumental versions of all the songs from Puppet History. After that, we have Ghost Files Evidence Room, for when you don't have enough ghost files. This is a compilation of raw materials gathered at each location, consisting of a lot of, quote, evidence, unquote, that didn't make the final cut. This show feels like you're going through a folder they keep on the desktop of stuff they didn't use in a video, but they might need someday. Like, this entire show feels like it was done for archival reasons, and then they were like, hey, whatever, like, put it on the site, we might as well.
I don't think we should tell people to go there to watch Evidence Room.
I think Evidence Room is pretty compelling. Evidence Room is where
I think it's psychotic. Here's a preview of an episode. Check this out. Boom.
Okay. All right.
Then we have Road Files, which purports to be an extended display of their trips. Let's check out the Trans-Allegory Asylum.
One of the ways that we lock locations for Ghost Files is by finding evidence first and then reaching out to the location, which is what we did in this case. Sometimes we'll do our own research and be like, oh, this place looks pretty spooky, and then we'll do a call out for evidence.
Hello, Ryan Bergara here. I am once again asking you for ghost evidence.
Really fun trip.
Okay, so imagine if Ghost Files got a DVD release every year. Road Files is like the DVD bonus feature for each episode. It's a good amount of behind-the-scenes info, but the average person will never need to know this much about how the sausage gets made. Next up, we have another podcast, Rec Room. This is a show where a bunch of Watcher employees get into a Zoom call to recommend movies and TV shows to each other. Next is Listomania, which is finally a game show. And when I say it's a game show, I mean it's a podcast. The show features Shane, Matt Reel, and a rotating guest. In each episode, they make a ranked list of their 10 favorite examples of the topic of the week. Then, mathematicians behind the scenes build a top 5 list based on the average of all the information from those 3 top 10 lists.
Number 4.
On number 4 spot, Milk Duds.
Oh my god, this is dog shit. Yes.
To win, you have to have as many items as you possibly can in your top 10 list that are also on the aggregated top 5 list. This is a stupid idea for a show, but like, you know, the banter is good, I guess. Drink to that is another take on Too Many Spirits. Here, the boys make cocktails and discuss the behind the scenes of different shows that they have worked on over the years. Next to last, there is Screaming Room. It's a watch-along show for people who like horror movies. I'm shocked they're getting away with this. This is a whole ass movie. I know it doesn't have audio, but you'd think they'd get in trouble for you'd think somebody would say, "Hey, you can't do that. You can't just like what happens if I go, "Hey, I want to watch I want to see the visuals of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre." Oh boy, I'm so glad this streaming site has uploaded pretty much the entirety of the visuals of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I truly expected this was going to be like a Rift Tracks thing where you had to like sync it up with the movie, and I guess it is, because there's no audio for the movie, but I'm just shocked. It's the whole visual of the entire movie in the corner. That's weird, right? I'm going to start treating horror movies like silent films. Like, I'm just going to mute, and this is how I'm going to watch horror movies. This is one of your Watcher exclusives, folks. Oh boy, I've always wanted to watch the visuals of Friday the 13th without paying for the film. Okay, in this one they were careful. In this one they were like, we should turn the visuals off, because we might get into shit.
And finally, we have Ghoul School. This is the most recent release on the site from April of 2026. The plot to this one is that Ryan and Shane have been stripped of their ghost hunting licenses, and they have to go to Ghoul School. But as a surprise, they're joined by mixologist Ricky Wang. Pretty much right before I'm posting this, Watcher announced a new original called Camp Watcher, and they've teased another streamer-exclusive season of Too Many Spirits. There aren't any public numbers, at least that I can find, but it's a fair guess that WatcherTV isn't a very successful streaming site, considering they make less content today than they did when they had a Patreon. As a matter of fact, I still have a bunch of my old Patreon Watcher emails, and I am fairly certain that there was exclusive content that the Patreon had that the streaming site doesn't. Seems like we had audio commentaries, regular exclusive live streams talking to the fan base. There was a show called What Are You Doing, Watcher, which is hilarious in hindsight. There was also something called Shane's Travel Diaries, and some videos had extended edits. I did check. These have not been moved over. So the extended version of the Watcher Top 5 Disney DILFs video is officially lost media. In my opinion, Watcher has ended up in a terrible position where it's kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't. If you ask me, I think they took too much advice about how to run this website, primarily from people who were never going to give them a single penny. Throughout the last hour, I have listed numerous ideas for content they could host on this website that the average fan might be willing to give them money for, from extended versions of episodes to yearly exclusive episodes for every single season, to coverage of darker content that YouTube might try to censor. The issue is that they've committed pretty firmly to not doing any of those ideas because of how badly the internet painted them as greedy idiots. I think they're terrified to paywall any content that people actually want to sit down and watch. Realistically, if I were given the opportunity to advise these guys, I would tell them to either get rid of WatcherTV or to change it completely. Don't look at it as a mini Netflix. Look at it as your own proprietary version of Patreon. Come up with some new tiers, change up the cost. Maybe for $2 to $3 a month, fans get content a month early. And for $5 to $6 a month, oh hey, then they get that exclusive content that's only on WatcherTV. And maybe people who pledge $50 a month, oh, they get their name in the credits and in a special thank you section. You know, and you could come up with a ton of other tiers like that. The fact that the output of these guys has drastically decreased, but the price of this website, the infamous price, has never gone down, is ridiculous. However, I do think I'm going to let my trial run end so my first payment can go through, because I feel bad for these guys. After Ryan and Shane left Buzzfeed, their old channel kept existing, and for a while there was an earnest effort to keep that engine running. But if Watcher's performance turned into something of a car crash, The original network was like 3 airplanes crashing into each other mid-air, except this time, nobody but the pilots ever noticed that it happened. The post-divorce era of the Buzzfeed Unsolved Network really contains several phases. Starting out, we have Phase 1. Keep calm and carry on. After the boys left, Buzzfeed Unsolved was run with some sense of self-awareness. They certainly didn't do what everybody expected, which was to immediately turn around and reboot those shows with new hosts. Apparently those in charge decided this wasn't even worth trying, at least not right away. Initially, they just continued to produce the same spin-off content that we discussed earlier in this video. After all, those shows had been pretty successful these last few years, even if they were controversial with a pretty solid chunk of the audience. However, one of the big reasons that those shows had been doing okay was that the main Unsolved shows pulled in a lot of attention and the views tended to trickle down. Now that the network wasn't putting out videos that were pulling in 10 million, 20 million, 30 million views, the side content stopped pulling in the same numbers that they used to. And suddenly, even getting 100K per video was a struggle. And so next came Phase 2. Everybody panic. Here, they started throwing things at the wall again, testing out new shows with mixed results. One string of videos featuring a criminal pathologist actually did end up being really successful, but it wasn't sustainable. After this came Phase 3. In with the old, out with the new. At this point, the Buzzfeed Unsolved YouTube channel began releasing compilations of content featuring Ryan and Shane, repackaged to look new from the outside. But there was a twist. It seems that at some point, Ryan and Shane did become somewhat involved with the channel again, because every once in a while, they would release a new video. This would always start by them directly plugging their own content on Watcher, but it was still new videos with the Ghoul Boys on the old channel.
We reached out to our Unsolved and Watcher communities to come together and vote on the top pieces of evidence collected over the course of our illustrious careers. And we're grateful for the ongoing support of the Unsolved Network and our community here for having us back for this special episode. It's good to be back.
We're on the Ghost Files.
Yeah, but you can, like, the vibe, you get the vibe, right?
On the channel.
Yeah,
it permeates.
Channel vibe.
This most recently happened last year, in June of 2025, when the two recorded a promotional video discussing the inspiration behind the 2025 film The Ritual. Their coverage is very half-hearted, and the video did not do well because it looked like another compilation from the outside. Finally, we have arrived at Phase 4. Fuck it! You kids want ghost adventures? We'll give you goddamn ghost adventures! This was the moment they accepted that most viewers of the Buzzfeed Unsolved Network were only ever going to want to watch the Buzzfeed Unsolved show. And so they decided to release a new season. It was called Buzzfeed Unsolved Desert Lore, and featured a new string of cases with new presenters, Blake and T'Chara. The best way to describe these two is that they are enthusiastic?
We're definitely picking something up right here. Okay, it's gone down. Oh. I'm pretty sure these are the stairs.
The main issue with this run of episodes is that, unlike the original, neither of these hosts are skeptics. This means that the show is missing the main gimmick that made the supernatural side of Buzzfeed Unsolved unique to begin with. Blake and T'Chara's raw, unfiltered belief is at odds with their cheap equipment. Sometimes the camera doesn't pick up half the things they claim to see, and in those moments, they end up looking genuinely insane.
There's another one. It goes all the way up. There's another one. There's another one. Oh my gosh. Look. It's like a bunch of them.
This season has this amazing paradox, where from the outside, it's a version of Buzzfeed Unsolved that's taking itself super seriously, isn't even trying to be a comedy. But there are times when this run of the show makes me laugh so much harder than the original ever did.
The production value is so low, and these kids have such a weird camera presence and general vibe that it constantly feels like it's about to turn into a TikTok parody.
Should we investigate?
We're heading to the kitchen to kind of just, I guess, check out the vibe. It's pretty creepy. Like, there's like a dark hallway right there that I'm not a fan of. No lie, like, I swear to God, I'm hearing like noises.
Now, you guys might be saying to yourselves, Quinton, you've already proven that these kids are talented ghost hunters. But are they effectively using modern AI tools to lighten the burden of video production? Well, you guys will be happy to know that they do just that very thing!
Throughout the hotel's hallways and service areas, staff have encountered the apparition of a tall man wearing a long white coat. Cook Andreas once assumed he was seeing the chef walking through the hall, until realizing the chef was upstairs at the time.
Please do not go after the hosts of the show for this. I wouldn't be shocked if there was a company mandate that they wanted everybody to use as much AI as possible. Maybe BuzzFeed had like a subscription to some random crappy app and it was about to run out. I don't know. Episode 2 is their first true crime case, where they investigate a series of bodies that were found abandoned in the desert. So they decide to hang out in San Bernardino at abandoned buildings without permission in the middle of the night. Kids, you're gonna die. Like, that's not spooky ghost antics. You have a death wish. Spoiler alert, they see homeless people, get scared, and abandon the investigation for their own safety. At this point, I think I finally figured out the personalities of these two. Blake believes in ghosts, but also thinks that if he saw one in person, he could probably catch it with a net. And T'Chara believes in ghosts, and does not want to be on a ghost show.
Definitely hearing something.
Like, I want to leave. I don't want to be here anymore.
Kind of slow. What's going on?
I just feel like I've got like butterflies in my stomach. Like, not in a good way. I don't like that we're like alone. I'm scared.
Do you see anything?
No. Ew.
Oh, whoa.
Stop. It said hello again.
It said it again for sure.
The two best episodes are definitely the one where they explore a dried up lake in Las Vegas, and the one where they go to a clown motel. The clown motel feels like an episode Ryan and Shane would have done, and while the pair take it half seriously, the absurdity speaks for itself.
Despite the motel already having thousands of clowns, each year, hundreds more are donated to the motel, regardless of the energy or spirits that may be attached to them.
Because the Clown Motel episode is the finale, the production value is also much better. The early episodes were pretty obviously filmed on a smartphone, whereas here they at least had a little money to get cameras and a mic pack. Additionally, by the finale, they've both loosened up a bit, so they're more entertaining as presenters.
So, thank you, Clarence, for your love of clowns, and your legacy still lives on, and it shows no sign of stopping. You know, and it's taken a ton of donations of other clowns. Do you have anything you want to say, T'Chara?
I don't know, I'm just so happy to be here, and I love ghost hunting.
Despite the heavy topic of bodies being found in a dried up lake bed, the Las Vegas episode has a lot of the group goofing around and poking fun at the ghost equipment, which is the closest this season ever comes to the tone of the original.
Sure what we're looking for. I mean, I assume it's to get to this red marker, right?
When it's at the red marker, that means that there's high level of spirit activity.
Nothing's really happening so far.
This lens that we have to be respectful and like welcome these lost souls. So
okay. All right. Well, you take the lead. Welcome these lost souls.
Isn't it like a known rule, like not to drink the faucet water in Vegas? Like growing up, my parents, we weren't allowed to drink out of it.
And I do filter it. I do filter mine. I don't know if you filter yours, but
I use water bottles. I don't
that's valid.
But the episode still finds time for serious moments, as during the night, Blake begins experiencing lightheadedness and nearly passes out.
I think I'm all right. I'm all right.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I just had to turn this off. That it was. I was.
If you like pass out, I'm gonna like start crying.
I won't pass out. I'm fine.
So my current theory, based on all available evidence, is that while this show was released and branded as a new season of BuzzFeed Unsolved, it wasn't produced with that in mind. My best guess is that these two worked for BuzzFeed, they made a bunch of paranormal videos, and someone high up at the company kinda went, I know where I'm gonna stick these! My main piece of evidence here is this pinned comment on the first video from Blake. I just want you all to know how passionate I am about this stuff. I knew I'd be honoring my mom this year by investigating these desert anomalies, but I couldn't have anticipated the honor of posting on the Unsolved channel. T'Chara and I are big fans of Ryan and Shane, and we're so excited to now be a part of this channel. I don't think he would have phrased it like this if he knew that he was filming for the Haha Funny Parody Ghost show the entire time. This does make me feel kind of bad for razzing on these kids, but on the other hand,
There's definitely something to the Lake of Death. And you know what's crazy? I'm realizing now. This all used to be underwater, and I was explaining there's this pressure in my ear. And I'm realizing, when you go deeper into water, what do you feel in your ears?
Yeah.
It's pretty clear the message they were trying to convey.
Ghost water. In the end, BuzzFeed Unsolved Desert Lore was not a success, with the highest viewed episode only having 60,000 views. Since then, the channel has gone silent, with the only signs of life being an ongoing 24-hour live stream of old episodes of the show, probably for people who, like me, enjoy falling asleep to nostalgic and outdated shows about unsolved mysteries. Now, technically speaking, there was a brand new BuzzFeed Unsolved video that was posted this year, featuring 2 of the original hosts. Back in March, Ryan was a guest in a BuzzFeed video, looking back at his career, and he was joined by Zach Evans, the co-host of BuzzFeed Unsolved Sports. While this video was uploaded to the BuzzFeed video channel, Unsolved was included as a collaborator. This is a new YouTube feature where 2 channels can take credit for a single video, even if it's only visible on the landing page for one of them. Meanwhile, the current state of Watcher Entertainment is kind of ironic. It launched as a place for the boys to try new ideas, new shows. It blossomed and found its original fanbase because it was doing things so differently in presentation and tone from their true crime and supernatural shows at BuzzFeed. But now, things have swung in the opposite direction. Earlier this year, every single Puppet History video was removed from the Watcher channel. Like BuzzFeed Unsolved before, Puppet History has now moved to its own YouTube channel, where they have attempted to launch new spin-off content featuring the professor. The boys had attempted to do a lot of unique and challenging ideas, and it had nearly run their business into the ground. So now, if you go to the Watcher landing page, it's mostly just their crime and supernatural shows, with occasional oddities thrown in for flavor. Podcasts and show concepts more niche than this are mostly available on their streaming site, and this seems to be a status quo that has kept the formerly rabid internet temporarily docile. According to Social Blade, BuzzFeed Unsolved continues to pull in about 100,000 views per day. While Watcher tends to fare at least a little bit better, some days they're neck and neck. It's almost like Ryan and Shane are left competing with the ghosts of their former selves, forever haunted by visitors from an afterlife of eternal syndication. Hey guys, this is Quinton. I am currently out of town, which is why I'm in a very not audio-safe Airbnb. But I wanted to stop right here and to give a shout out to my 2 biggest supporters on Patreon and members, which are Angel Angeline and That Man Stan. Now, on top of that, in my last video,
I accidentally cut off my list of members earlier than I was supposed to. I cut it off in the P's by accident. There was a complete oversight on my part. So as a thanks to all the people I left out last time, I'm now going to read all the YouTube members that are after that point in the alphabet. Pondles, Producer Chungus, Purple Jammy, R4YJ4CK, Ranger Nix, Reagan Locke, Ro Faulkner, Roomba, Rose Reed, Rowdy Rouse Dower, SP, Sarah B, Seth Love, Shadow Monkey, Shinji, Sigma Femcell Girl Boss, Skitty Bug, Smithy oh my god.
Smitty Werbenhagerman Jensen.
Smitty Wergenhammerman Jensen, Slowblup, Sophia Medina Varela, Sorbor, Spaceship Orion, very, very close to Space Station Onion, Spacious Boundary, Starlight System, Stupid, Stormy Boy, Sylvester E. Vormez, Teikoka T7997, Tammy Stahl, The Professor, The Space Cow League, The Spyman, Timothy Dozat, Todkara Thomas Nye Bower, Tony Game Over Roth, Wibble, World Is Mine S, Zane Garu 123, and Xeno Kit. I haven't been able to find a way to get a list of people who have left the membership since a certain date, so I apologize to those of you who had a membership back then and don't now. But from here, let's go ahead and give a special thanks to our Super Credits tier members who get their names in this fancy little bundle here. And from then, special thanks to all the YouTube members and Patreon supporters who support me in any way and pledge to any of the credits tiers. Even you, Sigma Femcell Girl Boss, even you.
All right, let's hear it for the credits. Woo! Yeah, we gotta love the credits. So we are now in the post-credit section of the video, which means it is time for me to plug some of my social media. If you want to reach out to me or check up on the progress of one of my next videos, you can follow me on Tumblr, X.com, or Instagram. I'm also on Blue Sky and Threads, but I never use those. More importantly, if you want previews of upcoming videos along with other perks, consider becoming a YouTube member or joining my Patreon. These include several tiers with benefits like shoutouts in videos, early edits of content, and the option to join my Discord server. After I'm finished filming this video, my plan is to basically take it into an editing software and just start hacking away at it. I want to see how much of the runtime of the original edit I can clear away while keeping the pacing and the continuity of the video intact. So if you want to see the original extended edit without any sponsor reads, those will be on those two platforms, Patreon and YouTube members. Now, before we jump into my little presentation, we have an issue. A huge part of why the Hot Daga was charming in the first place was Ryan. Ryan's suffering and angst at having to listen to Shane read out this wacky story week by week added a whole new dimension to the storytelling. Now, obviously, Ryan is not here. Or is he? No, he's not. But I wanted him to be included in spirit. And in the end, I had an idea. Damn it. I wanted to print it so that it would look like he's actually the same scale as me, and I overcompensated for the fact that I knew I was going to be closer to the camera. I do think I overdid it a little bit. Obviously, if I stand right next to him, I look ridiculous. But if I stand really close to the camera, I think it's not that bad. Sadly, with my setup, this is going to be reversed to how it's usually is on this show, but, you know, we ball. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go through this, and we are going to try and continue this story. I have been putting a lot of thought into this. I've had a lot of fun trying to recreate all of the characters in Photoshop with the original stock art. It's actually been a really interesting experiment and a really unique thing to try and do with my creative energy. But I've done my best, and I hope it satisfies, and with that, let's go ahead and get things started. It's now time for the part of the video we call the Hot Daga Season 6, commissioned by Ryan Bergara, originated by Shane Madej, endorsed by Quinton Brunson, completed unofficially but most likely canonically by Quinton Reviews. We open in a deep, obscure sector of the galaxy, the outermost rim of the Graxalon Quadrant. On a small moon rotating the mining planet B-Foe, a husk of corn and a miniature hot dog stand over a makeshift grave. The tombstone reads, Gene, born July the 9th, 2027, died September the 12th, 2018. He was French fries. Silence lingers for some time, until it is broken by Pam, the miniaturized hot dog.
I wish I had known him better. He seems like he was an incredible boy.
Maisie stares at the headstone, lost in her thoughts. She struggles to find the right words. Jebra introduced us on our second date. She said she knew it was sudden, but she couldn't wait for the two of us to meet. We went bowling. But of course, that wasn't real. I stand here, grieving false memories of a man I knew barely more than you.
Maisie, I know this is hard, and it may be true that not all of your memories are real, but the feelings you have, the person you are because of those memories, those are real. When I created you, I never anticipated that. And the love you feel for your deceased hologram fry wife is the most real thing of all.
Thank you, Pam. I still don't fully trust you, but it's good to not feel alone right now.
Listen to me. We can't lose faith in our mission, which is to go back into time and stop myself from killing everyone you've ever loved, which I mean quite literally, since you did not exist 2 weeks before I killed all of those people.
Right. Let's get going. Maisie walks away without looking back, but Pam lingers for another moment.
Goodbye, Gene. I hope to see you on the other side.
The following morning, on the starship Minestrone, Pam rests on the bridge. Soon, Maisie joins her, drinking a warm cup of coffee. Good morning, Maisie. Good morning, Minestrone.
What? Oh, it's you, Maisie.
Minestrone, we're both up. Go ahead and lift the solar shades. The computer complies, revealing a thick fog.
Damn! Space fog again! What are the odds?
Minestrone, how long will it be until we are within view of the wormhole? Given the thickness of the space fog, the wormhole should be within view within the next 75 rels. I hope that's not too long in Earth time. The sooner we're able to get back to the past, the better.
Maisie, there's been something I've been meaning to talk to you about. You do know that going back in time won't just be as simple as flying into the wormhole, right?
What do you mean? We've got the Bernoulli converter, don't we?
Honey, we needed the Bernoulli converter to get to the wormhole. But if we fly into the space-time rift with just that, we could be thrown into any moment in space-time. We could be eaten by a dinosaur, or find ourselves on a planet 10,000 years in the future. And that's if the wormhole doesn't just vaporize us outright.
Maisie sighs and wanders to the bridge's hindquarters to clear her mind. Mike said this wouldn't be easy. I didn't realize how right he was.
Yes, but I have a feeling that Mike had a plan of what to do once he got this far. All we have to do is figure out what he was going to scavenge together, and then we'll be good to go.
I wish Gundis and Mike had made it out of there. It doesn't feel right that we just left them to that fate.
Maisie.
Some parts of me thinks we could have done something to help them.
Maisie!
Maybe if we had just...
Maisie!
What? What is it? What do you want?
Look!
As the girls look, they see that the fog has begun to clear. A massive space station and a horde of smaller battle carriers float directly outside the wormhole, guarding it from entrance. Pam? What the hell is that?
I don't know. Why would I know?
Initial scans indicate it is some sort of blockade. Who in the world would do something like this? Before they can find the answer finds them. The ship shakes as a massive blast hits the outside hull. 2 spaceships are now following the Minestrone, firing continuous shots. We are being hailed by the enemy. Put it on screen! A group of chili pirates are projected onto the front window.
Ha 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 ha!
Chili pirates? Again?
Seems someone hasn't heard the news. We are pirates no more. As of today, the Chili Armada has been reformed.
What? Do you mean?
Yes! The Chili Wars begin again. Soon as our forces regroup, we will subjugate all soups and any lesser food. And under what authority do you violate the Treaty of Versoils?
It's pronounced Versoy, Pam.
Well, I say Versoils. Why, under the authority of His Holiness, the Space Pope himself.
What?
You are designated as a Class A enemy of the Chili Armada. Prepare to die.
Pam has begun to concentrate and lets out a cry.
Pam, Pam, Kazam!
Absolutely nothing happens.
Okay. Pam, Pam, Kazam! Kazam! Pamazam!
Pam, what the fuck are you doing?
Just give me a sec! Your futile attempts at magic are pathetic. Our weapons are now fully charged. Men, fire at will! Appity, pappity, Pam!
Just then, a meteor rolls into view, crashing into one of the Chili ships. The junk heap spirals, taking the other out as well, in a massive explosion. The girls are both stunned.
Well, there you go! You're welcome! I think.
Huh. That was weird. What they said earlier?
I know, right? Who the hell is Will?
No, the other thing.
Oh, yes. It seems that somehow the Space Pope has returned.
But that's not possible. We watched the space station / buffet explode right in front of our very eyes.
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he found some way to slip out at the last minute. But there's a silver lining here. If the Space Pope had enough time to get out of there,
then maybe Mike and Dr. Gundis made it out too.
Let's not get our hopes up. For now, we need somewhere to lay low and find some way through the wormhole.
Based on scans of maps of the Graxalon Quadrant, there is a bazaar nearby.
A bazaar what?
No, it's a bazaar.
I heard you the first time. What is bizarre about it?
Pam, I think she means it's a bazaar.
Don't you get snippy with me, young lady. I'm just trying to get some answers.
It could be a bizarre bazaar, I suppose.
Well, that doesn't help things at all. Although we are looking for something quite strange. So maybe a bizarre place is where we need to be.
I have set the course to the space marketplace.
Oh, good. I'd much rather we go there.
Computer, take us there right away. And right here, this would be like the end of a single episode, and you'd have to wait for next week to see what happens next. Same hot dog time, same hot dog channel. Obviously, this is gonna be all one continuous stretch. So I guess let's keep going. Episode 2. We pan up on a marketplace in deep space. Vendors sell odd objects at their booths. Maisie and Pam wander past other customers, unsure of what they're even looking for. The crowd includes a wide array of interesting characters, showing that the Hot Daga universe is vast and unexplored, with countless possibilities for further spin-offs and merchandising opportunities. As the girls continue to walk, a strange blue creature phases straight through them. Maisie is stunned. What in the world was that?
Well, I'm not the most well-traveled hot dog poltergeist in the galaxy, but I think that was some kind of
ghost dolphin or dog.
Maisie and Pam continue their exploration until they are stopped by a random pedestrian.
Excuse me, do either of you have a moment to hear about our Lord and Savior, cheese stuffed crust?
No.
Actually, we may be interested, but is there any chance you could recommend us to one of these vendors? We're kind of looking for something specific.
Well, sure. What are you looking for?
We want to enter the wormhole in our ship and make our way to the past.
In one piece, preferably.
That's a hard one. It's not going to be easy to find something like that here. They mostly have, dumb knickknacks. I do know one guy who's pretty good at pulling off miracles.
Really?
Yeah, but he's sworn off doing time travel wishes for a while now. Says he got burnt real bad on one of them. As far as I know, there's only one shop here that sells spaceship parts. He's a little under the table, though. You'll find him at booth 6-9.
Right, yeah. And what does the number 6-9 look like in this weird hieroglyphic language that this quadrant seems to use?
In that case, it's booth Hourglass Mailbox Tape Dispenser.
And I thought the metric system was annoying.
We actually don't have time to talk any longer, but we will take one of your pamphlets.
Really? Wow, thank you.
Don't tell me you're actually going to read that.
Why not? That guy was super helpful.
Cheese-stuffed crust is just a story. It's a creation myth, something they tell kids to scare them into shutting up every once in a while.
You are the last person in the galaxy I want to have a conversation about this topic with.
What? Oh, I get it. Because I made you with witch magic in a volcano, I'm not allowed to have opinions about where I came from.
Yes, exactly that.
You are being ridiculous. If an intelligent being had made the universe, then there would be obvious signs, shortcuts, parallels. Maisie, I think I'm having a stroke.
No, I see it too. The two find themselves at booth Hourglass Mailbox Tape Dispenser, and they are face to face with the vendor, the infamous Slippery Sam, a pickle who looks oddly familiar.
Ah, some new customers, I see. You girls look like you're in the market to lose a little weight. I got pills, I got gummies, you can inject it, snort it, however you like it.
Actually, we're in the market for some crucial components for our spaceship.
Ah, really? What are you looking for? I got spark plugs, brake pads, rivets. I've even got a few of those little black boxes if you don't mind taping over the last recordings.
We are looking for safe passage into the wormhole.
Hey, I see. You want to travel through time. Oh, what are you in for? The past? The future? That is our business. All right. What you girls need is a subparticle filter. That'll get you to wherever you want to go. And luckily for you, I've got one in storage that's only lightly used.
That's great!
10 million space credits.
Oh.
Let me take care of this, dear. I think this should cover our troubles. What the hell is this? It's Plubble-Bucks. I don't know what the conversion rate is, but I've got tons. I got stuck in a lying peach's pit, and whenever I tried to claw my way out, I'd just end up with handfuls of these.
Right. These are worthless.
10 million credits sounds like a lot. I don't think we have that.
Well, then I ask you to keep moving and come back when you change your mind. This space is for paying customers only.
Maisie and Pam continue moving forward. What a complete jackass.
Yeah, and he was ugly too.
There has to be some way forward. It can't just end with us stopping in our tracks and giving up because we don't know what Mike wanted us to do. Excuse me.
Whoa, a ghost! Hey, I'm a ghost too!
Get out of town! Let me guess. You got asked to pick a form and said the world needed a little and then your name.
Yes, that's exactly right!
That one is so common. I just said I wanted to come back as a ghost, and apparently if you do that without specifics, this is what you get. Now listen, I couldn't help but overhear you two talking to Slippery Sam. You mean the pickle guy? Yeah, him. I would strongly advise against buying anything from him. He does sell a lot of spare parts for spaceships, but he's a total fraud. Shadiest guy on this side of the galaxy. Yeah, we kinda picked up on those vibes. Okay, so you didn't hear this from me. Near the wormhole, there's a small green planet. Real nondescript backwater place. It's called Thymus. The natives there know more about the wormhole than anyone else. If anybody can help you, it's gonna be them. Why are you telling us this? I guess you could say I have a genial spirit. Ow! Gross. Pam, we've got problems. At the other end of the room, several chilly pirates confront customers and shopkeepers, brandishing weapons and photos of Pam and Maisie.
Quickly! We have to get back to the Minestrone!
There's a passage back to the parking alley through that corner. Be quick! Back at the docking station, the starship Minestrone sits in wait. The girls approach quickly, only to be met by several chilly militants. The pair are surrounded. Escape is not an option. Yeah, there you go. That's another little cliffhanger for you. So let's go ahead and head on over to episode 3. In the Graxalon Quadrant, an ancient chilly battleship shakes and sputters as its tractor beam drags along the incredible Starship Minestrone. Inside the chilly vessel, we see a stalk of corn and a tiny hot dog, prisoners of a military that had been long defunct just 48 hours before. Well, this is a lovely turn of events.
What? You said that like this is my fault!
It is your fault. If it wasn't for you, the Space Pope wouldn't have gained ultimate power, the Earth wouldn't have been consumed, and I'd be sitting on a beach with my beautiful wife.
You and your fry wife wouldn't have existed in the first place if it wasn't for me!
Well, right now, that sounds fine and dandy. There is a lull in the conversation. Eventually, Maisie breaks the silence. Can't you, use your witch powers to bend these bars or something?
Well, this is an embarrassing thing to admit. Since I freed myself from that pit, my magic hasn't felt nearly as strong as it used to.
Really?
Well, yeah. Didn't you think it was odd that when Jean got hurt, I didn't conjure up a hologram hospital or a hologram donor body or something? Heck, since I got out, I haven't even been able to teleport, and I'm pretty sure that's a ghost thing, not a witch thing.
Both of you be quiet. We have arrived.
Out of the front of the ship, the girls can see the looming space station. The prison shuttle lands, and 2 chilly troopers exit from the station. Maisie and Pam are kicked off onto the open platform at the edge of the station.
You will wait here with these guards. The Space Pope wants to personally greet you. Enjoy this meeting. It will be your last.
The militants get onto their ship and blast off.
Well, they were in a hurry.
Those first pirates we spoke to said that their military was still regrouping. I'm guessing they're understaffed.
Well, either way, we'll never find out. Once Chili the Ninth gets a hold of us, we're goners.
The chilly troopers laugh.
Ha 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 ha! What did you just say?
Chili the Ninth, the Space Pope. We were told he was coming to see us.
You dumb bunch of toppings! Chili the Ninth is dead!
Huh? No, that doesn't make sense. That can't be right.
Oh, but it is, I'm afraid. Burnt to a crisp on the Onion station. So very tragic. The Space Pope is dead. Long live the Space Pope.
Baby Brandon is the new Space Pope. Once again, if this was serialized, that's a great cliffhanger. So if you want to stop now and go run some errands or make dinner or something, you can kind of ruminate on how great of a twist this is. But for the rest of you, here is episode 4. On the lip of a starship orbiting a wormhole in the Graxalon Quadrant, a large raccoon dressed in decorative robes is guarded by 2 chilly blobs. Across from him are our iconic heroes, Maisie and Pam. Brandon? The raccoon? What in the world is going on?
Let me guess. After the volcano incident, the Dark Master took you under his wing. You became his right-hand man as he destroyed the galaxy. When he died at the buffet resort, you claimed ownership of whatever scraps he left on his plate.
I'm impressed. I thought the corn would be the first to figure it out.
The corn? I at least had the decency to call you Brandon.
And that name I now reject. From now on, I will only be referred to by my ceremonial title, Space Pope Procyon. I hope you two appreciate all the work this took. Reforming an entire militia on such short notice was not easy.
But I don't understand. Why do all of this? Restarting the Chili Wars? I just don't get it.
Oh, but it's simple, really. I did all of this to stop the 2 of you.
What?
It was a nosy time traveler who ripped me from the arms of my parents and stole my life from under me. You would be insane to think that I would tolerate you two going back to muddle things up more. Besides, I'm the goddamn Space Pope. I don't want to give this up. This robe is baller as hell.
It is a really nice robe. Pan begins whispering to Maisie.
Psst. Hey, I've got a plan. What? When I say run, run. Oh, Space Pope! Mr. Space Pope! Look at the keys! Look at the pretty little keys! See the keys?
The Space Pope is transfixed. He mumbles as his eyes track the strange object.
Auntie Pam's keys are so shiny, they're so fun. You want the keys? Get the keys!
Pam throws the keys over the edge, and the Space Pope, a raccoon with the soul of a 3-month-old baby, jumps after it. The guards soon jump after him.
Run, Maisie!
The two run across several segments of the space station balcony, each part conveniently looking like the previous segment but flipped horizontally. Eventually, they are met with a solid wall. They try to run the other way, but are met by Space Pope Procyon, holding the keys in his teeth.
Very clever, girls. You nearly pulled a fast one on me. But now it's time to die.
A chilly militant ship suddenly floats up next to the platform, its guns warming up to attack.
And just on cue, soldiers, I order you to fire at will and eradicate the cause of all this trouble.
The ship complies, but instead of firing at the girls, the blast lands directly in front of Brandon, knocking him back. The spaceship turns, and its rear port opens. You girls need a lift? Mike! Come on, there's not much time. Pam and Maisie climb aboard and blast off. Episode 5. In the Graxalon Quadrant, a rusty, derelict Chili warship flies away from a massive space station. Unbeknownst to passing ships, this vessel has been commandeered by the enemy. Inside, Maisie and Pam are reunited with Mike Soup and Ernie Goodness. Inside, Maisie and Pam are reunited with Mike Soup and Ernie Gundis, who have quite the story to tell. You know, Pam, for a formerly evil witch that doomed all of reality, you're fun company.
Hey, same to you, Ernie.
Oh, call me Dr. Gundis, actually.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Gundis.
Okay, I can't take it anymore. I need to hear the whole story. How did you take care of the Dark Master and make it back here? Well, it wasn't easy. Luckily, old Mike and I have one thing in common.
Strongly developed peripheral vision?
No. It's that we can put up one hell of a fight. Mike was able to knock him back enough times for me to hit him more with that ray. Then, once he was really weak, he took care of him once and for all. How? I did something I'd hoped I'd never be forced to do. I killed him. With my hat. We could tell the station was about to blow, so we rushed to the nearest docking bay. It was chaos. People were bum-rushing every ship trying to jump aboard. But then we looked over in the corner, and this rest bucket was resting there. Not a single person trying to get inside. I've hot-wired more than a few chilly war vessels in my time. We hopped aboard and warped right out of there. Once we were safe, we took stock of the ship's inventory. What do we happen to find? A half-assembled Bernoulli converter. It took us a day or two to fix the stupid thing, but once we did, we were on our way. Our theory is that while the lot of us were in La La Land, some agent of old IX had someone swipe the original, take it apart, and start building knockoffs.
That would explain why the Bernoulli converter we found only barely got us to the Outer Rim and then burned out the hyperdrive. We had to cruise manually to get the rest of the way there.
I'm so happy to see the two of you. We were sure you had gone out in an agonizing blaze of glory, or that you'd been caught in the explosion. You should have known better. That explosion couldn't kill me. It was too hot.
Now listen, you two. We visited a strange marketplace, and a very kind stranger told us that we need to head to a planet called Thymus.
Well, we could have told you that. It's where we're headed right now. We'd better get a head start before the chili freaks notice you've escaped.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be real pissed now that you killed their leader.
We did what now? Oh, that old blast wasn't enough to kill the raccoon? It'll knock him out for a moment, but that's all. We need him alive. But why? This Pope Procyon guy has the emotional stability of a toddler. He's a terrible leader. If we kill him, the next guy in line might actually know what he's doing. For now, we need to keep the raccoon in charge. All right, folks. We've got good news and we've got bad news.
Can we get the good news first?
Well, we've arrived at the planet Thymus, and we're going to make a landing.
And the bad news?
The controls have all locked up, so it's going to be a crash landing.
Ow!
Ah. Meanwhile, a distance away, the Space Pope comes to, and finds himself surrounded by several militants.
Oh, what hit me?
Sir, you were attacked by one of our own ships, which we suspect was hijacked by Mike Soup and Dr. Ernie Gundis, two veterans of the Chili Wars. The ship fled the scene.
As for the corn and witch?
We believe they escaped with Gundis and the Soup.
Ugh. As my aunt would say, one thing after another.
Your Holiness, if I were to suggest something...
What?
Our forces have been able to gather together the remaining fragments of the Gauntlet of Ultimate Power, or GUP. If we were to try and restore it...
How dare you!
Huh?
You would state to my face that I need help from my father to accomplish this?
Your father?
The Gauntlet of Ultimate Power, or GUP. That's my dad.
Really?
Yes!
Well, I'm sorry, Your Holiness. I was not aware of that.
I do not need help from my father. I will stop the Soup and the rest. Prepare an attack squadron. Tomorrow, we take the planet Thymus.
If you're wondering how Brandon knows that they're going to Thymus, this is actually an intentional weird thing I did. Because sometimes in the Hot Daga, characters just know about stuff that they did not witness happening. And I thought that was funny, so I thought I should do that a few times in my sequel. Episode 6. In the Graxalon Quadrant, a forgettable, inoffensive planet orbits the local wormhole. Usually inactive from the outside, today it has seen much activity. Flying over the landscape is a female hot dog ghost, riding on the back of a male hen. Eventually, the two land on a cliffside, trying to get a read on their surroundings.
Mike Soup! Come in, Mike Soup! Do you copy? Over!
Static lingers, but no voice responds.
This is Pam and Gundis calling Mike and Maisie. What's your 20? Over! Ugh, I hate these things!
Yeah, you've only told me 1,700 times. Try lifting that tuning fork higher.
I'm holding it as high as I can! We're never gonna get a clear signal. I'm turning this stupid thing off. Remind me what we're even looking for again?
Somewhere in this general area, there's a hidden city. An underground complex where an advanced society takes refuge.
You've been watching too much History Channel.
I'm serious. I've been there. I'm just not too sure where the entrances are.
If this place is so damn secret, how did you two learn about it?
It was one of our first missions after Mike took out the Space Pope. With a little help from me, of course. I remember when Mike met these people, he turned to me and said, "Oh, everything suddenly makes sense." I never understood what he meant. Some of the fringe Chile factions had learned about this place, and they started trying to invade. If they were successful, it would have been disastrous. Luckily, we took care of that.
How?
Take a gander at the sky. Pam follows this instruction and can barely make out an odd, metallic shape in the stars.
What is that thing? Some kind of satellite?
It's called a Bernoulli randomizer. It scrambles Graxalon's coordinates in space-time. Makes it impossible for the average hyperdrive to lock onto this quadrant.
Let me guess. Unless you have
a Bernoulli converter, you get it.
Wait, so an entire fourth of the known universe is locked behind a paywall?
Well, the term quadrant is kind of deceptive. A quadrant is part of a segment is part of a sector is part of... Honestly, I can't remember.
If you and Mike were that close, if you did all of this together, why did you split up?
Gundis clearly finds this topic difficult. During the war, I was really young. You could see I was kind of a rotten egg. I was angry. I was violent. Mike wanted to help me find a good path, but he wasn't the only person trying to push me a certain way. We got in a fight, and I left. I've always kind of regretted it, of course. Mike was like a brother to me. He was the first person I told when my egg started to crack. Back then, people weren't too keen on that sort of thing. He told me to accept it. Become the person I was meant to be. Other people wanted to keep me in that shell, no matter what.
Let's get back in the air. I think I'm not as queasy anymore.
Roger that. Hopefully we'll either find signs of that city, or we'll figure out wherever those two wandered off to. Some distance away, near the crashed debris of half of a Chile warship, Maisie and Mike Soup walk alone. I hope Pam and Gundis are alright. I'm trying to reach them on this comlink, but I'm getting nothing but static. They're probably fine. If one of us can find the city will find the rest. So, the Chile warship, do you think the Armada hacked into the computer or took remote control or something? What makes you think that? Well, the controls locked up and we crash-landed. Well, that didn't happen because of sabotage, Maisie. It happened because we were flying a hunk of garbage. It's probably held together with duct tape and bubblegum. After the war ended, some of the Chile factions kept fighting. But they didn't have the Empire anymore. They didn't have funding. They got desperate. Became scavengers. It's no wonder they chose a raccoon as their leader. This must be a really difficult time for you. In what way? Well, the first Chiles Pam and I came across said that the Chile Wars had started again. Ha! Is that really what they said? Oh, Gundis would get a kick out of that. I'd hardly call this Mickey Mouse operation a war. But even the suggestion of that must be upsetting for you. Right. Because you're the man who ended the Chile Wars in the first place. Mike stops in his tracks. Maisie,
I could have sworn I told you this already. I'm not that Mike Soup. Mike continues walking. After a pause, Maisie runs to catch up.
You have gotta be kidding me!
What's the problem now?
The problem is that you won't open up! We all know who you are! You and Gundis have openly admitted to being part of the space war! Why do you keep lying to me?
I'm not lying to you.
Well, at best you're hiding something. Hiding it from everyone. We're out here with our lives on the line, and I don't even know who you are.
Do you really want to know?
Yes!
Really, though? You want to know?
Absolutely!
All right. Then I'll tell you the truth. The real truth. But I'll warn you now. Once you hear this story, you'll never look at me the same way again. Describe to me what you know about the final day of the Great Space War, up to the moment I enter the story.
Okay. Best I can recall, there was a transport shuttle that had been taken hostage outside of, a pacifist planet.
Follyfell.
Right, Follyfell. The hijacking was done by Chile militants, but the Chile Empire said that they had gone rogue and this wasn't an approved mission. So the Space Pope declared a ceasefire and showed up in his personal Space Pope mobile station to help with negotiations.
Right. That's the story. Of course, it's not the truth. Ernie had a contact on the inside. He wouldn't tell me who, but he said he trusted this guy. The intel said that the Chiles had been building a superweapon, a plasma cannon. When its ray made contact with an object, it would freeze it to absolute zero, then inject it with the heat of a dying sun. The truth was that this was not a rogue mission. The hijacking was personally approved by the Pope. He intended to use this as an excuse to charge up his weapon without anyone being the wiser. He wanted to test it on a planet, and chose one whose people wouldn't retaliate. So, Gundis and I joined forces with a few other mercenaries and pirates to try and stop them.
We fade back to the past, on the surface of the Space Pope mobile station. Chile militants are firing blindly at several men running across the battlefield. Soon enough, they find cover.
Hey, Mike.
What is it? Come on, Ernie, focus on the mission. Let's go! Benedict! Forget about me! I'm already poached! Just save the people!
I'll do it in your memory. Benedict. Alright, he's a goner! I'm out of here!
Soon enough, Mike and the young Gundis find cover again. Their final destination is within sight.
We're almost there. Gundis, do you think you can cover for me?
Oh, I gotcha. Adios, dickheads.
Gundis begins firing blindly at the Chiles, who fall one by one. Meanwhile, Mike runs off, undetected.
Yeah! I like hurting people.
My theory was that if I could reach the station's main computer complex, I could stop the plasma cannon from the inside. Strip it of its power, sabotage its code, something. As I ran down those halls, I didn't know what I'd be met with on the other side of that door. I thought I was prepared for anything. Turns out, I was wrong. Hello, O-Sport. I've got bad news. You're too late. If it's a constellation, I got here with time to spare and the plan still didn't work. What is this? Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. There's only one person you need to know about right now. On that transport ship is a diplomat named Murga. She fights for good when she can. She's also having a secret romantic relationship with a morally ambiguous figure who's secretly playing both sides. Why do I need to know that? I guess you don't? The point is that she's on that ship. As we speak, she and the others on board have disposed of their hijackers. Well, that's good, isn't it? The crisis is over. It should be. Except for one thing. In roughly 120 seconds, the plasma cannon is still going to be fired. The civilians on that ship
will intentionally fly into the path of the ray, saving the planet, but dooming themselves. Isn't there anything we can do? I had hoped so. Spent years beating myself up for not doing the right thing. Come to find out, some things you can change, some things you can't. It's complicated. It's too late for us to save the transport ship. But I can end this war today. I don't understand. Maybe you don't need to. Just do me one favor, kid. When the time comes, pay it forward.
I've said this earlier today, but you guys really are the most prolific losers in history. Mike?
Is that you, Mike?
Oh, fucking come on, man.
Mike? Mike? Soup? Where are you?
Hey, there's a gun.
I'm hearing something.
Whoa! There's a space hope right there. No!
Oh boy, this is a lot.
What? What's that noise over there? It's beeping. I'd like to see this Pope dead. Mike? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ernie! Hey! What the hell is wrong with you?
You almost scared me to death. How did
We've got to go. Now! Come on, man! Shitaki's about to hit the fan! Let's go! What do you expect me to say? What would make you happy?
I fucking killed the Pope, mate. I fucking killed the Pope.
Ernie, I didn't kill the Space Pope. We did. We fucking killed this Pope, mate. We fucking killed this Pope.
Come on, Mike. Soup.
So now you know. Ever since that day, everyone I meet has expected me to be him. Maybe that's why I really kept fighting. Like I needed to live up to the story. Then one day, I realized it was all a joke. I was never going to be him. I don't even know if I want that anymore. So I hid on Earth, tried to lay it low. I never lied to you, Maisie. Don't talk about me like I'm a war hero. Don't ask me about killing the Pope. Don't say that I ended the war. I'm not that Mike Soup. And I never was. It's a legacy I never earned. And that's the truth. Well, wait a minute. But you also didn't earn the shame that's come with that day. The people of the cosmos believe that the Pope did come on a diplomatic mission. They think that you turned on the plasma cannon, that you chose to sacrifice the transport ship so that you could kill Chili the Ninth. What about all that? The people of the cosmos believe I'm a coward and a fraud. I know they're right. The fine details don't matter. I don't get it, Mike. If you're so bothered by all this, why not go back in time to fix everything yourself? It didn't make a difference for him. Why would I be any different? I swore off time travel a long time ago. But then, why did you offer to take me back so quickly after Jebra died? I don't know. I just had this feeling in my bones. Maybe I knew something had gone horribly wrong. Or maybe, even subconsciously, I was trying to— HALT! Suddenly, Maisie and Mike are surrounded by a strange race of plant people, brandishing guns. We have you fully surrounded.
If you want to stay in the game, don't move a muscle. Maisie, say hello to the Lords of Thymus. Episode 7. Maisie and Mike Soup are held at gunpoint by several alien soldiers who interrogate them. I keep asking you, which side are you on? And I keep telling you, I am Soup. I'm here to speak with your leader.
They speak in riddles. This must be some kind of code. It must be a trick.
A booming voice breaks through the air. Silence! A larger potted plant arrives on the scene. Who are these that you have brought before the almighty Rustilon? We think they're enemy spies, sir. I heavily doubt that. You, the corn, tell me why you come to our homeland. I need help to go into the wormhole so my friends and I can go back in time to change history so the Earth isn't destroyed and my hologram fry wife doesn't die in a volcano. What? You can't rewrite history? Not one time! Nah, I'm just messing with y'all. The guards laugh. Oh, you had me for a moment there, old man.
What? Do you think I just lost my goddamn mind all of a sudden?
It's been going around. Maisie, meet President Lon. He's an old friend.
Y'all can call me Rusty. Ignore my men, they're pretty much harmless.
They're holding us at gunpoint.
What? Oh no, we've been having a little Nerf war. It's different duper day up in here. Y'all have come to the right place if you need help with the wormhole. We're all about that here.
The Lords of Thymus have been worshipping the wormhole since the start of their civilization. The temporal radiation mutated them, giving them heightened sensitivity to changes in space-time. So, they're time plants who worship time?
Huh. You know what? No one's ever pointed that out before.
So if you guys regulate time travel, why are you not against us going back ourselves?
We have a strict policy of non-interference, which basically means we're libertarians. You can do any stupid bullshit you want, I don't care. I may even help you if I like you enough. Why don't y'all come inside? We got all kinds of subterranean shit going on down in these caves.
We'd love to, but I need to radio our friends to tell them where we are.
Oh, do you mean Ernie and the little hot dog thing? We picked them up some 40 minutes back. Come on!
Cut to the inside of the Thymus subterranean lair, where Pam and Dr. Gundis lounge.
Maisie! Mike! There you are! We've been worried sick!
Why didn't you guys try to call us on your comm link?
We tried! When I found these two, the little one was smashing their receiver with a big rock over and over again. Kept saying how much she hates walkie-talkies. Now let's not diddle around. Tell me the whole story, from the start, and old Rusty will see what he can pull together.
Okay. Well, as I understand it, initially there was a ghost, and then there was a zombie, and a lady exploded. You know what, I'll just speed up to when I enter the story. A few months ago now, I made a deal with a dark master, whose identity I did not know at the time, to sacrifice several members of the Hot Dog clan into a volcano. To do this, I created several hologram characters with my magic, not considering the moral complexity of doing such a thing. I then threw all of those people into the same volcano. This created the Gauntlet of Ultimate Power.
Oh, the GUP. Yeah, I think I heard about this on the radio. GUP, GUP, GUP.
The Dark Master ended up consuming the Earth, and then much of the cosmos. We only recently were able to make it here as a group, although we lost a dear friend. Here's the short of it, Prez. We want to take the Minestrone back into time to kill Pam's ass right before all of this happens. Oh, the Minestrone was taken by the Chili's.
What? Yeah, I thought you guys knew that.
Damn, that could be a real problem.
Well, I can't help y'all with that. But what I can do is get in the shed and see what stuff we got sitting around doing nothing for nobody. Y'all stay right here.
As Rusty Lawn leaves, the group are left alone.
Listen, guys. I've been meaning to talk to you all about something. I know I may seem like a biased party here, but I don't think we can kill the other Pam.
What? Why not? Don't tell me you're getting squeamish all of a sudden.
You don't understand. Since I took this form, and especially since I was trapped in that peach pit, my magic has been waning away from me. But when I was on Earth, right before my death,
I was more powerful than I had ever been before. I brought holograms to life with full emotional autonomy, with souls and everything on a whim. I conjured a fake Hawaii on top of real Hawaii to trick everyone into standing on a bridge covering a volcano.
In hindsight, I did wonder why the venue was so hot. I just thought it was pre-wedding jitters.
The point is that I don't know if any of you are capable of killing that woman. And I know I couldn't stop myself.
You'd be surprised. Mike and I have taken out quite a few powerful foes over the years.
Well, then there's the next thing. Even if we do kill her, what if the other Pam has the same afterlife that I did? Past Pam could pop in as a poltergeist the size of a building, then flash bam, Alaka Pam, everyone's dead all over again.
I hadn't thought about that. Well, if we don't stand a chance against her, who or what possibly could?
I'm not sure.
I know.
What?
It's simple. The Gauntlet of Ultimate Power, or GUP.
Of course! That's what killed me the first time, and the Dark Master used it to manipulate my magic at the Onion station.
There's just one problem. The Gauntlet of Ultimate Power, or GUP, was blown to smithereens with the space station. Even before that, it had been half melted by the Serenity Ray.
We don't need the original. We just have to sneak into my base inside the volcano. Look, I know this wasn't cleanly established before, but the Gauntlet of Ultimate Power, or GUP, didn't just start existing when Dan died. I personally forged his soul in my laboratory after everyone fell into the lava. I even enchanted it so it would appear at the Dark Master's side after he said some specific gobbledygook. If we can reach my laboratory before the disaster, I might be able to forge a new gauntlet.
But to do that, wouldn't we need a soul?
Not just a soul, but one that is part of my family lineage. It was foretold that the Hot Dog clan were one of the only forces that could stand up to the Dark Master. That's why he wanted them gone. In theory, my pesky nephew might be a good pick for this operation.
Well, what do you think, Maisie? I think any plan is better than nothing. Rusty Lawn re-enters the room.
All right, y'all. I found some good stuff. You see this right here? This is called an Omni. It allows omnidirectional travel through time and space. This is the best quantum technology in all of reality and beyond. Y'all ain't getting this. Why not? 'Cause it's not a damn toy, and I think some of y'all would treat it like one. This is what y'all getting.
Rusty slams a hideous, bulky device onto the table.
This is a quantum navigator, Mark V. Should allow any half-good ship to navigate the wormhole and get to wherever or whenever you want to go. But you get one shot at it. This baby's in just good enough condition to make one trip. After that, it'll burn out. Now, we'd had this problem before, so the Mark V was designed to counteract the problem. So to compensate for overheating, it will start getting cold. Real cold. This is not our proudest innovation in engineering, folks. It will go down to 0 Kelvin. And when that happens, you do not want to be anywhere near this thing. So you'll need to have a plan for disposal once you arrive.
Is there any chance you guys have a subparticle filter in storage?
A what?
A subparticle filter.
That's not a real thing. Wait, am I getting punked or something? Are y'all pulling my leg?
No, that's what the guy at the vendor's market tried to sell us. He wanted like $1 billion for it, though.
Shit, are y'all talking about Slippery Sam?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Motherfucker sold me a lawnmower for $200 saying it needs a little TLC. Come to find out it was a fucking microwave oven. Actually, come to think of it, y'all are gonna need some fuel if you're gonna use that navigator. I'll be right back.
Rusty vanishes from the room. Moments later, he appears at the vendor's market, right in front of Sam's store.
Ah, look who it is. Old Rustmeister. You look like you've put on a little weight. Let me help you out with that. I got pills, I got gummies, you can inject it.
Rusty shoots Sam with a strange ray that rips his atoms apart and teleports him to another realm. Rusty then vanishes, returning to Thymus.
All right, folks, it took a few million years of fermenting in a pocket dimension, but it's ready to go. Behold, Quantum Relish!
A floating object comes down from the ceiling, a shifting mass of inconsistent form.
This is good shit right here, real proper stuff, but it's heavily unstable, so you want to keep it stored in this containment unit. It looks like a robot head, don't ask me why, I don't know. Any questions?
Just one. Why are you so quick to help us?
Huh. Well, it's two things. Number one, I owe Mike and Ernie here a big deal. Number two, I'm actually a big fan of Earta.
Earta?
It's pronounced Earth, you stupid redneck!
Yeah, right, like I said, I like Earta, and if Earta has been destroyed, that means Cleveland, Ohio has been destroyed too. And if Cleveland, Ohio is gone, then my vacation home is gone. And I want my goddamn down payment back.
Alright, so you'll help us save Earth, but only if we also save Cleveland, Ohio?
Yes, sir, you got it.
Well, is there anything else we should know about all this?
Not really. Well, actually, there's one thing. I sold y'all out to the Chili's.
What? The room is suddenly flooded with former Chili pirates. Oh no! Rusty, how could you betray us?
I am sorry. This was the only option. I fear their military might.
And so our friends find themselves in quite a pickle. And I'm not talking about the Quantum Relish.
Episode 8. Damn space thunder.
On board a Chili space station, orbiting a wormhole in the Graxalon Quadrant, Mike Soup, Dr. Ernesto Gordon Gundis, Maisie, and Pam are watched over by a group of Chili guards. The group has been given the honor of taking part in a papal audience.
Well, look who it is! My darling aunt and her bastard creation!
It's nice to see you too.
And of course, I can't forget the others. First, there's Mike Soup. I suppose we have met before, but back then I didn't know of the legends, the many stories that precede you everywhere you go. And then there's Ernie Gundis. My late Dark Master spoke of you too often. He truly hated you both.
That's the highest compliment a man could earn.
I must commend you all. You came so close to accomplishing your ambitions, only to be betrayed by a potted plant. But do not worry, I will avenge you when I conquer that world. First Thymus, then this entire quadrant, then the universe.
Brandon, listen to me. It isn't too late. You can still join us. We have a chance to make everything right. We can bring back the Earth, save your family, save your parents.
My parents were already dead to me before they dropped into that lava pit. They took part in my murder by allowing a version of myself from another timeline to eat me as a baby.
They didn't mean for you to die. They thought it would combine your two souls or something. Like the two versions of you could merge on a quantum level, and then you could keep enjoying life as one person.
That's not how that works! It's not how any of this works!
Wait, that's not how it works?
Can't you put yourself in the shoes of the other you? Try to understand what he was going through when he ended up in that moment. A hardened soul infiltrating an evil regime and becoming the leader of a resistance. You and he are on the same path. Even now, you are still the same man he was.
Pam, you're not helping.
I am so glad you are here, Soup. And you too, Gundis. You see, I had my men go into storage, and they found something. Something you should be very nostalgic for.
On the screen, a tarp is lifted. Underneath is a recognizable dish, aged but still intact.
No! Are you insane, raccoon?
What is that thing?
This, my dear auntie, is called a plasma cannon. I hope you don't mind that this time you'll be watching through a window instead of having front row seats. We wouldn't want a repeat of what happened last time.
You don't understand what you're doing. That's not a damn toy!
Oh, but I do understand. With a simple order, this machine can destroy any moon, planet, or sun in this galaxy. But of course, I'm not even sure if it still works. I wonder what I should test it on. Maybe we could fire it at B4, take out the little memorial Pam and Maisie built on that planet's moon. Evil for sure, but not very strategic. What about the planet Thymus? Eliminate the bureaucratic bumpkins of space and time? Tempting for sure. But then there's the space marketplace. The best option if I want the loudest headlines. Think of the disturbance that would be caused by so much useless junk being vaporized in one instant. Or I could even shoot the cannon directly into the wormhole. What damage would this do? Would the wormhole collapse? Or would the beam be sent into every moment of space-time at once? Could be neither. Or both.
My God, Brandon! You've gone completely insane!
I understand why that might seem to be the case, but I am simply weighing all the options. In the end, this is just theater. It's never been a question what I intend to use this device for. Men, activate the plasma cannon and target the Bernoulli randomizer.
What?
Wow, I'll be honest, I thought it would look more impressive from a distance. But still, I claim victory!
You're not the brightest crayon in the box, are you, kid? You have no idea what you've unleashed, Brandon.
Oh, but I know exactly what I've done. You may have noticed that since I started this operation, we've been a little short-staffed. The reason is simple. Finding or making enough Bernoulli converters to bring all my men home has been a difficult process. But now, as we broadcast our signal across the universe, nothing is stopping the other Chile pirates from joining my attack fleet.
Within a few moments, countless Chile warships begin appearing out of hyperspace.
Just as I expected, there they are! With this and the plasma cannon, our conquest of the remaining universe will be swift and fierce!
Suddenly, the ships that have appeared outside begin blasting at the station.
What the fuck?
Sir, we're being hailed by the commander of this rogue fleet!
Put it on screen! You there! Explain to me why you orchestrate this mutiny!
This is not a mutiny. It is retaliation for widespread blasphemy.
I'm the goddamn Space Pope! I can't do a blasphemy! You will cease your attack and join my forces immediately!
You are not the Space Pope. He is.
Static overtakes the screen. A few moments later, the picture begins to sharpen. The message has been sent by Space Pope Chile the 9th.
He's not dead?
Told you should have checked a third time. Damn. Guess I owe you a tenner.
Reports of my death were greatly exaggerated. I was able to barely escape from the Orion station, only to discover much of my followers have flocked to a new shipyard. I declare this a false papacy. I will be coming to reclaim my throne. Any Chile soldiers who are found to have taken part in this treacherous militia will be excommunicated from life. I will consume each and every one of you bastards! Prepare for my arrival!
The screen is filled with static. After a pause, the Chilies begin panicking.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Fuck! No! No! All of you be quiet! We must prepare for this battle! The hell with that! I'm not sticking around here! You're on your own, dude!
More and more of the Chile militants chaotically run throughout the station, retreating to their ships.
Now's our chance! Let's get the hell out of here!
Soon, the space around the station is filled with retreating Chile warships. Some manage to jump to hyperspace. Others are destroyed by their former allies. An all-out Chile civil war has begun. Within a few moments, the throne room is empty.
Damn it to hell! You all get back here right now! That is an order!
Space Pope Procyon seems to have been left alone with his thoughts. A voice breaks through the air.
I wasn't aware that dead men could give orders!
What the fuck?
We see where this voice has come from. It is none other than Chile the Ninth, in the flesh.
Ah, baby Brandon, my old disciple, how you have disappointed me!
Oh, Chile the Ninth! You are shorter than I recall you being?
A temporary effect of the Serenity Ray. Given time and much consumption, I will return to my previous form. You were so promising, dear boy, and yet you rushed so quickly to fill my space. As payment for this, you will be devoured before I send to the past and begin my feast all over again!
Brandon pulls out a gun and murks Chile the Ninth with one shot. All that is left is an ugly stain.
There! I have dealt with the problem! Guards, find the prisoners and destroy them! Guards? Soldiers? Anyone? Ugh. Must I do everything myself?
Meanwhile, our four heroes huddle in a hallway. You know, Mike, I seem to recall a few days ago, I said that we probably shouldn't trust Rusty. We haven't seen him in years, we don't know what he's going to get up to. But you said, oh, Rusty's always going to be on our side. Rusty's always going to help us out. Yeah, I do remember that. Well, I gotta say, you were right. Not the first time I've had egg on my face.
What are you talking about? Rusty sold us out to the Chilies, and now we're trapped on the space station.
And what's on the space station?
The Minestrone!
But hold on a second. Even if we find the ship, the Chilies have taken the Quantum Navigator and our fuel. Are we supposed to just blindly stumble onto those too?
A Chile wanders by, holding each of those items.
There you go. Have fun.
Now hold on!
Can someone else ask this time? I got you. Why are you helping us? You're a Chile.
It's simple. I just found out I'm not getting paid for any of this. I'm breaking everything I can on the way out the door.
Oh, that is some bullshit! In this economy?
You're telling me. I got 3 mouths to feed at home. It ain't easy being a single mother. Your ship is in docking bay 12. Here's the key card that'll get rid of the boot. I'm gonna go to the engine room and start hitting shit with a crowbar.
Okay.
A few minutes later, on the Starship Minestrone, the onboard computer is in for the shock of her life. Darling, I'm home.
Captain Soup? How is this possible? I thought you were dead.
You didn't think I would leave without saying goodbye, did you?
Can someone please tell me where to put this thing down?
Put it in the back room. Oh, girl, we don't have a lot of time. Get those twin engines fired up, and let's get the hell out of here. Set a course for the wormhole. The Minestrone blasts off, and the crew take in their final glimpses of their universe.
There it is.
How do I look? Just like your old self. The Quantum Navigator is fueled up and strapped in. We should be good to go.
Is it really time? After all we've had to go through?
Just remember, we're in this together.
Is it working?
It's hard to be sure. Look! The clock on the wall! It's working! Time is moving backwards! Guys?
Well, that can't be good.
Oh! What's happening?
Reality is cracking like an egg all around us. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. It's very important that none of us...
Slowly, each teammate of the Starship Minestrone comes to.
What hit me?
We've exited the wormhole. We're back in normal space. But did it work? Are we back? Almost as an answer to this question, a colorful orb floats into view. The planet Earth. We're back. There's a storm a-brewing. Alright, so that was my attempt at the Hot Daga Season 6. That is the complete season. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. Hey, Quinton, why didn't it end? I thought you said you were going to end the Hot Daga. Well, here's what happened. You know, I said that, I recorded that, and then I went about making the full season. And it turns out that, first of all, making a full movie... just using stock art, you know, no AI, no generative content, just me doing literally everything. I didn't have any of my editors work on that. I literally made that all myself. Turns out it's a bit of a higher order than I told myself it was going to be. So it took a long time, and I managed to get
that stretch done, and the rest of it isn't done. More importantly, I think if I did go ahead and finish the rest of it right now, I think it would add quite a bit to the video. And I'm kind of worried about people who are going to click on this video just to see me talk about BuzzFeed Unsolved, and, you know, they're going to think to themselves, how the hell did he talk about it for so many hours? That's already going to be a problem. So anything I can do to, like, limit the total length of the video is probably for the better. People are already probably going to assume and claim that this video is nothing but me describing every single episode of the show line by line, so, you know, I want to try and do a little damage control. So here's the compromise I came up with. A few weeks after this video comes out, I am going to post a new video on my second channel, Quinton Reviews. And that video will be a Q&A responding to comments about this case, just like Ryan and Shane do. And at the end of that video, I will show you guys the Hot Daga Season 7. You know, unless BuzzFeed or Shane sue me or something. Leave your thoughts in the comments section below, or if you want to have much higher odds at being featured in this video, you can message me on Patreon, leave a comment on a Patreon post, or you can leave a comment as a YouTube member below. With that, I've been Quinton Reviews, and...
Hey Quinton, did you hear about that new Star Wars movie?
No.
That's it. That's the end.
Oh, I'm pretty sure these are the stairs. There's another one. It goes all the way up. There's another one. There's another one. Oh my gosh.